Chapter 1795. Tathagata war Buddha, kill him. Luo Tian roared. Tathagata war Buddha, who was emitting Buddhist light, struck out with his palm. Supreme God King Hung, too, also instantly struck out with his palm, and said solemnly, I don't care what this is as long as I am in the divine realm. I am the God who controls everything. Luo Tian, no matter what, you won't be able to escape from my grasp, ha ha. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The two forces collided. Immediately, the power continued to shatter the space. The exit of the soul refining tower was also getting bigger and bigger. Luo Tian's heart sank. The power of the Supreme God King is too strong. Once again, it exceeded his expectations. At this moment, Luo Tian didn't even think about it, and the idea moved. Everyone run! Tathagata, war Buddha, hold him back! Those ancient god kings reacted at lightning speed. As soon as Luo Tian's voice fell, they all rushed towards the exit of the soul refining tower. Luo Tian was among them. The Tathagata, warring Buddha, had a time limit. Once the time was up, it would disappear. Furthermore, Luo Tian only had a few thousand soul shackled beast vitality left. He could not exchange for another Tathagata, warring Buddha. While the Tathagata, warring Buddha, could still hold on for a while, he should escape as quickly as possible. However, it was completely useless. A clone was released, and those ancient God King rankers who had just rushed out of the soul refining tower were instantly killed by the clone. In front of Hongtu's clone, the ancient God King rankers were like ants. They were both God Kings, but the difference in strength was too great. It was unimaginable. Waha! None of you can escape. Luo Tian, you won't be able to escape. Just wait for your death obediently. Hongtu's wild laughter rang out. Luo Tian was extremely unhappy in his heart. At this moment they had no choice. Ancient God Kings were constantly rushing out and being killed. As long as they rushed out of the soul refining tower, they would be free. It was less than 100 meters away, but it was too difficult for them. What should we do? Luo Tian, find a war Buddha. Luo Tian, hurry up. It's all up to you. The remaining ancient God Kings looked at Luo Tian. Right now, Luo Tian had become their savior. Luo Tian shook his head. I have no other way. I really have no other way. I really have no other way. Manic. Unusually manic. With a move of his power, released all of his power, green and dragon crescent moon blade, and slashed. Fire dragon area. Luo Tian's figure instantly landed in front of Hongtu's avatar. Overlord Battle Chi. Burning fruit. Dark flame emperor. Ha ha ha. Hongtu's clone laughed coldly and said, It's useless, you're too weak. Before Luo Tian could release the dark flames, Hongtu's avatar slapped Luo Tian back like he was swatting a fly. Boom! Luo Tian spat out a mouthful of black blood as he landed heavily on the ground. He leaped up and rushed out again. Tremor fruit, nuclear shock. He grabbed at the air with both hands. Cracks appeared in space. At the same time, the three God King realm godheads' powers merged into the cracks, releasing black flames. Boom! 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 A powerful earthquake shockwave struck Hongtu's clone. Hongtu's avatar frowned. I told you, all your power is under my control. It's useless even if you try 10,000 times. The power of the God King. Open. Buzz, buzz. A gigantic, godly monarch shield appeared above Hongtu's clone. The nuclear shock wave instantly disintegrated upon contact. It's useless. It's still useless. It's really useless. Luo Tian kept thinking that his power was just as Hongtu had said. He had complete control over it. No matter what power Hongtu used, it would be useless. What to do? A new power? Fusing the power of the three divine kings? Without the power of origin, there was no way to fuse it. What should I do? Am I going to die here? Luo Tian needed a new power that Hong Tu had yet to master. The three God King realm godheads had all broken through in the soul refining tower. Hong Tu knew the power of the three God Kings like the back of his hand. No matter how Luo Tian used it, it was useless. He still couldn't hurt Hong Tu at all. The soul refining tower was in Hong Tu's hands. After breaking through in the soul refining tower, he was very clear about all the power obtained. It was because of this that he could easily kill those ancient God King powerhouses, because Hong Tu understood their power. How can I obtain a new power? The fourth God deity. Darkness God King realm godhead, but Luo Tian's heart sank. Darkness God deity is still in the God breakthrough realm. Without the source of darkness of the overbearing dark dominator, there is no way to break through. If he could obtain the overbearing dark dominator's godhead, this would be a new power that Hong Tu couldn't master. However, the source of darkness was in hell. Luo Tian wanted to fuse with it, but it was impossible. Luo Tian, don't be in a daze. Hurry up and think of a way. A God King powerhouse urged. Luo Tian looked at the sky and laughed bitterly. A way, if I can think of a way, would I still be able to watch him act arrogantly in front of me? F***CK. Since death is a solution, then let's go all out. Luo Tian frowned. He checked the system and found that there were still a few thousand points of soul refining beasts' chi and blood. Ding! Do you want to exchange for 500 points for the lottery? Yes. Begin the lottery. The slot machine started to spin. In the end, it landed on an empty space. F***CK. Let's draw again. Luo Tian laughed wildly. Anyway, I'm going all out. What's the use of these points? Take them all. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for drawing cloth clothes. Do you want to use it? Use your sister. Continue the lottery. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for drawing a level 1 heal pill. Do you want to use it? What kind of bullshit luck is this? Luo Tian cursed. 7 times in a row, all of them failed. It was either blank or trash. Looking at the last 500 points, he secretly said in his heart, "This is the last time. After drawing, I will fight it out with him." Start the lottery. Walala! Walala! While the slot machine was spinning in pain, Luo Tian once again used his killing move. God bless me, bless me! Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for drawing Fairy of the Nine Heavens. Do you want to summon it to fight for you? F***CK. Luo Tian's eyes widened, his pupils shrank, and he said excitedly, "My luck has exploded. I've finally drawn something good." Looking at the red light flashing in the system, Luo Tian's idea moved. "Fairy of the Nine Heavens, come out for me!" Buzz, buzz. The air moved, and celestial music lingered. The 9 heavens trembled. The fairy had descended. Wonderful, beautiful, suffocating beauty. However, Luo Tian did not have the time to appreciate the beauty of the fairy of the 9 heavens. He roared, "Kill, kill, kill, kill them all!" At the same time, everyone charge. Thank you to A Little Mood, Memories, and Green Grass for your reward and support. Thank you. Chapter 1796. He was extremely lucky to draw the 9th Heaven Fairy. However, Luo Tian was not in the mood to appreciate the beauty of the 9th Heaven Fairy, because the 9th Heaven Fairy could only last for 1 minute. This was his last trump card. After 1 minute, would it be life or death? He didn't even know. Buzz. Celestial sound technique. It directly pushed Hong Tu's avatar back tens of thousands of kilometers. The 9th Heaven Fairy was extremely powerful. Luo Tian saw a glimmer of hope, the hope of rushing out of the soul refining tower. He shouted, "Charge!" The remaining ancient god kings were not fools. Hong Tu's avatar was pushed back, and they frantically rushed out. At this moment, Hong Tu's original body was entangled by the Tathagata Warring Buddha. Luo Tian, don't even think about escaping. You can't escape in this divine realm. Hong Tu was furious. The powerful God King's aura was constantly released, constantly besieging those ancient God Kings who escaped from the soul refining tower. However, although the Tathagata warring Buddha couldn't kill him, it wasn't weak. Every time he was able to block Hong Tu's power. The moment Luo Tian rushed out of the soul refining tower, he stood in the void. Hong Tu, everything you gave me, I will come back one day. At that time, I will definitely kill you. After saying that, Luo Tian moved in the void and tried his best to escape. A single thought could travel thousands of miles. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. However, it wasn't safe. Hong Tu was the #1 ancient God King. His sensing ability could cover tens of millions of kilometers. Moreover, he was very clear about the aura of Luo Tian and the rest. Boom! Boom! Die for me! Hong Tu was furious. His fists were like lightning, bombarding the chest of the Tathagata warring Buddha. The Tathagata warring Buddha's body sank. At this moment, the summoning time ended and the Tathagata warring Buddha slowly disappeared. The 9th heaven fairy went up and stopped Hong Tu instantly. Another round of entanglement. Hong Tu was furious. However, he could only passively defend against the unfamiliar power of the 9th heaven fairy. There was no way to kill her. The fight lasted for a full minute. The 9 heavens fairy disappeared once again. Hong Tu roared, Luo Tian, you can't escape. His voice covered millions of kilometers. Within these 10 million kilometers, bang, 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 over 100 million commoners were crushed by the God King's aura. Countless cultivators bled from their 7 orifices, and even ruler realm experts were forced to lie on the ground, unable to move. It was extremely uncomfortable. Cruel. It was extremely cruel. A single voice could kill over 100 million people. Instantly, blood flowed like a river. Bang! Luo Tian was knocked down by the godly king's godly aura. His sea of consciousness shook violently, and his body couldn't even stand straight. The other God King experts were the same. However, at this moment, no one wanted to help Luo Tian, and no one wanted to help anyone else. They only cared about escaping. If they could escape from Hong Tu's divine might, they would be able to live and regain their freedom. Hiss! Luo Tian sucked in a breath of cold air in pain. His whole body was covered in cold sweat. Hong Tu's divine might is really King strong. Ah! In his sea of consciousness, the vermilion bird suddenly screamed, turned into a ball of flame, and soared into the sky. It resisted Hong Tu's divine might. At the same time, Luo Tian's pain lessened, and he quickly escaped again. Hong Tu, I will definitely come back. I definitely will. It was too embarrassing. He had never been so embarrassed before. Even when he was crushed by the 4 great beings in the demon abyss, he had never been like this. Thinking of the demon abyss, Luo Tian's heart moved. Demon abyss, as long as I escape to the demon abyss and enter the time crack, I will be able to merge with the God King's law power after I kill the sector beast and enter the time crack. By then, huff, 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 Luo Tian breathed heavily. Run. His figure moved like lightning. Ah! The dark vermilion bird suddenly spat out a big mouthful of black blood. It couldn't withstand Hong Tu's divine might, and its body couldn't stop shaking. Roar! The white tiger roared, jumped up, and blocked the vermilion bird. The green dragon moved and rushed up as well. The black tortoise directly used its body to block the vermilion bird. The 4 dark, godly beasts' bloodlines exploded with their strongest power, but it still didn't work. Luo Tian felt that they couldn't withstand it. He felt fear, and at the same time, he felt their determination to resist the divine might. Little White, who had been sleeping, whimpered. Suddenly, a little starlight sprinkled in the sky. Sirius Star. The Sirius star light poured into Luo Tian's sea of consciousness, and the divine might weakened. Little White seemed to be exhausted after releasing the power, and it fell asleep again. Run. Run desperately. The important thing was to escape to the demon abyss. As long as he merged with 100, no, even if it was just a little bit of the power of the origin, Luo Tian could merge the 4 great laws and create a power that was above all the power in the God realm. Hold on. You must hold on. While he was escaping. Huh. You are just an ant and you dare to escape? Die. Hong Tu's palm cleaved down, and a divine king powerhouse was killed. His figure moved. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of kilometers away, he caught another god king and killed him in one move. In less than 3 minutes, those ancient god kings who escaped from the soul refining tower were all killed. Luo Tian, you're the only one left, ha ha ha, you can't escape. In the god realm, I control everything. Hong Tu's voice continued to explode, seriously injuring Luo Tian's mind. It had to be said that Luo Tian being able to escape for so long was beyond his expectations, but no matter where Luo Tian escaped to, he would catch him. The power of the 4 divine deity, he must obtain it. Luo Tian couldn't fuse with the new power, but he could. As long as he obtained the 4 divine deity, it would be fine. He wanted to open up the plane. He wanted to obtain stronger power, break through the shackles, and go to a higher plane. After a full day and night, Luo Tian was still running. However, the distance was getting closer and closer. Boom! The 3rd day, Luo Tian's body landed heavily, and he suddenly roared, Sector Beast, give me a Sector Beast! He came to the demon abyss. He kept rushing to the space-time crack. The man in the space-time crack heard Luo Tian's voice, and his body trembled. Ha! Did you finish the task so quickly? Ha ha ha! Good boy, I didn't misjudge you. Before he finished his words, he frowned again. What a strong power! At this moment, Hong Tu's power directly enveloped the demon abyss. Even the Sector Beast was trembling. Luo Tian, it's useless for you to escape here. Ha ha ha! Luo Tian was also furious. Hong Tu, wait until I fuse with the new power of law. I'll see if it's useful. I'll beat the shit out of your mouth. F***CK. You've been chasing me for so long. The space-time crack was getting closer and closer. Luo Tian had already seen the man standing in the space-time crack. The power of origin, a little power of origin, is enough. However, suddenly, a huge figure blocked his way. Chapter 1797. He caught up. Just a few hundred meters away, Luo Tian would be able to rush into the time and space crack. The laws were in chaos. Even the Supreme Divine King, Hong Tu, could not enter. Run. Let's see where you can run to. Hong Tu was flustered and exasperated, his entire body emitting flames of anger. An array of divine might came crashing down. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The divine might was like heavenly thunder as it heavily smashed into Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. Crack! Rumble! The dark vermilion bird was blasted into smithereens. The azure dragon died, the white tiger died, and even the black tortoise with the strongest defense spat out blood. After struggling for a while, Luo Tian smiled faintly and then also fell to the ground. Slowly, the dark 4 divine beasts' bloodline slowly disappeared from Luo Tian's body. Hatred soared to the sky. Luo Tian's eyes were bloodshot as he suddenly rushed forward and roared. Ah! Divine fire! God explosion. Dark mode. Ah! He unleashed all his strength. However, other than the divine fire that made Hong Tu frown slightly, he only waved his sleeve and dissolved all of Luo Tian's power. I told you it's useless. I know your strength like the back of my hand, so it can't cause me any harm. By the way, let me tell you something else. I have already absorbed your 4 great laws in the soul refining tower. Right now, I only lack the 4 divine deities in your sea of consciousness. As long as I occupy your body and completely control it, I will have the power of 4 divine deities. Luo Tian! What right do you have? What qualifications do you have to possess 4 divine deities? Only I am worthy of possessing them. I am the number 1 person in the divine realm, the strongest person. Only I have the qualifications to break through the shackles of the divine realm's laws, and enter a stronger plane. You, not worthy. Do you understand? Not worthy. Hong Tu looked down from above, coldly looking at Luo Tian, who was struggling at death's door on the ground. Luo Tian crawled up from the ground with difficulty and said, I'm not worthy, am I? I don't have the qualifications, right? Good. Didn't you want to obtain the power of the 4 divine deities? Take it then. Suddenly, Luo Tian said in a low voice, God's Park Fisher! There was no other way. There was really nothing he could do. Luo Tian had tried everything that could be done and used. He couldn't kill Hong Tuesday. His strongest strength seemed so weak in front of Hong Tuesday. He couldn't even deal a single damage. All of his attacks were misses. It was as if he had encountered an invincible boss. There was nothing he could do. Before his eyes, Hong Tu was an ultimate boss. Luo Tian's attacks all missed. No matter how much he increased his strength, no matter how much he changed, it was useless. Because this was the divine realm, a plane that belonged to Hong Tuesday. And where was the plane belonging to Luo Tian? Profound sky continent? Ancient continent? None of them. The plane belonging to Luo Tian was Earth. Only by returning to Earth and fully mastering the power of origin would he be able to fuse the new power of law and surpass Hong Tuesday. But returning to Earth? How was that possible? That was simply impossible. He had originally thought that he could kill the Supreme Divine King, complete the mission, and obtain the passage to return to Earth, bringing his wife and brothers back to his hometown to take a look. Even bringing his wife and brothers to fight in the game, letting them understand his uniqueness. But none of this could be done. Returning to Earth was too difficult. It was impossible. So, Luo Tian chose to self-destruct. It was only his last choice, a choice that he had no other choice. He would rather self-destruct than let Hong Tu obtain the power of his 4 gods park. Hong Tu's eyebrows tightened. With a slight movement of his mind, he looked shocked and suddenly shouted, You want to self-destruct? Luo Tian, everything you have is mine. If you want to self-destruct, then you have to ask me if I agree. Suddenly, Hong Tu's idea rushed into Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A powerful force shook violently, directly causing Luo Tian's idea to retreat. Self-destruct. Do you think I will let you self-destruct? Ha ha ha. Hong Tu laughed wildly and said, Do you feel very powerless? You can't even commit suicide. Isn't this feeling very good? Ha ha ha, hatred. Extreme hatred. He really couldn't even commit suicide. Luo Tian struggled, desperately attacking with his power, but it was completely useless. He couldn't break through the restraint of Hong Tu's power at all. Right at this moment, rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth shook violently. Countless sector beasts rushed out of the time and space crack. The golden sector beast and the chaos giant elephant roared, trampling on the earth and roaring in the sky. The man stood at the time and space crack, frowning, extremely worried. Brat, hold on. The sector beast roared. It crazily rushed toward Hong Tuesday. Hong Tu's eyebrows twitched. Looking at the time and space crack, he said coldly, You think you are so great? You dare to interfere in the affairs of the God realm. I will let you know the majesty of the number 1 master of the God realm. God King splits the sky. Rumble. There was a loud noise. The sky was cracking, and then the power of laws on Hong Tu's body became clear. It rushed into the cracked sky, and in a flash, it burst down like a heavy rainstorm. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The power of laws fell, and the moment they touched the sector beasts were instantly turned into ashes. The power of laws directly penetrated the demon abyss and burst out from the other side. The golden sector beast was fine. The chaos giant elephant was also fine. They were all killed instantly and turned into powder. The demon abyss was full of holes. The army of tens of thousands of sector beasts disappeared in just a few seconds. Hong Tu stared coldly at the man in the time and space crack and said coldly, "You want to devour the 10,000 worlds of the God realm? You are not qualified." The man in the time and space crack smiled and said, "Is that so?" Right at this moment, Hong Tu's face darkened. He turned around and found that Luo Tian was gone. "Ah!" he roared furiously, and the entire demon abyss was shaking violently. "Give me Luo Tian. Give him to me." The man laughed and said, "Aren't you the #1 master of the God realm? Aren't you arrogant? Don't you look down on the chaos realm? Come on, come and take him. With your cultivation level, if I could walk out of the time and space crack, you would be dead. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? I'll kill you." Just as he spoke, the underground of the time and space crack suddenly moved. An earth-drilling sector beast pushed Luo Tian out. Hong Tu saw the figure and stepped out. He instantly moved to the edge of the time and space crack and grabbed Luo Tian. At this moment, the man in the time and space crack didn't care about the power of laws. He reached out and grabbed Luo Tian. Ah! His arm trembled violently. His skin and flesh rotted, leaving only bones. At this moment, he dragged Luo Tian into the time and space crack. He kept spitting out blood. Hong Tu didn't catch Luo Tian. He was furious. "Luo Tian, you can't live either." At this moment, the remnant within Luo Tian's sea of consciousness suddenly exploded. This chapter is the final chapter of the God realm. The next chapter, Blow Up the Earth. Look forward to it. Chapter 1798. How powerful was the explosion of Hong Tu's will? Luo Tian had no way to block it. He did not try to block it either. He held the man's hand tightly and said, "Protect my body well. I will come back again. I will definitely come back again." He turned to Hong Tu, who was outside the space-time crack. "I will definitely come back." Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. His sea of consciousness suddenly exploded. His eyes bulged and his pupils slowly lost their luster. His body gradually stiffened. The space-time crack man grabbed Luo Tian and said, Brother, don't die, don't die. The mission I gave you hasn't been completed yet. You won't leave me here alone, will you? F***CK. What's going on?" The idea sensed slightly and found that Luo Tian was no longer breathing. The man exhaled, looked at his crippled arm, and turned to stand at the space-time crack. He stared at Hong Tu, who was furious to the extreme, and said coldly, F***CK, if I can enter this lower plane of yours, I will definitely beat the shit out of you. Hand over all heaven. Hand over all heaven. Hand him over. I want his godhood. Give him to me. I was so angry that he went berserk. The power of the divine king law on his body constantly rushed towards the space-time crack. But the moment his power entered the space-time crack, it was instantly crushed into powder, completely useless. Hong Tu was extremely mad. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he would lose Luo Tian. The only chance to possess multiple divine deity was missed just like that. The pain in his heart was even more unbearable than death. Now, Luo Tian was dead, and he had lost this opportunity. This was even more unbearable than killing him. Ah! Hong Tu roared towards the sky, and the power of law rushed into the sky, directly causing the demon abyss to explode. The entire plane continued to collapse, and in the end the core exploded. The entire demon abyss seemed to have been swallowed by a black hole. It twisted, rolled, and was swallowed. A second later, rumble, 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 all of it erupted out. A violent explosion was heard, and it swept through the entire divine realm, the ancient continent. Mother, I can sense it. Father's aura has truly disappeared. I can't sense his aura anymore. Mother, please let me go to the deity domain. I will definitely save Father. A cute 16-year-old girl tugged at Huang Fuya's arm and said anxiously. At this moment, tears welled up in Huang Fuya's eyes. She felt it as well. However, Huang Fuya squatted down and looked at the girl. "Nyo, your cultivation is still very weak. You only have the natural ruler's body. You haven't grasped your true divine power. If you want to avenge your father, you have to become stronger. Your enemies are very strong. You have to become stronger than everyone else. Only then can you avenge your father, do you understand?" The girl's eyes also became wet. She nodded heavily and said, "Mother, I will definitely become stronger. I will definitely avenge Father. I swear." The outer domain. Mother, Father's aura is gone. I want to go to the deity domain. I want to kill that dog, the supreme divine king. A youth exuded a surging killing intent. The killing intent enveloped the entire desolate plain, and even the air was crushed. Youth, natural divine king, Luo Tian and Lin Yu, Er's child. Lin Yu held back her tears. She looked at the youth and said, "Jing, I want you to remember that your enemy is the supreme divine king. From today onwards, you have to hide your cultivation and aura. I want you to enter the black hole abyss. I want you to break through, and break through again. Before you can kill the supreme divine king, don't ever come back." Mother. Tears welled up in the youth's eyes. Lin Yu suddenly shouted, "Don't cry. Crying is the most cowardly behavior." Mother, I won't cry. I will go to the black hole abyss now. I will definitely obtain stronger power. I will definitely avenge Father. Luo Jing clenched his fists. His nails dug into his flesh, and blood dripped from the gaps between his fingers. At this moment, Anai Shang and Ling Zixue were both in tears. Luo Jing said, "Auntie Little Mother, don't cry. I will definitely avenge Father. I definitely will." Boss. Luo Tian. Outer region, another plane. The news of Luo Tian's death had already spread here. Feng Lei looked up to the sky and cried bitterly. He continued to go crazy and go berserk. Yi Yunmeng, Qian, and Chun, Xian, and Li Shuer were the same. They were like people who had lost their souls. They stood there in a daze and did not come back to their senses for a full 3 days and 3 nights. They were thinking about Luo Tian. They missed him very much. Rumble. The patriarch of Mount Hua walked down from the heavenly worship. He was full of excitement. Ha. To be reborn after death. Good. Luo Tian, is this your turning point? Patriarch, what did you say? Feng Lei instantly rushed over. The patriarch of Mount Hua smiled and said, "Don't worry, Luo Tian won't die so easily. He will come back again." Ha. Fatty Lei's face was filled with shock. Patriarch, don't lie to me. The patriarch of Mount Hua smiled and said, "Do I look like I'm lying to you? He has already passed this calamity of death. He is indeed dead, but Luo Tian will come back. At that time, no one in the divine realm will be able to stop him. Just you wait." The 5 girls also rushed over. Really? Luo Tian really didn't die? The patriarch of Mount Hua smiled and said, "It's not that he didn't die, but that he will be resurrected. At that time, heaven and earth will definitely shake. An entire divine realm will tremble for him. Right now, what we need to do is to survive. I have already heard that Luo Tian has a child in the outer region. I will think of a way to bring the people of the ancient continent and Ling Zixue here. Then we will wait for Luo Tian's return together. In the past, he felt that Luo Tian had no chance at all. However, after Luo Tian died, the heavens moved, and he actually calculated Luo Tian's chance of survival. The patriarch of Mount Hua secretly said, "Luo Tian, I'm looking forward to your return." And then there was Luo Tian. The moment Hong Tu activated his idea to explode, the remnant soul reforging technique that he had been preparing all this time was activated by his last bit of will. Ding! Player Luo Tian has activated the remnant soul reforging technique. Ding! Remnant soul reforging has begun. 10 minutes later. Ding! The remnant soul has been successfully reforged, beginning the random plane. A few minutes later. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the rebirth plane Earth. Ding! System initialization 1% progress. Back to Earth. Chapter 1799. In another domain. In a black technology building. The owner of System Number 1 has returned to the Earth before he transmigrated. The scene froze in one place. Luo Tian was lying naked in the small forest. Master already knows and has already initialized his system. Will he be able to find out the source of the system in his mind? Don't worry. Earth is no longer the Earth before he transmigrated. The current Earth's danger level is not much better than the divine realms. Maybe he can help us test out more things. Do you want to provide him with help from the system? No need. The owner of System Number 1 has lasted the longest. The other system owners have all died, and for him to be able to return to Earth, he has already made a breakthrough. Let him freely control it. Don't disturb him too much. Understood? In the main control room, an old man looked at Luo Tian and muttered, "Luo Tian, how much more potential can you unleash?" Immediately after, the old man revealed a kind expression and muttered to himself, "Child, you must hold on." Earth. In the small forest near Thunder Academy. Hiss, hiss, it hurts. Luo Tian struggled for a moment, his head feeling like it was about to explode. This feeling was very familiar, as if he had experienced it before. Luo Tian looked at his surroundings and suddenly said, "Damn, I've transmigrated again. This feeling is simply unbearable." It was also at this time. Various scenes appeared in his mind. Battle report, battle report. China's defense line has been lost. Countless soldiers have died. Child, you can live here from now on. Your parents have gone to a very, very far place. Thunder Academy's first-year student. Class C is the worst, a burden. Luo Tian, why don't you go and die? You're dragging down our class's results again. If it wasn't for you, we would have been able to surpass Class B in this exam. You really are a useless piece of trash. Luo Tian, wait for me in the forest tonight. Help, help. Someone is molesting me. How dare you molest Lu Feifei? You must be tired of living. Even my woman is touched. Beat him hard. Take off his clothes. Let's see how he can walk out of here. Ha ha ha. Go and report to the teacher, Luo Tian. This time you are finished. You will definitely be expelled from the school. The scene was forced into Luo Tian's mind. Facing everything in his mind, Luo Tian spat out a word fiercely. F***CK. China region? Earth? Suddenly, Luo Tian's eyes narrowed as he desperately tried to recall. More and more memories appeared in his mind. At the same time, he became more and more shocked. He shook his head and bitterly said, No, how could this be? My mother, my Ozawa-sensei, my Hada-sensei, how can you leave me? Year 4098 of the new era. What era is this? Even in Luo Tian's memory, there was no understanding of Earth's past. In short, this was a brand new world. The entire Earth was divided into China region, Japan region, South Asia region, Pacific region, North America region, Europe region. There were also a few uninhabited areas. However, here humans were extremely weak. The entire world was filled with magical beasts. These magical beasts drilled out from the black hole and crazily devoured everything. They constantly attacked the humans' defense line. Slowly, the hidden abilities of humans were stimulated. The ancient martial arts families began to rise. The ancient martial arts cultivators of the Huaxia region, the ability users of the South Asia region, the demonic beast warriors of the Japan region, the biochemical warriors of the North America region, the vampire families of the Europe region. All of them rose rapidly in this era and quickly established a new order. Following the rise of the ancient martial arts families, China region nurtured various youths with potential. Using various academies and dojos, they continuously trained powerful ancient warriors and sent them to the front lines. The Thunder Academy that Luo Tian was in was the Ancient Martial Arts Academy of China region. Has it already become like this? Luo Tian sat on the ground and laughed bitterly. When he first entered the divine realm and discovered that the profound sky continent had changed, he had vaguely guessed that Earth would not change. It was just that he did not expect that after he left Earth, Earth would experience the same things as in the apocalypse movies, exceeding his expectations. Forget it. I am already a stranger to Earth. The only reason I am here is for the source energy. Luo Tian thought of Hong Tu, clenched his fists tightly and muttered, "Once I obtain enough source energy, I will kill my way back." The idea moved. Hiss! Luo Tian could not sense his sea of consciousness. What's going on? Why can't I even sense my sea of consciousness? Where is my four divine kings' godhead? He couldn't sense it. He couldn't even sense his sea of consciousness. Luo Tian was a little flustered. Isn't it a remnant soul, recast? Then my cultivation should still be there. He tried to sense it, but there was nothing. The power in his body was extremely small, almost impossible to sense. My power. Where's my divine power? Luo Tian was a little crazy. He did not want to stay here any longer. He wanted to fuse with the source energy and then return to the divine realm to kill Hong Tu, but he actually did not have any cultivation at all. Then, Luo Tian's eyes suddenly widened in shock. God F***CK, you're 18 generations of ancestors. Do you want me to start all over again? Your sister. I'll start all over again with your family's women. He was furious. He was very excited to be able to return to Earth because this was his source planet, allowing him to fuse with the source energy and then fuse with the power of the four divine deity through the source energy. But now, his cultivation was gone. His divine deity was gone, and he only had a pair of pants left on his body, not even a strand of hair. Xiao Bai didn't have it. No bloodline, no cultivation method. The holy artifact that he had refined did not have it either. Everything was gone. Right now, it was as if he had just transmigrated to the profound sky continent. He had nothing. Suddenly, Luo Tian's brows twitched. System. As long as the system is here, I can rise up again. The system became Luo Tian's life-saving straw. As long as the system was here, relying on his experience in the divine realm, he would be able to quickly rise up, break through the shackles, and return to the divine realm. The idea moved and poured into his mind. Ding! The system is initializing. A progress bar appeared in Luo Tian's mind, slowly moving. Progress, 89%. Fortunately, as long as the system is here, there is hope. Luo Tian sat on the ground and looked at the night sky. He no longer had any nostalgia for this unfamiliar Earth. Shua, wait for me. Yeah, wait for me. I will definitely return as soon as possible, I swear. He couldn't wait to rush back to the divine realm. This place was too unfamiliar. Luo Tian wanted to return to the divine realm. He desperately wanted to, but he couldn't. His cultivation, his strength, were all telling him that he couldn't do anything if he went back. Suddenly, ding! System initialization complete. Thank you to monopolize the world. Surname is Jen. Name is Chong. Name is Savage. Green grass, love, little mood, and you always say scram? I owe you a favor that I can't repay. Thank you for your support, brothers. Chapter 1800. Ding. System initialization complete. Ding. Do you want to check? The familiar system beep made Luo Tian extremely confident the idea moved. Check. Player, Luo Tian level. Level 1 warrior experience. 0/50 true chi. 0 martial skills. None luck value. 0 charm value. 0 energy values. 100 points. System initialization. Damn. What's the difference between this and a new account in the game? This is the initialization of your system. Luo Tian was very unhappy. What a *king scam. Although he was unhappy. But even if he was unhappy, as long as the system was here, Luo Tian believed that with his ability, he would definitely rise quickly. It was also at this time. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the system and obtaining the novice gift pack. Luo Tian laughed bitterly, as expected of a novice. The idea moved and opened the red, shiny novice gift pack. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining fundamental fist technique. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining dagger. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining cloth clothes. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining golden sore medicine. Huff. Luo Tian let out a deep breath, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Novice gift pack, can't you give me something good? This is not a game, it's a world of man eating man, do you understand? Even though he said that, Luo Tian still put on the cloth clothes, and the idea moved. Cultivate! Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating the fundamental fist technique. An additional set of cultivation techniques appeared in the cultivation method column. It was also at this time. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A mosquito buzzed beside his ear. Luo Tian slapped it. Even you are bullying lousy, right? Pa. A mosquito was slapped to death. The system sounded out. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing mosquito for gaining 1 experience point. Ding. Do you want to release the energy value? Huh. Luo Tian was a little confused and said subconsciously, release. His energy value instantly dropped to 0 points, followed by a system notification. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing mosquito and obtaining the ancient martial art, 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. In an instant, Luo Tian was dumbfounded. He didn't understand. He stared at the ancient book in his mind. The ancient book had the words 18 Dragon Subduing Palms written on it. This surprise came too suddenly. I can't react. Demigods and semi-devils. The Legend of the Condor Heroes? Qiao Feng? Hong Qigong? Or Guijing? These were all fine. What Luo Tian couldn't understand the most was that he had only killed a mosquito that gave a little experience, but it had actually dropped a god-level ancient martial art. Moreover, it was a god-level skill that only existed in novels. 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. This was too inconceivable. Luo Tian was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he immediately checked the attributes of his energy value. Energy value. Killing magical beasts could be obtained. Killing people could also be obtained. Killing people outside of China region would give double the energy value. 100 points of energy value could be released, triggering the striking attribute. The drop rate increased by 10,000 times. It could only be used once a day. Oh my God! The drop rate increased by 10,000 times. What kind of concept is this? Luo Tian was completely excited this time. This was the first time he was so excited after returning to Earth. If killing a mosquito can drop a god-level ancient martial art, then what can killing a magical beast drop? Gudong! Luo Tian was excited, his blood was boiling. What a heaven-defying attribute. With this, I can kill my way back to the divine realm even faster. Ha ha ha, then. With a thought, Luo Tian said, "Cultivate." Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating the ancient martial art. 18 Dragon, subduing palms. Cultivation method. 18 Dragon, subduing palms cooldown. 3 minutes consumption. 0 points. Using the true Qi to release this technique will double the damage. The more true Qi injected, the higher the damage. Proficiency. 01000 description. This technique has 18 moves. When cultivated to the peak, one can release a golden dragon to fight for them. Its power has increased by 10 times. Good lord! As expected of the 18 dragons subduing palms, Luo Tian became excited. He looked at the small forest. The surroundings were pitch black and immediately moved, releasing the 18 dragons subduing palms. Roar! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! With a palm strike, a tree as thick as a thigh was broken. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Mosquito for obtaining 1 experience. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Mosquito for obtaining 1 experience. He also killed 2 mosquitoes along the way. Good. From now on, I, Luo Tian, will make the earth tremble for me. Luo Tian clenched his fists, constantly searching for mosquitoes, killing any mosquitoes he saw, and releasing the basic fist technique every time. As a game player, he understood the importance of this basic technique. The higher the level of the basic fist technique, the stronger the power released when practicing the fist technique in the future. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Mosquito for obtaining 1 experience. Ding! Ding! Luo Tian continued to kill. The only pity was that mosquitoes were not magical beasts and did not have an energy value increase. Otherwise, they would definitely explode. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Mosquito for obtaining 1 experience. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Level 2 Warrior. Level 2 Warrior. Continue to kill. As long as there was a small bug with HP bar, he would not let it go. At the first glimmer of dawn. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Mosquito for obtaining 1 experience. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Level 2 Warrior. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the title Mosquito Terminator, obtaining 100 experience, 10 True Breath, 10 energy values as a reward. Mosquito's experience is 0. Mosquitoes are insulators. They definitely won't dare to approach you. You can get energy values by obtaining a title? Looks like I can't miss out on any titles in the future. Luo Tian glanced at the small forest. He had killed all that he could, and now the mosquitoes were useless to him. Go back to school, pack up, go home. There was still something in the classroom that he had to take away. In his memory, that thing was something that his parents had left for him. This thing was a bit strange, and it gave Luo Tian a very unusual feeling. As for continuing to study, Luo Tian had never thought of continuing to read. With the system, he could quickly level up and find a way to fuse with the source energy. He walked to the school gate. Su Hua rubbed Lu Fei Fei and laughed. Don't worry, today the form teacher will expel that trash Luo Tian. He will never drag our class down again. At this moment, isn't that Luo Tian? He's the one who molested Lu Fei Fei. You still have the nerve to go back to school? How shameless. I heard that her sister rushed to school before dawn. She probably went to beg Teacher Wu. Su Hua turned his head to look. Lu Fei Fei said angrily, "Look at him, isn't he still fine? How did you guys do it yesterday?" Su Hua was instantly enraged. He raised his fist and rushed towards Luo Tian. Good night. Chapter 1801. I didn't kill you yesterday, and you dare to come again today? I think you're tired of living. As soon as Su Hua's voice fell, His fist rushed to the front of Luo Tian. At this moment, ding! See the weakness? Left armpit. Attack damage increased by 50% combined with the player's body movement. Success rate 70%. Crotch. Attack damage increased by 80% combined with the player's speed. Success rate 40%. Huh. Luo Tian's heart trembled. The system can see the weakness. Half a second before the system prompt sounded, his eyes flashed with a red light as if he was scanning, and it took half a second to see Su Hua's weakness. The system had evolved. Who said it was initialized? It was completely evolving. 70% success rate under the armpit. 40% success rate under the crotch, hee. Luo Tian sneered. Facing Su Hua's fist, the speed of a level 2 warrior was suddenly released. Without waiting for the fist to fall, he suddenly lifted his leg. Bang! Get lost, Luo Tian said coldly. He didn't even look at Su Hua, who clamped his legs tightly and slowly squatted down. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even scream. So handsome. Is that really Luo Tian? That kick was so cool. I felt a sharp pain in my crotch. At the school gate, many students stared at Luo Tian. That kick just now was exceptionally gorgeous, especially Luo Tian's incomparably cold expression, which made some girls instantly become infatuated. Luo Tian walked to Lu Feifei's side, suddenly grabbed her shoulder and pulled her into his arms, and said coldly in her ear, "Don't provoke me again, or you will die." Finished. His right hand loosened, and he strode into the school. Lu Feifei's body was trembling. Her face was pale, and the moment Luo Tian grabbed her shoulder, she had a feeling that she was going to die, and Luo Tian's cold voice kept echoing in her mind like the voice of death. Terrifying. Incomparably terrifying. Lu Feifei didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Even if Luo Tian walked far away, she didn't dare to look at him. His original arrogance had disappeared. What replaced it was fear. Luo Tian, I won't let you off. Su Hua clenched his thighs and couldn't stand steadily. He stared at the direction Luo Tian disappeared and said fiercely. He didn't enter the school, but left and went to another place. Who was Su Hua? He was the young master of the Su group in Divine Sea City. He absolutely could not swallow the humiliation of being humiliated in front of so many people. If he didn't get back at them, he wouldn't give up. Academic Affairs Office. Director Wu, what do I have to do to not expel my brother? Li Han asked. To her, Luo Tian was everything. For Luo Tian, staying in the Thunder Dojo was everything. This was related to Luo Tian's future. If he couldn't graduate from the Thunder Academy, he wouldn't even be able to find a decent job. In this doomsday-like world, a graduation certificate from the Martial Arts Academy was more important than anything. Li Yihan didn't care about herself, but Luo Tian just couldn't do it. His parents were once heroes of Divine Sea City. They were both super soldiers. Their son could not even graduate. If that was the case, Li Yihan wouldn't forgive herself. Wu Hoxiong said solemnly, Luo Tian's mistake this time, expelling him from the school, is already a light punishment. Do you know who the Lu family is? Do you know who the Su family is? If it wasn't for the fact that Luo Tian's parents were once heroes of Divine Sea City, he would still be imprisoned, molested a female classmate, and injured a classmate. Why do you think the heroic parents gave birth to such a trash son? Pa! Li Han immediately gave Wu Hoxiong a slap and said angrily, You King dare to call me trash again. It's not up to you to say what my brother is, you piece of shit. How much benefits did the Lu family and the Su family give you? A slap landed on the dean's face. It was incomparably domineering. Li Yihan said angrily, Are you retarded? My brother was just framed. Anyone with a brain would know that. Now that my brother is missing, I suspect that the Lu and Su families kidnapped him. My brother went missing in your class. I'll tell the reporters tomorrow that you're in cahoots with the Lu and Su families and that he's the hero's son. This matter will definitely cause repercussions. When the time comes and things get out of hand, I think you won't even be able to keep your position as the director. Shrew, scoundrel! Wu Hoxiong said heavily. The feeling of being slapped was not good. Moreover, Li Yihan had spoken of his pain. He had indeed received a lot of benefits from the Lu and Su families. Li Yihan said valiantly, "It's up to you to decide whether you want to fire me or not. If you fire me, then I won't let you off. If you don't fire me, then I'll pretend that nothing happened today. As for your bribery, I won't tell anyone." Looking at Wu Hoxiong's expression, she had guessed correctly. Wu Hoxiong was extremely angry, but he was also helpless and said, "All right, Li Yihan, you're awesome enough, but let me say this first. If anything happens to your brother in the Thunder Academy, don't blame me for not warning you. You are very clear about the power of the Su and Lu families in the Divine Sea City." Li Yihan's eyes darkened and said, "As long as you don't expel my brother from school, you don't have to worry about anything else. As for the Su and Lu families, I will talk to them myself." Wu Hoxiong snorted and said, "Let me remind you, heroes are worthless in this era. Not many people will remember the heroes of the past. The heroes of the past, do you understand? If Luo Tian has the ability, then let him rise up on his own. Tis-K." He emphasized the words heroes of the past. Indeed, the Heroes' Memorial Hall in the Divine Sea City was already covered in a layer of dust, and no one had cleaned it for a long time. Li Yihan frowned and walked out of the Academic Affairs office. Wu Hoxiong said loudly, "You will not be expelled from school, but you will be given a big demerit. Furthermore, you will have to reflect in front of the entire school's teachers and students. You must do it next Monday." Li Yihan did not turn around. He extended a hand and raised his middle finger. That was how domineering he was. Luo Tian walked back to the classroom, based on his memory. After finding what he was looking for in his desk, he walked out. "Brother Tian, where are you going?" A skinny man asked. The skinny man's name was Shou Ho, and he could be considered Luo Tian's best friend. Luo Tian laughed and said, "I'm not studying anymore. What's the point of studying?" Shou Ho was stunned. He suddenly felt that Luo Tian was too domineering and his words were too awesome. But then, Shou Ho's face darkened and his eyes moved. He stared behind Luo Tian and kept giving him a look. Luo Tian said, "Do your eyes hurt?" At this time, a mosquito-like voice sounded. "Luo Tian, behind you, your sister is here." "My sister?" Luo Tian trembled slightly, and suddenly a chill seeped out from his back. In his mind, his sister Li Yihan's incomparably valiant posture appeared, and immediately he cried out in his heart, "Oh no! Thank you, Shaoxi, for your 1888 reward and support. Thank you, Formatted Thoughts, Broken Feelings, Evil Prince, Green Grass for your reward and support." Chapter 1802. This is bad. Luo Tian's chrysanthemum tightened. Without waiting for him to react, Li Yihan kicked him on the butt and scolded angrily, "You don't study? Let's see if you study today." Luo Tian fell to the ground with a single kick. Luo Tian quickly crawled up and immediately said, Sis, listen to me, hey. Li Yihan walked to the back of the classroom, picked up the broom, and angrily walked to Luo Tian's side. "If you don't study, I'll smack your butt." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The other students in the classroom all laughed out loud. Li Yihan's eyes darkened. She suddenly stared and shouted, "What are you laughing at? You bunch of brats, if you dare to laugh again, I'll take care of you all as well." Then the broom pointed at Luo Tian and said, "I'm only asking you one question. Do you want to study or not?" Luo Tian was truly afraid of this sister and said, "Sis, listen to me. Even if I don't study, I can still stand out. Isn't it just Thunder Academy? With my talent, I can destroy it any time. Hey. Don't make a move." Ah. Li Yihan did not hesitate in the slightest. She also felt that it was strange. Luo Tian was different from before. In the past, he did not dare to contradict her at all. What was going on today? It was as if he was a completely different person when he said that he would destroy the Thunder Academy. Ding! Weakness detected. Scanning. With the player's current cultivation, there are no weaknesses. Holy **T. Luo Tian was puzzled. This sister actually doesn't have any weaknesses. Of course. This was also because his cultivation was low, only a second-level warrior. As for Li Yihan, professional mercenary group, 8th level warrior. It was just that her so-called strength of an 8th level warrior was not officially recognized, and the mercenary group she was in was not registered either. It was a black group that specialized in accepting missions that regular mercenary groups would not accept. Li Yihan's biggest reason was that she did not have a graduation certificate from the Academy of Martial Arts, and no regular mercenary group took her in. Therefore, she knew the importance of a degree. Even if you graduated from a trashy martial arts school, you would still be able to find a decent job. Unlike her, who specialized in extremely dangerous missions and lived her life on the edge of a knife. To read or not to read. If you don't study today, I will break your legs. Li Yihan was really angry this time. She could do anything but not study. Luo Tian said seriously, read. How could a hardworking person like me not study? I want to be a top student. I want to be a pillar of society. Sister, don't worry. I will study hard. He made it sound as if he was a youth with a 5th gear. After that, Luo Tian said fawningly, Sister, can you take the broom off my neck now? So many students are watching. Li Yihan moved her arm and kept the broom. Then, she threw it to the corner of the classroom. Pa! He accurately threw it into the broom bucket. Wow! Amazing! Too awesome! It's 100% accurate. All the students were stunned. Following that, Li Yihan carried Luo Tian out of the classroom. Her expression changed and became gentle as she said, Take this money first. I have to go on a mission on Saturday and Sunday. You stay at home and practice your homework properly. Do you understand? Then she patted off the dust on Luo Tian's body and said with a bit of heartache, Did Big Sis hurt you? Luo Tian choked with sobs, shook his head and said, It doesn't hurt. Li Yihan laughed and said, Little Tian, you must be like your parents and become the hero of the Divine Sea City. They are all watching you from the sky. The old man is also watching you from the sky. You must live well. Luo Tian couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, unable to say a word. Li Yihan walked a few steps, then turned her head and said, I've helped you settle the matter that happened last night. You can focus on your studies and don't run around at night. That Lu Feifei from the Lu family is just average. Next time Big Sis comes back, I'll bring you a beautiful one. Luo Tian's eyes shook. Really? Li Yihan stared at him and said, A beautiful blow-up doll. Luo Tian was directly speechless. What Big Sis? Li Yihan turned around and waved her hand, saying, Study well. After saying this, she quickly left Thunder Academy. With no other choice, Luo Tian could only return to the classroom. If he dared not return, with his understanding of Li Yihan, she really would break his legs. Sigh. Just thinking about studying gives me a headache. Damn, did I transmigrate back to study? Luo Tian muttered in his heart. In his previous life, he was a bad student on Earth, going in one ear and out the other. The things that the teachers said were completely incomprehensible to him. Every time during the exam, he would copy if he could, but if he couldn't copy, he would just blindly guess. Sitting in the classroom, Luo Tian's entire body was powerless, and his heart began to feel nervous. Skinny Monkey's face was full of excitement, saying, Brother Tian, your big sis is too valiant. Just now, I received news that she beat up the academic affairs office head Wu Hoxiong. Too cool, if only I had a big sis like this. Skinny Monkey wasn't good at anything else, but he was good at gathering information. There was nothing in Thunder Academy that he didn't know. Luo Tian rolled his eyes at Skinny Monkey and said, "When you get beaten up, you won't think that having a valiant big sis is good or bad." Right at this moment, Lu Feifei walked into the classroom with a face full of anger. Behind her were a few ruffian-looking youths. The youths looked at Luo Tian and whispered a few words to each other, and then left. Skinny Monkey stared at Lu Feifei's **** face, as if he had done something to Lu Feifei. With a face full of satisfaction, he muttered, "What a great figure! Look at those high and protruding breasts. I really want to grab them a few times." Luo Tian said, "Go ahead." Skinny Monkey smiled weakly. "I am only a level 1 warrior. Lu Feifei is a level 2 warrior. Before I even got close to her, I was thrown out by her. Moreover, Lu family has great power in Divine Sea City. If I offend her, I won't have a good life in the next life." Luo Tian said with disdain, "Gutless. Do you want me to talk to you? Forget it." Thinking about his sister, Li Yihan's fiendish appearance, Luo Tian did not want to cause any more trouble. Then, Skinny Monkey said in a low voice, "Brother Tian, those ruffians just now are from the Unparalleled Gang on Roland Street. Why are they here at school? And during the day, don't the school guards care? Why didn't Su Hua come? Holy ***T. Brother Tian, the person who kicked Su Hua's egg at the school gate this morning, couldn't be, right?" Skinny Monkey stared at Luo Tian in shock. Luo Tian said, "He's courting death. He's lucky that I didn't kick him to death." Skinny Monkey's face twitched as he looked at Luo Tian as if he was looking at a monster and said, "You defeated Su Hua in one move. Brother Tian, are you on drugs? You're too strong, but you're in danger. Thank you, Nan Yuan Bei Ming, for your support." Chapter 1803. Shou Ho said in a low voice, "Brother Tian, Su Hua knows the Peerless Gang. Since you hit him, he must have gone to look for the Peerless Gang. Those ruffians just now were here to see your face. They will definitely stop you after school this afternoon." "Block me? Black Society." Luo Tian could not help but find it funny and said, "Let them come and block me. I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to find a place to level up. I also need to find a chance to accumulate energy values." Thinking about how he had killed a mosquito last night to obtain the 18 dragon subduing palms, he felt a little excited. Ancient martial arts cultivation world, right? I will explode all the divine arts in martial arts novels. Destroy this world. Skinny Monkey was stunned and said, "Brother Tian, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand a single word? Level up? Martial arts novel? I've never heard of any of these before. Could it be that you were beaten senseless last night? Oh, let's just talk about the Unparalleled Gang. Don't provoke them. Master Wu Shuang is a level 6 kill, much stronger than us. I'll take you to walk on the path after school in the afternoon." It's decided then. After he finished speaking, the bell rang outside the classroom. Skinny Monkey also quickly returned to his seat and said to Luo Tian, "Don't mess around in the form teacher's class. He is Su Hua's uncle." Ring, ring, ring. Luo Tian's body trembled as he jumped in fright. He had an innate fear of the bell and sighed in his heart, "Sigh, this is really going to kill me." Following that, he was too lazy to care so much. He casually took a book and placed it in front of the desk, then laid on the desk and slept. He was too sleepy after a busy night last night. While sleeping, he thought about how to level up. Where in the Divine Sea City are there magical beasts to kill? Just killing these mosquitoes. The insects level up too slowly. When will I be able to sense the source energy? Sigh. How did the Earth become like this? I wonder if the island country will still make movies. Teacher Bo Duo's movie should be passed down for 1,000 years, right? It would be great if I could watch it again. It used to be my favorite. Luo Tian thought about it and fell asleep. In his sleep, he stared at the computer screen, watching the battle between Mao Zedong and Mao Zedong. He couldn't help but drool. Too lousy. 5 seconds is too hard. Scram. Let me do it. In his sleep, Luo Tian raised his gun and was about to rush forward. Pa! The blackboard eraser hit him on the head. Luo Tian suddenly stood up and said angrily, F***CK. Who the F***CK wants to die? Everyone suddenly fell silent. Everyone turned to stare at Luo Tian. The skinny monkey was also dumbfounded. Su Yuantong's eyes turned ferocious as he stared at Luo Tian. What did you just say? Luo Tian said softly, I didn't say anything. I was just talking in my sleep. Sleep talking. You dare to sleep in my class? Luo Tian, you really have guts. Su Yuantong was secretly furious. There was actually someone who slept in his class and said disdainfully, Luo Tian, if you don't study, then get out of here. If it wasn't for you dragging the class back in last month's exam, would our class have lost to Class B? He did not win the exam. This caused Su Yuantong to lose a sum of money, and he was extremely unhappy in his heart. When the word trash came out, Luo Tian also frowned and said, Who are you calling trash? Su Yuantong sneered and said, You're not trash. All right, you're not trash. Now, tell me how to mobilize all the power in your body to gather at one point and how to maximize your power. If you can't say it, then I'll show you today. The classroom was in an uproar. They were all beginners and they were all low-level warriors. They didn't know anything about the control, release, and circulation of power. This kind of question was simply impossible for them to answer. Even Su Yuantong himself couldn't explain it clearly. Just at this time, a female classmate blocked herself with a textbook, turned around and looked at Luo Tian and said in a very low voice, Power comes from the heart. Power follows the heart. Power. Luo Tian looked at her and felt that she looked a bit familiar. She looked like Hyuga Hinata in Naruto. She had a weak appearance. At first, when Li Yihan stood behind Luo Tian, she also whispered to remind him. Luo Tian smiled at her. Su Yuantong snorted and said, You can still smile? You can't answer, right? If you can't answer, then get out of here. From today on, you will be punished to stand on the playground. Trash! Not waiting for Su Yuantong to finish, Luo Tian said confidently, Power comes from the heart, moves according to the heart, and flows into the dantian. The dantian revolves, whether it's a fist, a palm, a finger, or any part of your body. The key lies in the process of the power rotation in the dantian. Don't rush to control it. Familiarize yourself with it. Integrate your heart into the power and treat it as a part of your body. Power needs to be cultivated, and more importantly, it needs to be cultivated by oneself. Power does not lie in fierceness, but in softness. The whole class was dumbfounded. Even Su Yuantong looked at Luo Tian with a dumbfounded expression, a little unable to recover. These things were something that even he could not say, and said, Then how to maximize the release of power? Luo Tian despised in his heart. What level of plane is the earth? Don't you even know the most basic laws of power? All right, then let Master Luo solve your doubts. Immediately, Luo Tian continued, Every part of the body is connected. One move will affect the whole body. These are the most basic. The power is divided into many parts, such as the power of the earth. The power is born from the earth. Through your legs to your waist, fist, palm, it can be any part of the body. Activating it is very simple. Just burst it out. Heavenly Book. Absolute Heavenly Book. All 40 students and a teacher looked completely stupid, looking at Luo Tian as if listening to a heavenly book. For a long time, they could not recover. Finally, the skinny monkey slapped his thigh. Damn, Brother Tian, you're really a god. The girl who looked like Hyuga Hinata worshipped Luo Tian even more. The whole class was in an uproar, whispering to each other. According to what he said, what teacher Su said before was wrong. What was he talking about just now? I don't understand a word. What power of the earth? Can you absorb power from the ground? I heard the adults say that there are really strong people who can get power from the depths of the earth. Su Yuantong's face was a little embarrassed. These students did not understand. But he knew a lot. Those real cultivators could really get power from the depths of the earth. Just like what Luo Tian said, but this kind of control can only be controlled by the strong cultivators. Low-level warriors can't even think about it. Although Luo Tian was right, Su Yuantong was even more unhappy and sneered. Since you can say this, then you can definitely do it. Now show us. Luo Tian, if you can't do it today, then you are just making things up to fool me, and the consequences will be more serious than standing as a punishment. Su Yuantong sneered in his heart. What can a piece of trash like you do even if you know the theory? It's impossible to do it. Power comes from the heart. It's the same as giving birth to a fart. And Chapter 1804. Outside the classroom stood an old man around 60 years old. The old man was walking past the classroom and just happened to hear Luo Tian talk about controlling and releasing power. His face sank, and he was incomparably shocked in his heart. Does Thunder Academy still have martial artists with the potential to cultivate? Even though Su Yuantong's request was excessive, but he did not stop it, because he also wanted to see if Luo Tian could really do it. Su Yuantong's face was full of disdain as he said, I don't know where you got these messy theories from, but theories are theories, and in this world, practice is everything. If you are unable to do what you said today, then you'll have 0 points in my class this semester. What did 0 mean? Recultivate. Moreover, he was unable to level up and was still in his first year. None of this mattered. To Luo Tian, it didn't matter what he read, but if his sister found out, she would at least break his legs. Luo Tian was not in a hurry to step forward. He smiled and said, What if I can do it? Su Yuantong said, From today onwards, you don't have to attend my classes, and I will give you full marks. All right. This was exactly what Luo Tian wanted and said, You're the one who said it. The entire class can testify to it. Then, Luo Tian walked out and walked to the podium. His body sank slightly, his feet taking root, and his power seemed to seep into the ground. Slowly, Luo Tian adjusted his breathing, closed his eyes slightly, and entered a world of power. Every part of his body, every pore, was slowly gathering power in his senses. Su Yuantong urged, Luo Tian, are you done yet? It was also at this moment that Luo Tian's eyes suddenly opened wide, his right fist moved, and suddenly punched out. Buzz! A series of wind-breaking sounds could be heard in the air. Immediately afterwards, Luo Tian's fist smashed onto the lectern, causing it to tremble violently. What was strange was that it didn't fly out but rather trembled. Su Yuantong's eyes tightened, and he shouted, What the hell? The moment he walked to the lectern. Walala, walala! The lectern shattered into pieces, and dust flew all over Su Yuantong's face. More importantly, he was so scared that he trembled, and directly fell to the ground, looking extremely miserable. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! The entire class burst into laughter. Su Yuantong was incomparably furious. Luo Tian, you actually dared to sneak attack teacher. I think you brat are not waiting for him to finish. Luo Tian's words with Luo Tian's to Luo Tian's, let's go play. This caused all the students in the class to feel envious. At the same time, everyone had doubts in their hearts. How did he release that power just now? How did Luo Tian do it? Isn't he? How did he? Lu Feifei was also looking at Luo Tian's back curiously. She seemed to be thinking about something. Skinny Monkey was the craziest. Brother Tian, you're too awesome. Luo, Su Yuantong stood up and shouted, All of you, quiet down. Looking at Luo Tian's disappearing figure, he said, Luo Tian, if you dare to embarrass me, you will get 0 points in my class this semester. Teacher Su, you were the one who said that you would give Luo Tian a full score. That's right, you can't go back on your word, right? That's right, shouldn't teachers be role models? If you don't keep your word, then what kind of teacher are you? Many people worshipped Luo Tian in their hearts. and many of them spoke up for Luo Tian. Su Yuantong frowned and was about to flare up. Seeing the principal's figure outside the window, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "Let's continue with the class." Good boy." Zhuge Wu's face was filled with excitement, his mind constantly replaying the moment when Luo Tian exerted his strength. Power is born from the heart and moves according to the heart. This is only the initial stage. True power can be moved at will. It can be the power of the earth, any elemental power, or even directly obtain power from the air. He can actually obtain the power of the earth, the talent of a cultivator. Ha ha ha. I never thought that my Thunder Academy would produce a cultivator. Ha ha ha. Old Devil Shui, I will completely defeat you in this year's Academy competition. Zhuge Wu looked at Luo Tian's back and revealed a wretched smile. I've picked up a treasure. Ha ha. Divine King Realms Cultivation. The power of 3 divine, King Divine Deity. If he didn't even know how to control power, then Luo Tian would have wasted his time in the divine realm. I never thought that the cultivation on Earth would be so low-end. Luo Tian muttered as he passed through the field and looked at the small forest on the other side. There should be some insects to kill. Experience. What kind of experience can I get in this school? He searched around the small forest for a while. After killing all the insects that he could kill, his cultivation was about to reach level 3 warrior. Too slow. Outside the small forest was a special building. Luo Tian was stunned. Gravity training hall? In his memory, any academy or dojo would have a gravity training hall. This kind of gravity training room was made of a special space and could change the gravity of the earth. It was very difficult to train in the gravity training room, but it was the best place for a beginner warrior to train. Train, pay up. A field manager blocked Luo Tian's path. 2 times gravity room, 500 yuan for 2 hours. For times 1,000 yuan, 8 times 10,000 yuan for 1 hour. Damn, isn't it too expensive? Luo Tian muttered as he took out the pocket money that Li Yihan gave him. It was exactly 500 yuan. If he used it all, then he would have to starve for 2 days. Let's not care about that first. I won't starve to death. 2 times gravity room. After receiving the money, the field manager faintly said, "With your cultivation, you can only last 10 minutes in the 2nd level gravity room. But I have to remind you that if you come out of the room, you can't go back in and you can't get a refund." Luo Tian stared at him. "Damn, you didn't say that at the beginning. Now that you've received the money, you're telling me that I can't withstand it?" The field manager sneered. "Without a fool like you, how can the gravity room make money?" "I'll throw your mother away," Luo Tian angrily shouted. The field manager angrily said, "Say that again." Luo Tian had already said it 10,000 times in his heart. "I've already paid. Why aren't you opening the gravity room for me?" 3rd gravity room. Start the countdown. Luo Tian found the 3rd gravity room and stepped in. Suddenly he felt his body sink. A strong pressure, crazily, rushed into his body. Kacha, kacha, kacha. He could hear the continuous cracking sounds from his joints. His body felt like it was about to be crushed. It was only 2 times the gravity outside, but it actually had such a strong pressure. Even walking in the gravity room was difficult. How could he train in such a place? It was more difficult than difficult, but Luo Tian was very clear that this kind of gravity was crazily tempering his body. His body would become stronger and stronger. Ding! Suddenly a notification sound rang. "Thank you to A Small Mood, Confused Reality, Golden Feather X Dark Curse. And thank you, brothers, for your support. Your support is my motivation to continue writing. Thank you." Chapter 1805. Suddenly, a system notification sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for plus 100 experience points, plus 1 weapon points. Why did it add experience points? It was too sudden. He did not expect it at all. There were no missions, no hunting of demon beasts. How could killing people increase his experience points? Immediately after, Luo Tian immediately checked the gravity room through the system. Gravity space. Player will receive 100 experience points and 1 weapon point for 10 seconds. The longer the duration, the more experience points. The stronger the gravity of the gravity room, the more experience points. Notification. The highest limit of the gravity room training is a level 9 warrior. Looking at this series of descriptions, Luo Tian was stunned. He had tried countless ways to level up, killing people, killing monsters, completing missions, and even having sex to level up. However, he had never experienced being able to level up just by gaining experience points in the gravity room. Is this really the gravity room? It's completely my experience room. Ding. Increase 100 experience points, 1 weapon points. What is weapon points? Immediately, Luo Tian checked again. Weapon points. Exchange for hot weapons, ancient martial weapons. It was a type of weapon exchange system, but it was divided into 2 types. One was an advanced technological weapon, which was definitely a firearm. Ancient martial weapons were cold weapons. Golden Alaska, 100 points. Thunder Dragon Heavy Sniper Rifle, 8,000 points. Laser Heavy Cannon, 160,000 points. Damn, this advanced weapons exchange points are a bit too much. Luo Tian secretly clicked his tongue, and then turned to look at the exchange for ancient martial weapons. Silver Snake Sword, 2,000 points. 7-star Berserk Blade, 120,000 points. Ganjiang, 1 million points. Emosia, 1 million points. F***CK? The exchange for cold weapons is even more fierce. Crack! Luo Tian's body suddenly sank, his legs almost unable to stand steadily. What a strong, crushing force! Huff, huff, huff! In less than a minute, Luo Tian felt that his body was overdrawn. His whole body was drenched in sweat. More importantly, his body could not take it anymore. The body of a second-level warrior was too weak. Just as the field supervisor had said, it would be quite good if he could take it for 10 minutes. Bang! Luo Tian's mind buzzed. How unbearable! Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for gaining 100 experience points and 1 point. I'm going all out. Even if it's for the experience points, I have to endure it. Luo Tian gritted his teeth. Then he moved his palms and shouted, Arrogant dragon regrets! He struck out with his palm. Power! They were completely crushed, unable to release their dragon, subduing might at all. In this gravity space, not only could it crush their bodies, but it could also crush the power of their cultivation methods. In other words, this was not only a gravity room to cultivate the body, but also to cultivate strength. For a beginner warrior, strength was everything. Huff, huff! Luo Tian took a deep breath and once again sent out a second palm strike. Dragon soaring in the sky. Huff! Luo Tian's palms fell. He no longer had the strength to make a third move. It was too unbearable. His body could not take it. In the outside world, he could use 5 palms of the 18 dragon, subduing palms. However, in this gravity space, 3 palms was his limit. Luo Tian supported himself with both hands on the ground. His eyes narrowed and he laughed sinisterly. The more I crush, the stronger I will be. If I can't take this pain, how can I kill my way back to the gods' domain? Even if I can't solve the problem in front of me, Su Hua would definitely not let him go. After school in the afternoon, the Peerless Gang in Roland Street would definitely find trouble with him. The strength of a second-level warrior was not their opponent at all. If he did not grow up, how could he face them? If he could not even win against a little ruffian after transmigrating, how could he survive? Again, Luo Tian clenched his fists. The cooldown of the 18 dragon subduing palms ended, and he immediately released it. He played it over and over again. It improved bit by bit. Luo Tian had never been a genius. He was very clear about this. He only had perseverance and worked harder than anyone else. Time passed by bit. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Luo Tian's pores were bleeding. Although he had adapted for half an hour, Luo Tian did not feel relaxed at all. His body was getting heavier and heavier, but he still did not give up. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, level 3 warrior. Whew! Along with this notification sound, Luo Tian heaved a sigh of relief. After leveling up, all his attributes were restored. Moreover, his strength and physical defense would also increase. However, 10 minutes later, Luo Tian was the same as before. Blood continued to seep out of his pores. Half an hour later, he looked like a person who had climbed up from a pool of blood. Field manager Wang Laifu was a little worried. He came to Luo Tian's gravity room several times and muttered, "If you don't come out, you won't die inside, right? It's already been an hour. How can a level 2 warrior stay in the double gravity room for so long? It's never happened before." Then he thought again, "It's not my fault that he died inside." He overestimated himself. At this moment, one of them was dressed in white, her figure incomparably hot. She had a big ponytail, youthful and beautiful. Thunder Academy, ranked number 1 on the school beauty list, Zhuge Qing. She was also the granddaughter of the principal, Zhuge Wu. When Wang Laifu saw Zhuge Qing, he immediately went up to him and said, "Shao Qing is here." Zhuge Qing said politely, "Uncle Laifu, open the double gravity room for me. Today, I want to try and break through for 2 hours." She was a level 4 warrior. His strength was ranked in the top 10 among the second years of the Thunder Dojo. Wang Laifu stared blankly for a moment, then said embarrassedly, "There are still people in the double gravity room. Why don't you wait a bit longer? He will be here in an hour." He then muttered, "Did he really die inside?" Zhuge Qing smiled faintly. "Uncle Laifu, who is the one cultivating inside? It's already been an hour. Could it be that abnormal Xianyuan ox?" Xianyuan ox. People from the Xianyuan family. Strength, level 5 warrior. Ranked number 1 among the second years of the Thunder Academy. Wang Laifu shook his head and said, "This is the first time this person has come. I have never seen him before. He should be a first-year student." Shao Qing, let me ask, how long do you think a level 2 warrior can endure in the double gravity room? Zhuge Qing opened her mouth wide and said in shock, "You said that the one cultivating in the gravity room is a first-year student? He only has the strength of a level 2 warrior? Uncle Laifu, are you sure he's a level 2 warrior? Could something have happened to him after staying for so long?" Wang Laifu also felt that something was wrong. Although it had nothing to do with him, if a student died in the gravity room, he would definitely be implicated. Thinking about this, he felt a wave of fear and said, "Something must have happened." "Thank you for not only cold, love. Thank you for your support." Chapter 1806. A man should be more ruthless to himself. However, sometimes Luo Tian was simply too ruthless to himself. A level 2 warrior's limit in the 2 times gravity room was half an hour at most, and a minute more would put his life in danger. However, he gritted his teeth and endured for an hour, and he was still enduring. Open the door, kid, did you hear me? I told you to open the door." Wang Laifu knocked on the door of the gravity room. Because there were still people in the gravity room, and the set time was not up yet, it could not be opened from the outside. Only when the time was up, or when it was opened from the inside, could it be opened. Wang Laifu shouted a few times, but there was no response from inside. His heart skipped a beat. It's over. His body must have been crushed. Although this kind of thing had never happened in Thunder Academy, it had happened in other academies. Because they could not withstand the pressure of gravity, their bodies directly exploded. What should we do? It's not time yet. We can't open the door. Wang Laifu said anxiously. Zhuge Qing also frowned and said, "Uncle Laifu, with my grandfather's ability, can he forcefully break through the door of this gravity room?" Wang Laifu shook his head and said, "Principal Zhuge's strength is indeed strong, but this gravity space contains the laws of gravity. Unless it is a cultivator, It is impossible to break through. Zhuge Qing was also a bit anxious and said, "Then what should we do?" Wang Laifu laughed bitterly and shook his head. "There's nothing we can do. We can only wait for the time to end. He has already been in there for an hour and has already exceeded the limit of a level 2 warrior. I'm afraid he is already dead. And even if he breaks through, it will be useless." Zhuge Qing's expression changed slightly. She tried to knock on the door and shouted, "Are you still inside? If you are still alive, can you say something? Hey, 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 say something." She had been kind-hearted since she was young. In the doomsday where people ate people, there weren't many of them left. Wang Laifu shook his head. "It's useless. There has never been a level 2 warrior who could stay in the 2 times gravity room for 2 hours. Inside the gravity space," Luo Tian said with disdain. "Your sister, it's not time yet, and you want to trick Lousy out. Dream on." Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 100 experience, 1 point. The proud dragon's regrets. Who? Flying dragon in the sky. Who? The land. The 4th palm. Luo Tian's body and arms were trembling. Blood was dripping down from his fingertips. His heart tightened. Hold on for 1 more second. Hold on for 1 more second. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Who? I failed again. The last bit of strength was not connected, so he could not use the 4th palm strike. 18 dragons subduing palms. The power of each palm was stronger than the previous one. Compared to when he first came in, Luo Tian had improved a lot. Bang! Luo Tian supported himself with both hands on the ground. His whole body was trembling. The force on his body was getting heavier and heavier. It was as if his body had become 10,000 gene heavy. He felt as if his body was about to split apart. It was extremely uncomfortable. F***CK. Again. Once again he stood up. The cooldown of 18 dragon subduing palms had ended, and he used it again. He failed again and again. He started over and over again. It was like sealing demons. There are no shortcuts on the path of martial cultivation. Luo Tian roared into the sky. 4th palm! Hidden dragon, don't use it. Get out. Boom! A deep roar of power was released from Luo Tian's palms, as if a stream of true qi had rushed out. At this moment, Luo Tian was as happy as a naive child. Ha ha ha! I succeeded. I've finally released the 4th chapter. Ha ha ha! It was also at this time. His body was close to collapse, breaking through the limit again and again for a full 2 hours. The moment the 4th palm was released, his body was hollowed out. Pa! His body was heavily pressed against the ground as he gasped for air. It's so F***ing uncomfortable. It was also at this time. The gravity in the gravity room was instantly removed. Luo Tian's body relaxed, and his body was as light as a feather. This feeling, it hurts, but it's really cool. He got up from the ground. His body was extremely tired as he walked out of the gravity room step by step. Wang Laifu almost bumped into Luo Tian. Seeing Luo Tian's body covered in blood, he was shocked and stood there in shock. Zhuge Qing also had a look of disbelief on her face. Luo Tian dragged his heavy steps. He wanted to find a place to sleep. As for Wang Laifu and Zhuge Qing, he did not even look at them as he walked out of the gravity room building step by step. Wang Laifu walked into the gravity room and looked at the circle of blood. Then he looked at Zhuge Qing and muttered, "Is he a human or a ghost?" Zhuge Qing said, "Uncle Laifu, are you sure he's a 2nd-level warrior? He's even more abnormal than the Shenyuan ox." Looking at the blood in the gravity room, the two of them were shocked beyond words. It was too shocking. Zhuge Qing's mind was imprinted with Luo Tian's wooden expression. She said in her heart, "How did he do it?" Curiosity arose in her heart. She even wanted to chase after him and ask him about it, but in the end she gave up. No matter what, I have to reach 2 hours today. Uncle Laifu, help me open the gravity room. An hour and 40 minutes later. Huff, huff, huff. Zhuge Qing walked out of the gravity room as if she was about to collapse. Her body was drenched in sweat and her legs could barely stand. She kept supporting herself on the wall. It's 5 minutes longer than yesterday, but my body is about to collapse. It's too uncomfortable. But how did he do it? Snore. Snore. In the small forest. Luo Tian was really too tired. In addition, he did not sleep last night. When he walked into the forest, he was snoring loudly. He slept until the sky turned dark. Even if the world was destroyed now, he would not care. He slept from the morning to the afternoon until the sun set in the west. Ring, ring, ring. The school bell rang. Shou-ho looked for Luo Tian all over the school. Finally, he found Luo Tian in the forest. Looking at the blood clots all over Luo Tian's body and the fact that he was sleeping soundly, Shou-ho pounced on him. Brother Tian, my brother Tian, how could you leave me? Our great dream hasn't come true yet. The promise you made to me last time to peek at the widow next door bathing hasn't been fulfilled yet. How can you die? Woo, woo, woo. As he spoke, Shou-ho burst into tears and said heavily, Brother Tian, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. But who on earth beat you up like this? Luo Tian was shaken by Shou-ho. He opened his eyes and looked at Shou-ho's tears. He could not help but ask, What are you crying for? Shou-ho shrank back in fear and shouted, It's a zombie! Fake your sister. I'm not dead yet. Luo Tian stretched lazily, his entire body feeling indescribably comfortable. You scared me to death. Shou-ho walked over and said, Brother Tian, I'll take you over the wall. Why do you want to climb the wall? Luo Tian stretched his neck and said, Go through the gate. Shou-ho immediately pulled Luo Tian and said, Su Hua brought a group of people to guard the school gate. If we go through the gate, it's the same as going out to die. Luo Tian moved his fists, his joints crackling, the corner of his mouth raised, and laughed. Is there really someone who would do something like blocking the school gate? This is all the leftovers from this brother. This brother was also involved in this in the past. Let's go and take a look. Thank you to No Name for your support. Thank you. Chapter 1807. At the gate of Thunder Academy. 6 yellow-haired men surrounded Su Hua. The leader had a cigarette in his mouth and said arrogantly, Young Master Hua, don't worry. Today I will definitely waste him. Su Hua smiled proudly. Huang Cheng, you don't need to waste him. When you catch him, let me kick his balls. You dare to provoke Laozi. Today I will let you taste Laozi's means. While talking, Su Hua couldn't help but clamp his feet, and there was a burst of pain in his crotch. Huang Qing smiled and said, You will be satisfied. Our boss said that you can do whatever you want. On campus, Skinny Monkey kept saying, Brother Tian, a man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Why bother with them? Let's go back over the wall. Brother Tian, they are all from Peerless Gang. This area is Peerless Gang's territory. Let's not provoke them. Brother Tian, I beg you. Luo Tian said, Skinny Monkey, if you are afraid, you can go by yourself. They are looking for me. It has nothing to do with you. Brother Tian, what are you talking about? Skinny Monkey immediately said angrily, Others don't understand, but don't you understand me? If you want to fight, I, Skinny Monkey, will risk my life to accompany you. Isn't it just Su Hua? Isn't it just Peerless Gang? What's there to be afraid of? Obviously, he lacked confidence. That's true. He was just a first-level warrior. Those young people of Peerless Gang were all second-level warriors. They were gangsters and the overlord of this area. Skinny Monkey was afraid of them. How many students were not afraid of gangsters? Luo Tian used to be a gangster. He knew it best. The more you are afraid of him, the more arrogant he will be. Walking to the school gate, Luo Tian was once again stopped by someone. Hyuga Hinata. Luo Tian looked at her weak appearance, which was very cute. It's really similar. Skinny Monkey and Mu Jing looked at Luo Tian. Especially Mu Jing's eyes were a little dull. Then she shook her little head and immediately said that Su Hua brought people to block the school gate. I will call the teacher. As he spoke, he was about to run away. Luo Tian pulled her back and said with a smile, "Calling me teacher is so boring." Just in time to hold Mu Jing's hand. Her hand trembled slightly. The moment Luo Tian grabbed her hand, her cheeks immediately flushed red. She lowered her head and whispered, Then what should we do? There are 5 or 6 of them. Don't worry. I'm not the Luo Tian of the past. Don't be afraid. Luo Tian looked at Mu Jing's shy appearance and said, "You two don't walk with me." No. The 2 of them spoke at the same time. Skinny Monkey was a little surprised. He looked at Mu Jing and said, "Mu Jing, when did you start to like Brother Tian?" I don't like him. After that, Mu Jing was like a little rabbit running away quickly. Luo Tian and Skinny Monkey were both stunned. What a cute little girl. Skinny Monkey said, "Brother Tian, the Mu family is not simple." Luo Tian did not take it seriously and said, "Let's go and see what's the difference between the current hooligans and the hooligans of the past." At the school gate, Su Hua was getting impatient. There was one more person beside him, Lu Feifei. Su Hua said, "Luo Tian, that trash won't climb over the wall and leave, right?" Huang Qing laughed and said, "Young Master Hua, don't worry. I've sent my brothers to guard the places where they can climb over the wall. If they climb over the wall, we'll know immediately." He's coming. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed, yellow-haired man found Luo Tian in the crowd. Huang Qing threw the cigarette in his mouth, stepped on it fiercely, and said coldly, "Go!" 6 people quickly surrounded him. Su Hua's face was full of excitement. "Luo Tian, you're dead today, ha ha ha." Lu Feifei frowned and said slightly, "Su Hua, don't be too ruthless. He's also our classmate, and Luo Tian is a little different from yesterday. He's a little strange today, not like the Luo Tian of the past." When Su Hua heard this, he was even more upset and said, "Feifei, you don't like him, do you? If that's the case, you should have helped him last night in the woods." "Pa." Lu Feifei slapped him. "Su Hua, if you didn't play too much last night, would it be like that?" She was very clear in her heart. Luo Tian went to the woods to save her and didn't know it was a trap. Lu Feifei also felt a little guilty, but as long as Luo Tian was expelled, she could lead Class C to surpass Class B. Su Hua licked the corner of his mouth, his eyes gloomy, and stared at Lu Feifei. "If you didn't have a powerful father, I wouldn't even look at you. You feel sorry for Luo Tian, right? Well, if you have the guts, then protect him, bitch." Finished. Su Hua ran up and said in his heart, "Luo Tian, prepare to die." While Su Hua and Lu Feifei were talking. "You are Luo Tian?" Huang Qing tilted his head, with a sneer on his face, and looked at Luo Tian with disdain. Behind him, 5 yellow-haired men were holding baseball bats in their hands, with an arrogant look on their faces. Luo Tian glanced at them and said with a smile, "It's been so many years. I didn't expect that gangsters are still like this, not professional at all." "Uft." Huang Qing spat at Luo Tian's feet, raised his right hand, pointed at Luo Tian, and said, F***, who are you talking about? "I hate being pointed at the most," Luo Tian said slightly. Huang Qing took a step forward, almost pointing at Luo Tian's face, and said arrogantly, "I'm pointing at you. What's wrong?" "Son of a bitch," before he could finish his words. Crack! Huang Qing's index finger was suddenly broken. Kneeling on the ground in pain, he screamed and shouted, "Go, kill him!" not waiting for him to finish. Bam! A punch landed on his cheek. His 2 front teeth fell out and his jaw loosened. His body leaned to one side and smashed onto the ground. His head bounced up from the ground and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Another wave of pig-like screams. It was also at this time. The 5 yellow-haired men raised their iron rods and slashed forward. Skinny Monkey closed his eyes and rushed out. He directly hugged a person and shouted, "Ah, I'll fight it out with you." "Huh. Student, if you want to fight, then fight. Why are you hugging me?" A fat girl who was watching the show, very fat, the fattest girl in Thunder Academy, said. Skinny Monkey was startled. He raised his head and saw her face full of fat. He then looked at himself hugging her waist, feeling as if he was hugging a bucket. He immediately smiled apologetically and said, Sorry, I hugged the wrong person." He thought to himself, "I've been unlucky for 8 lifetimes." When he came back to his senses, Luo Tian had already taken care of all 5 yellow-haired men. They all turned into dead dogs on the ground and began to struggle in pain. It was also at this time. Luo Tian looked at Su Hua, who had turned around in an instant, and said, "Student Su Hua, where do you want to go?" "Thank you, little mood. Oh, __intersection. Oh, War Wolf cold. No online name love? Thank you, brothers, for your support. They are all brothers who often reward you. The old cow is extremely grateful." Chapter 1808. Plop. Su Hua directly knelt down and said, "Brother Tian, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time." Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "You called people to block me, and you bullied me before. How do you think I should forgive you?" Skinny Monkey walked forward and said proudly, "Su Hua, weren't you very proud and arrogant before? There's also a time when you kneel on the ground." "Brother Monkey, I was wrong before. Brother Tian, please forgive me this time. I won't dare to do it again." Su Hua had seen a lot of things. He knew how to distinguish the situation. Huang Cheng and the others were not a match for Luo Tian, so he could only admit defeat and wait for the next opportunity to get back his face. Luo Tian squatted down and said with a smile, "I can forgive you, but from today onwards, bring me 500 yuan every day." Yes. I will definitely bring it." Su Hua did not hesitate at all and agreed very happily. Luo Tian said, "What about today?" "Today?" Su Hua stammered. "Today I gave all my pocket money to Peerless Gang. I don't have any money now, but don't worry, I will make it up next Monday, double it." Skinny Monkey, go. Luo Tian stood up and said coldly, "Next week is next week. Today is today. If you don't have money, then get beaten up." Skinny Monkey did not say anything and kicked him. His kick was very fierce. In the past it was Su Hua who bullied him, especially when Su Hua rubbed Lu Feifei's waist. Skinny Monkey's heart was full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Today he finally found an opportunity, so he used as much strength as he could. It was very satisfying to beat him up. Luo Tian did not want to be a gangster, but he wanted money. Very much. The gravity room needed money, and he also needed money to eat and live. This was not the god's domain. There were no mountains to kill monsters. He had to find another way to replace leveling up. Money was very important. All right. Just teach him a lesson. Su Hua, don't say that I didn't remind you. Don't play any tricks. Otherwise, it won't be so simple next time." Luo Tian said and left. He thought to himself, "I have to find a way to make some money. I haven't eaten anything today. If I don't eat something tonight, my body won't be able to take it." On the ground, Su Hua wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Looking at Luo Tian's departing figure, he clenched his fists and said to himself, "Luo Tian, I won't let you off. Just you wait." In another place, on the rooftop of a teaching building, Zhuge Wu narrowed his eyes and revealed a faint smile. Zhuge Qing looked a little unhappy. She usually hated bullying students in the same class. She didn't have a good impression of this Luo Tian. "Grandpa, as the principal, you don't do anything. You just watch him bully your classmates. What kind of ability is that? If you have the ability, go to the front line." Zhuge Wu laughed. "You saw him training in the gravity room for 2 hours today, right?" Zhuge Qing said, "So what if he trained in the gravity room for 2 hours? It's wrong to bully students. Zhuge Wu laughed even more happily and said to himself, Good, good, good. Hee hee, there's hope for this year's school competition. He had nothing to do with Luo Tian bullying Su Hua, because he didn't care when he saw Su Hua bullying Luo Tian. As long as it wasn't too bad, he wouldn't care. In this dog-eat-dog apocalypse, strength reigned supreme. Laws and whatnot seemed to be of little use. Skinny Monkey, do you know where I can make money? On the way home, Luo Tian kept thinking about making money. In his memory, there wasn't any good way to make money. This body was always obedient because of his sister, Li Yihan. Skinny Monkey pondered for a moment and said, Brother Tian, how much do you want? Luo Tian said, Naturally, the more the better. Skinny Monkey said, There's an underground boxing ring on Luo Lan Street. You can earn 1,000 yuan for a fight. If you win, you can get more money. But people are often killed in the underground boxing ring. It's too risky. Why don't you come with me to distribute flyers tonight? You can earn 100 yuan. Underground boxing ring? Interesting. Luo Tian had an idea and said, Okay, I'll see you at Luo Lan Street tonight. After that, Luo Tian walked to another road. Skinny Monkey walked to another slum area. Suddenly he stopped. Oh no, I beat up Huang Cheng from Peerless Gang today. Luo Lan Street is Peerless Gang's territory. If we meet tonight, then… Xiao Ho, eat quickly. After dinner, you can go to work early. Anyway, you're not good at studying and martial arts. Adapt to this society early, and you can help me share the burden. Skinny Monkey's mother called him. Luo Tian returned home. The so-called home was an extremely simple low-rent house in the slum area. It had 1 bedroom and 1 living room. His room was inside. His sister, Li Yihan, often went out on missions and usually slept in the living room. The internal organs of the room were in a mess, and the roof was leaking water. Huff! Thinking of his valiant sister, Luo Tian smiled bitterly. He's completely a man. He doesn't even tidy up the house. I have to clean it up every time. Luo Tian became a cleaner. He mopped the floor, wiped the table, and tidied up the house inside and out. Finally, his gaze fell on the photo frame. There was a yellowed photo in the photo frame. It was a family photo, which was also Luo Tian's parents and him. Luo Tian picked up the photo and sighed. Why am I an orphan every time I transmigrate? I was an orphan in my previous life, and I was an orphan in Tianxin continent. I didn't expect that I would still be an orphan after transmigrating. Then, he saw a jade pendant hanging on his chest in the photo, and there was a tattoo on his chest that was exactly the same as the jade pendant. What's going on? Luo Tian immediately took out the jade pendant. In his memory, this jade pendant had been with him since he could remember. His parents told him to take good care of it. Looking in the mirror, he found that the tattoo on his chest was exactly the same as the jade pendant. Moreover, the most important thing was that the tattoo on his chest felt like it had grown up with him. It was very likely that it was tattooed when he was a baby. It was very strange. It looked like a snake, but it also looked like a dragon. He couldn't tell what it was. The more he looked at it, the more his body felt as if it would be sucked in. It was a very strange feeling. Even Luo Tian couldn't see through its mysteries and muttered, Could it be a treasure? Looking at this material, it doesn't seem to be old. Is it a keepsake? It doesn't look like it either. Forget it. Let's think of a way to fill our stomachs first. Luo Tian's stomach was rumbling. He put on a singlet and walked in the direction of Roland Street. Brother-in-law, you must avenge me today. Huang Cheng stood beside a man in his 30s with a bloody nose and a swollen face. His front teeth were missing, and he was crying as he spoke. The man's eyes darkened. Look at your useless face. Have you found out the address? Yes, it's the slum next to Roland Street. Bao, go with him. If he dares to touch the people of Peerless faction, break both his hands. The man said faintly, Yes, Hall Master. Thank you to Nan Yuan Beiming. No net name for the reward and support. Thank you. Chapter 1809. Roland Street. No matter what the streets were, it was controlled by some underground forces, and Peerless Gang was one of them. There were no laws here. There were laws here. There were also rules here. The streets were not bustling, but there were many people on the streets. There were mercenary groups, adventurers, street girls, red light district, gambling area, and the most eye-catching fighting area. At the end of the street was the fighting area. The fighting building was divided into 3 floors. There were 2 floors above and 1 basement. One of the upper 2 floors was the combat training room, where there were specialized sparring partners. There was also a gravity training room that was about 3 square meters in size. The second floor was the venue for the combat competition. It was very formal here. The underground floor was different. Cage fighting. Everything was ignored in the cage. It was either life or death. Many people became rich overnight here, but there were also many people who became poor in an instant. Some even died tragically on the streets after walking out of the combat building. In short, there were no rules in the underground boxing arena. There was only money, beautiful women, and the supreme law of strength. Brother Tian, let's go. What I said in the afternoon was nonsense. There is no underground fighting arena at all. Skinny Monkey pulled Luo Tian. Moreover, the people from Peerless Gang are also inside. Once we are discovered, we are dead for sure. He was very clear about the way Peerless Gang did things. In this lawless Roland Street, even if Peerless Gang killed people, no one would care. However, Peerless Gang was very powerful here, but they did not have any shares in the underground fighting arena. They only had the place to look after. The owner of the underground fighting arena was very mysterious. No one knew who it was. Luo Tian said, "Since we are already here, let's go in and take a look." At this time, a car suddenly stopped, and a man with a big belly walked out of the car. He came up and slapped Skinny Monkey's face, scolding, "Little bastard, I spent money to let you distribute flyers, not to let you pull people. From today onwards, you are fired." Luo Tian was immediately angry. It was also at this time. A burly bodyguard walked out from the other side of the car door. He clenched his fists and his joints cracked. His eyes stared coldly at Luo Tian as if to say, "If you dare to move, I'll blow your head off." Skinny Monkey tried his best to pull Luo Tian and smiled apologetically. "Boss, please give me another chance. I will do my best. You can rest assured that I will never be lazy again." One had to know that his mother had used countless connections to get him this job. If he didn't have this job, his father would break his legs when he returned home, and his school fees would be gone. This job was very important to Skinny Monkey. The fat boss sneered and said, "I'll deduct all your wages for this month. If there's a next time, you can scram." After that, without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, he got into the car. The burly bodyguard looked at Luo Tian and sneered, then got into the car as well. The car drove to the parking lot of the combat building. F*CK, your ancestors. Skinny Monkey tore up all the flyers in his hands. "You dog, don't let me find a chance, or else I'll kill you." Luo Tian was also suppressing a ball of anger in his heart. He clenched his fists tightly and clenched them even tighter. He directly walked towards the underground parking lot. Skinny Monkey hurriedly followed and said, "Brother Tian, don't act recklessly, don't act recklessly. He is the hall master of the Fire Wolf Gang. Don't provoke him." "Brother Tian, wait for me, God." Fire Wolf Gang, the tyrant of Roland Street. They controlled the restaurant business of Roland Street. Luo Tian really could not take this lying down. How could he bully people like this? Just that when he reached the underground parking lot, the car was already empty. Luo Tian said, "Skinny Monkey, did they go to the underground boxing arena?" Skinny Monkey said, "Brother Tian, I'm really fine. It's just a month's salary. If you don't want it, then don't." Luo Tian looked at Skinny Monkey and said, "Skinny Monkey, tell me, do you want to slap that fatty back? Do you want revenge?" Don't talk nonsense with me. Just answer me. Do you want it or not? Luo Tian looked into Skinny Monkey's eyes. Skinny Monkey hesitated for a moment, then said resolutely, yes. But Brother Tian, the bodyguard beside him, is a level 5 warrior. We are no match for him at all. I think we should just forget about it. Luo Tian laughed. Just think about it, leave the rest to me. Boom, boom, boom. A bonfire was lit in the underground boxing arena. An iron cage was set up in the middle, surrounded by people. There were also a few private rooms, set up high. Ha ha ha, Fat Wolf, you're late today. A man with a scar on his face grinned, revealing his golden teeth, and said with a smile. Fat Wolf was the fatty who beat up Skinny Monkey. He moved his head, and the bodyguard behind him walked up with a suitcase and said, Here's 1 million. Scar! Do you dare to give me a big one? As he said that, the suitcase was opened, and inside it were stacks of money. The scarred man's eyes lit up. He leaned on the sofa and stared at Fat Wolf, saying, Fat Wolf, this should be your company's money, right? If you lose, you have to think carefully about the consequences. I, Scar, don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Fat Wolf sneered and said disdainfully, Who cares whose money it is? Today, I'm asking you if you dare to bet. If you can't make the decision, then let John Wushuang come out and see me. The scarred man narrowed his eyes slightly. Then he whispered a few words to a man beside him. The man walked out, and after a few minutes he returned and nodded to Scar. The scarred man laughed and said, Since Brother Fat Wolf wants to play big, I, Scar, will naturally accompany you. Fat Wolf laughed. I'm waiting for you to say that. The scarred man said, Brother Fat Wolf, how many rounds do you want to bet? Fat Wolf was very clear that the underground boxing arena was not under any jurisdiction. Even if the Peerless Gang was in charge of the arena, he could not manipulate the competition. The contestants were all hidden and would not be exposed to the public. Neither he nor the Peerless Gang could fake it. Fat Wolf smiled and said, Don't worry, what is gambling? I will tell you. When the time comes, Brother Scar, don't be afraid. The scarred man sneered. The registration fee is 100. Please sign the contract. Let me remind you, 1,000 yuan per round. If you win, you will get some bounty. If you lose, you will also get 1,000 yuan. If you die on the field, it has nothing to do with us. Skinny Monkey said, Brother Tian, why don't we? Luo Tian handed over the 100 yuan in Skinny Monkey's hand, and then quickly signed the contract, saying, It's time to get rich. The manager put away the contract and said with a smile, Looking at your appearance, it should be your first time here. What's wrong? Luo Tian asked. The manager smiled and said, Nothing. The probability of a newcomer being here is 90%. 80% chance of winning? Luo Tian said. The manager laughed and said, 90% of the newcomers will die inside. Thank you, No Name, for your continuous rewards. Thank you, Green Grass, for your continuous rewards. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Old Cow loves you all. And Chapter 1810. In the Fighters' Lounge. The fighters who had signed up were all resting here, waiting to be summoned. Luo Tian walked in to take a look. They were all strong men. The muscles on their bodies looked like they were cast from bronze, filled with powerful strength. Suddenly, Skinny Monkey's eyes lit up, and he said to Luo Tian in a low voice, Brother Tian, do you see that big guy inside? He seems to be this month's underground overlord. He hasn't lost a single time this month. Luo Tian looked at that person. A powerful aura, especially that pair of fists, had calluses on the joints. These fists were probably harder than steel. Why do you all look so familiar? A man around the same age as Luo Tian walked over. Skinny Monkey was also startled. Xian Yuan Niao. The man was called Xian Yuan Niao. His strength was ranked first amongst the second years of Thunder Academy. Xian Yuan Niao laughed out loud and said, I knew it was a little familiar. Are you also students of Thunder Academy? As soon as he finished, everyone looked at the three of them, their eyes revealing a cold smile. Everyone was thinking in their hearts, it would be great to fight against these students. They would be completely crushed. No one placed them in their eyes at all. All the contestants were looking at Luo Tian and the other two. Only the big guy didn't look at them. He could ignore everything. Xian Yuanyo said, "What year are you in?" Xian Yuanyo was Skinny Monkey's idol. Skinny Monkey was too excited to see his idol, and even his voice was trembling. Luo Tian said, "First year." "Huh." Xian Yuanyo was slightly startled and said, "You came to fight in the first year? Then you must be very strong." "First year, let me think." The one ranked first on the fighting strength board seems to be Class A's Su Feng, a third-level warrior. "What is your ranking on the fighting strength board?" Luo Tian said, "No ranking." Xian Yuanyo laughed awkwardly. "I'm sorry." Luo Tian also knew that he didn't mean it. "It's fine." Xian Yuanyo smiled and said, "The combat power ranking is fake. It's all made up by people who have nothing better to do. But, brother, this is the underground boxing. You have to be careful. The boxers here kill without blinking." While speaking, "Lu Dong, please step forward." A boxer walked out. Then the staff member called out again, "Xian Yuanyo, please step forward." Xian Yuanyo immediately shouted, "Here!" His naivety was a little cute, causing the lounge to burst into laughter, especially his opponent, Lu Dong, who mocked, "Little kid, do you think this is still a school? You still have to shout? Don't worry, I'll be merciful later, but your arms and legs will be broken." Xian Yuanyo still had a silly look on his face. He said, "Brother Lu, please show mercy." "TSK, trash, you still want to come out and fight." Lu Dong looked down on the Xian Yuan bowl. He was very happy. Today's competition was completely easy. It felt so good. He could easily get $1,000, and there would even be a reward. A few minutes later, the iron cage closed. Xian Yuanyo and Lu Dong stood at the two ends of the iron cage. There are no rules. "Begin." The battle began. Xian Yuanyo protected his head with his fists, constantly dodging and fighting. At the same time, Skinny Monkey said excitedly, "Brother Tian, Xian Yuanyo is very powerful. His cultivation is even stronger than the third year's, and the most abnormal thing is that he can cultivate in the double gravity room for 2 hours. The explosive force of his fist can reach 3,000 June. He once smashed a thick cement wall with a single punch. At that time, he instantly jumped to the first place of the second years, and no one has been able to shake his position for the past half a year." This was what made Skinny Monkey excited. "Humph, why do you still have to dodge with a punch of 3,000 June? Students nowadays don't even have a draft for bragging? Students are just like that. If they don't exaggerate, how can they be called students?" The lounge was filled with ridicule. Suddenly, Luo Tian frowned. "He's going to lose." Everyone looked at the iron cage. Xian Yuanyo suddenly made his move, and a punch directly landed on Lu Dong's chest. The moment he made his move, the muscles on his right arm suddenly bulged, and his strength was released from his waist, forming a powerful impact. A critical punch. Bam! Crack! All of Lu Dong's ribs were broken, and his body flew out, crashing into the iron cage. The barbed wire was caved in, as though it was about to break. What a strong, explosive force! Luo Tian was shocked, and his mind continued to simulate the power of Xian Yuanyo's punch. His right arm is a little different. Innate divine strength? Haha. Outside the arena, the referee walked into the iron cage, raised Xian Yuanyo's hand, and said, "Xian Yuanyo wins." "TSK, damn it, what kind of bullshit player is this, causing me to lose so much money? Lu Dong, why don't you go and die, you useless trash? F***CK. Curses flew everywhere, as if he wanted to go up and eat Lu Dong, who was hanging on the barbed wire. He didn't expect that he couldn't even beat a student. Xian Yuan Niu walked back to the resting room, smiled, and said, "I'm back." Skinny Monkey walked up with a proud look on his face and said, "Amazing, one punch KO. No one believed me when I said that your punch was 3,000 June, but what happened now? You must all be scared, silly." Xian Yuan Niu said humbly, "How can I be so strong? Don't talk nonsense. I was lucky just now. Brother Lu just revealed his weakness, which was why I was able to beat him." At this moment, a staff member walked in and said, "This is your appearance fee of 1,000. This is the 3,000 reward. Are you interested in fighting again? The appearance fee is double. The reward is 5,000. Xian Yuan Niu took the money and said, "No, my mother is still waiting for me to get medicine." The staff member smiled. There was a little anger in his laughter, but he didn't stop Xian Yuan Niu. "Welcome to come again." Xian Yuan Niu waved to Luo Tian and said, "Brother, good luck." He turned around and left in a hurry. Skinny Monkey returned to Luo Tian's side and said, "Brother Tian, he's very strong, right?" Without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, the big guy who had been silent all this time said slightly, "It's just that his waist and horse are one," and he forcefully squeezed out the potential in his body. "If he were against me, I would have sent him to heaven with a single punch." Luo Tian frowned. Skinny Monkey wanted to refute, but was stopped by Luo Tian. What the big guy said was not false at all. Xian Yuan Niu's power was indeed forcefully squeezed out. He was not strong in terms of controlling power. Then, next match, Feng Qingshan step out. Luo Tian step out. Ha ha ha. I'm really lucky today. I actually met a student. Feng Qingshan laughed wildly, stared at Luo Tian and said, "Primary school student, you have to hold on for 2 more seconds. Don't let me have fun, ha ha ha." "Thank you, maybe the night is best for crying. No online name, a small mood. Love, green grass. Old Neo, thanks all the brothers who tipped me." Chapter 1811. Brother Tian, be careful. Skinny Monkey was blocked at the entrance of the lounge. Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "I'm fine." At this moment, his mind was replaying the Xian Yuan Niu's explosive punch. His mind was like a supercomputer, recording every movement of the Xian Yuan Niu, every muscle movement and every step he took. Huff, huff, it's time to enter. He walked to the outside of the iron cage. Feng Qingshan quickly walked into the iron cage and smiled at Luo Tian. "Primary school student, quickly come in and die. After taking the money, I'll go out and find a girl to play with." Why is it a student again? This boxer's quality is too poor. Don't tell me there's no one who punches? Too disappointing. In the private room, Fat Wolf's eyes turned sinister, and when he saw Luo Tian, he immediately grinned and said, "Dao Ba, do you dare to bet?" The scar-faced man stood up and looked out of the window and laughed. "How do you want to bet?" Fat Wolf said, "1 round to determine the winner. I bet on that student." Dao Ba's eyes lit up. Fat Wolf laughed sinisterly and said, "Lose." Dao Ba's face immediately darkened. "Fat Wolf brother, you're not being kind." Fat Wolf laughed complacently. "If you don't dare to bet, then scram to the side. Don't talk so much nonsense. I heard that your unparalleled sex Zhang Wushuang is a beauty. Why don't you let her come out and play with me?" Dao Ba's eye muscles twitched slightly, his eyes filled with killing intent, and he said coldly, "Fat Wolf, it's best if you keep your mouth shut, or else you won't even know how you died." Fat Wolf said disdainfully, "Are you betting or not? If you're not betting, then scram." Dao Ba said, "Obviously that young man's strength is at most a 2nd-level warrior. That boxer is a professional boxer. His strength is at least a 3rd-level warrior. The strength of the two is not equal this round." At this moment, a person walked in from outside and whispered something into Dao Ba's ear. Dao Ba's eyes were startled, then he laughed. "Since Fat Wolf brother likes to play this round, then I'll play with you." His eyes moved. One of Dao Ba's subordinates took out a box. "Pah!" The box opened, and there were stacks of money inside. Fat Wolf laughed and said, "That's more like it." "Ha ha ha." He instead said excitedly inwardly, "Today this old one is going to win back everything I lost in the past. Ha ha ha. That Brad is clearly a student. Moreover, a Thunder Academy first-year student. How can someone like him win? Hee hee, I'll definitely win this round." Fat Wolf was excited. To him, this round was a sure win. The cage closed. The battle began. Feng Qingshan smiled and said, "Primary school student, come on. Let's see what kind of power you have. Come on." Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly and moved his feet. His posture was exactly the same as the Xian Yuanyo's, but he made some slight changes. His fists were firmly planted in the horse stance, and he exerted force under his feet. The force surged into the earth, and the power of the earth surged up at the same time. Luo Tian's entire body seemed to be immersed in the power of the earth. "Phew!" Luo Tian exhaled softly. Feng Qingshan sneered disdainfully and said, "You don't dare to come up, right? Then kneel down for me." A fist pounced forward. Luo Tian's mind kept on replaying the moves of the Xian Yuanyo's fists. Seeing Feng Qingshan's attack, he suddenly raised his right fist and gathered all the strength in his body. Just like the Xian Yuanyo, he punched out. Bam! A punch landed on Feng Qingshan's chest. On Feng Qingshan's back, the vest directly exploded. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body flew up and crashed into the iron net. This time he directly broke the iron net and flew out of the iron cage. It was also at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the duplication skill and releasing it to cultivate. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for comprehending one-punch critical hit. Huh. Duplication skill. What's going on? Luo Tian's heart trembled. He had only continuously deduced the moves of the Xian Yuanyo, and had even improved it, causing its strength to become even more ferocious. He did not expect the system to actually reward him with the duplication skill. What a pleasant surprise. Cultivate. Cultivation method. Duplication skill consumption. 10 true chi description. The duplication skill can duplicate cultivation techniques, skills, movement techniques, and everything else. Description 2. The success rate is 30%. The deeper the comprehension, the higher the success rate. Damn, this is the duplication skill? Then won't I have all the cultivation techniques I want in the future? Luo Tian was shocked. With this thing, as long as he saw the ranker using the cultivation technique, he would be able to duplicate it. Of course, the success rate was the key. Then, Luo Tian continued to check. Cultivation method. 1 punch critical hit consumption. 20 true chi description. Using the power of the earth to activate one strength, one can obtain 300% critical damage and can instantly kill anyone below level 4 warrior. Holy sh*T. That's 3 times the critical damage. Luo Tian cried out in his heart, "Wow, that's a one-hit kill." What the F***CK, that fist technique is 2F***ing awesome. He didn't expect it at all. It was to deduce the Xian Yuanyo's critical hit. He didn't expect that he would actually obtain this move and also obtain the duplication skill. Too awesome. In the arena, those people still hadn't reacted. The referee walked into the iron cage. Luo Tian wins. Holy sh*T. Are all the students these days so abnormal? Am I seeing things? What's going on today? When did Thunder Academy have such a genius? Are you sure he's a student? In the private room. Fat Wolf sat on the ground, paralyzed. He was stupid. He continuously used a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat rolling down his forehead. Scar smiled and said, "Fat Wolf, I'm sorry." With a slight movement of his neck, Scar's subordinates immediately took away the 1 million that Fat Wolf brought. Fat Wolf rushed forward and knelt in front of Knife Scar, begging for mercy. Brother Knife Scar, this is my Fire Wolf Gang's profit this month. It's Brother Fire Wolf's money, not mine. If he sees me lose to you, he will kill me. I beg you, Brother Knife Scar, let me live." Scar kicked Fat Wolf out. "I don't care whose money it is, it's my money now." "Fat Wolf, if you have the ability, then win it back." "Right. I forgot that you already have no money, ha ha ha." Fat Wolf grabbed onto the money box and didn't let go, saying, "Brother Scar, let me live. I will definitely gather 1,000,000 for you within 3 days. I really can't give you this 1,000,000. Oh ho! Fat Wolf, have you forgotten who is in charge of this place?" Scar laughed coldly. Fat Wolf's hands moved, his body trembling as he said, "Brother Scar, Brother Scar." Not waiting for him to finish, Scar had already left the private room with 2 boxes of money. Fat Wolf climbed up and stared at Luo Tian, who was in the iron cage, gritting his teeth. "You're playing with me, right? Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Thank you for your support. Thank you." Chapter 1812. "Brother Tian, you're too handsome." So handsome that it's about to explode. Luo Tian walked into the lounge. Everyone was looking at him with respect in their eyes. They no longer looked at him like he was a primary school student. Skinny Monkey was so excited that he was in a mess. The staff member walked into the lounge with a smile on his face and said, "Luo Tian, you're too beautiful. Just now, your punch won us more than 3,000,000 yuan. And I also won a few thousand yuan, ha ha ha. This is your appearance fee. And this 10,000 yuan is your reward. A total of 11,000 yuan. Do you want to fight again? The appearance fee has increased to 5,000 yuan. This was a very high appearance fee. Luo Tian took the money. He did not expect it to be so much and laughed. "I know when to stop. Next time, I will come again anyway." The staff member was also straightforward and said, "All right. Right. There's someone who wants to see you. I hope you can meet him." Luo Tian's heart sank and joked, "It can't be that you won't let me go after winning, right?" This was a common plot in movies. The staff member laughed. "Of course not. He is not a member of our fighting building. He is just an ordinary person. He just wants to see you. Our boss also wants you to see him." Skinny Monkey pulled Luo Tian with all his might. Since it was someone arranged by the fighting arena's boss, "I'm afraid you can't leave if you don't want to." Luo Tian laughed. "Since that's the case, I can't give your boss face. Bring me there." The staff member laughed. "Follow me." It was also at this time. In the lounge, the big guy who had been silent all this time suddenly stood up and said to the staff member, "I want to fight with him." Luo Tian was startled. The entire lounge was shocked. The staff member immediately comforted him. "Tarzan, you know the rules of the fighting arena. You can't fight with whoever you want. Also, he's not a contracted fighter. Even if you want to fight with him, he has to agree to it." Tai Shan moved. Bam! It was as if Mount Tai was crushing down on him, causing the entire lounge to shake. In the beginning, he had been sitting on Luo Tian without much pressure, but when Tai Shan stood up, his height actually reached 1 meters. The visual impact was extremely strong, and every muscle on his body emitted a strong force. The Skinny Monkey immediately became a little unsteady. Tai Shan stared coldly at Luo Tian and said, "Brat, you don't dare! If you beat me, you can get 100,000. Do you dare?" It was also at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the quest. Mission. Challenge grade. A mission time within 3 days. Mission reward. 10,000 experience points, 100 true chi points, 100 points. A pair of bronze gloves. Hint: the mission will receive additional rewards if you obtain an S rating. A quest was triggered. Luo Tian's expression didn't change. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at the staff member. The staff member shrugged, indicating that he didn't care. Luo Tian smiled and said, "It's not my style to not earn money. However, I really don't want to fight today. Let's do it in 3 days." "All right." Tai Shan shouted heavily, "I'll wait for you for 3 days." Finished. Tai Shan sneered. You are students of the Thunder Academy. If I can't wait, you should be very clear about the consequences. Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister, and he said, Are you threatening me? Taishan laughed. It's not a threat. I'm just afraid that you won't come. Don't worry. I'll definitely be there. Luo Tian was in dire need of experience right now. He would definitely not let go of the 10,000 experience points, and there were also points. Points were too important. Then, the staff member said to Luo Tian, That esteemed guest only said that he wants to see you alone. Luo Tian turned to the skinny monkey and said, Wait for me outside. The skinny monkey reminded, Brother Tian, be careful. After passing through a long passageway, Luo Tian was brought to a dark room. An old man stood up with a smile on his face to welcome him. He gave the staff member a tip and then said, You can leave first. Tell your boss that I owe him a favor. Following that, the old man pulled Luo Tian's hand and said, excitedly, Good boy, the power of that punch just now was really fierce. Your control over your strength has already reached a certain level. How did you raise the power of the earth? Luo Tian was slightly shocked. The old man immediately saw through his power from the earth and said, That's hard to say. Ha, I was rude, I'm sorry. The old man smiled and apologized. Then he said, Boxing is not a long-term solution. Do you want to come to my company? It's much better than boxing. Moreover, my company has a huge amount of resources. You can have anything you want. Luo Tian said, You have everything you want. The old man said, Everything, money, power, women, mansions, you can have whatever you want. How about it? Isn't it tempting enough? Furthermore, we can fund your studies, and we can even give you special rights, such as killing people. This was a very tempting condition. Moreover, he believed that Luo Tian would not be able to refuse. Luo Tian laughed. It is indeed very tempting, but there is nothing that can move me. The things you said are only a matter of time for me. The old man was slightly anxious and said, Then what do you need? Luo Tian laughed. Do you have a magical beast? The old man did not understand magical beast. What do you want a magical beast for? Those monsters are only available at the front lines. Who would bring them to the defensive area? Isn't that crazy? This was the defensive area. In other words, the safe zone. In a place where magical beasts could not enter, Luo Tian thought to himself, So only the front lines have magical beasts. Then, Luo Tian said, Since you don't have it, then forget it. With that, Luo Tian was about to leave. It wasn't that the old man's conditions weren't good enough, but that he didn't understand the old man or his company. Since he didn't understand, it was better not to provoke him before he became stronger. The old man anxiously chased after him and said, This is my business card. I believe that you will call me one day. I can solve any problems you have in the Divine Sea City. The old man said confidently, He came here by chance, but he did not expect to find Luo Tian, a genius with the potential to become a cultivator. He knew in his heart that he could not hold onto this kind of genius too tightly. If he held onto him too tightly, it would be counterproductive. Moreover, he also had to fully understand Luo Tian. Luo Tian took the business card and said, Thank you. The old man suddenly thought of something and said, Let me remind you, the Fire Wolf Gang's Fat Wolf might harm you, of course. As long as you agree to join the company, I can make the Fire Wolf Gang disappear from Roland Street within 3 days. His influence was so great that it was unimaginable. If he doesn't find trouble with me, I will find trouble with him. Fire Wolf Gang? The Dead Dog Gang is more like it. All of a sudden, Luo Tian's heart sank. Crap, skinny monkey. The weather was cold, so pay attention to keeping warm. And Chapter 1813. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. You dare to cheat me of my money? Speak, are you from the peerless sect? Pa! Fat Wolf grabbed Skinny Monkey's collar and slapped him with the back of his hand. Skinny Monkey was bleeding profusely, and he couldn't even speak. He was waiting for Luo Tian at the entrance of the fighting arena, but he didn't expect Fat Wolf to find him first. Without saying a word, he threw him to the ground with a punch, followed by a series of punches and kicks. Skinny Monkey was only a level 1 warrior, so he couldn't take it at all. What's more, Fat Wolf also had a bodyguard of level 5 warrior beside him. He was like a King Kong standing by the side, giving him a strong pressure. "Speak, where is that kid?" Fat Wolf grabbed Skinny Monkey and shouted angrily. The Skinny Monkey twitched his mouth and weakly spat out a poo sound. Spitting out a mouthful of blood on Fat Wolf's face, Skinny Monkey laughed out loud. F***CK, your ancestors. You're courting death. Fat Wolf grabbed Skinny Monkey's throat and exerted force with his 2 fingers. Skinny Monkey's throat made a gurgling sound. The surroundings were filled with onlookers, all of them pointing and whispering. No one came forward to help. It was normal for people to die on Roland Street. Then again, he was the Fat Wolf of the Fire Wolf clan who would dare to stop him. Skinny Monkey's eyes turned white. He was already breathing heavily. He kept struggling, but he couldn't break free at all. It was also at this time. A silhouette shot out and sent out a flying kick. Bam! He directly kicked Fat Wolf out, causing Fat Wolf to fall flat on his face. Luo Tian rushed out, supported Skinny Monkey, and asked, "Monkey, are you all right?" Cough, cough, cough. Skinny Monkey coughed rapidly and said anxiously, "Brother Tian, run, run." A thick aura came crashing down. Luo Tian felt a chill run down his spine. The bodyguard with the strength of a level 5 warrior had made his move. Luo Tian was furious. He clenched his fists tightly, turned around, and punched out. The muscular bodyguard sneered, "You're courting death." He opened his right palm and directly wrapped it around Luo Tian's fist. Then he suddenly raised his hand and wanted to break Luo Tian's arm. Luo Tian took advantage of the situation and jumped onto the bodyguard's shoulder. With a move of his left arm, his left elbow heavily hit the bodyguard's head. The bodyguard felt a sharp pain in his head and his right hand loosened. Luo Tian suddenly turned over and clamped his legs, directly clamping the bodyguard's neck. With the help of the falling force, his legs suddenly turned over. Bang! The 8-meter-tall man was directly flipped to the ground. Luo Tian didn't give him any chance. He flipped over and got up. Moving his right fist, he shouted in his heart, "Critical punch!" Bang! It hit the bodyguard's throat. Crack! His throat was broken, and the cervical vertebra at the back of his head was also broken. The bodyguard struggled for a while, and his body gradually stiffened. He held his throat with both hands, and his eyes were as wide as a bull's. He died with his eyes wide open. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Fire Wolf Bodyguard for obtaining 1,000 experience, 50 true breath, and 10 energy values. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining. Killing the bodyguard was only a matter of seconds. Fat Wolf crawled up from the ground and saw that the bodyguard had turned into a dead dog on the ground. His face turned cold as he stared at Luo Tian, who was walking over step by step, and said, "Bastard, do you know who I am? If you dare to touch me, your entire family will be dead. You're dead for sure, aren't you?" Luo Tian rushed forward and grabbed Fat Wolf's throat. The veins on his arm popped out as he said gloomily, "You're dead for sure, aren't you?" That gaze was like the god of death to Fat Wolf. He was so scared that his entire body was trembling. His crotch was wet and his urine was dripping down. He begged for mercy. "Brother, brother, if you have something to say, let's talk. I am Fat Wolf from the Fire Wolf gang. I was in the wrong just now." Skinny Monkey also crawled up and said to Luo Tian, "Brother Tian, don't. He is the hall master of the Fire Wolf gang. If you kill him, the Fire Wolf gang will not let you off." Fat Wolf also said, "He's right, brother. As long as you let me go, I swear I won't cause any trouble for you. If you kill me, both of you will die, and your family will die as well. You don't want to see them die miserably on the streets, do you?" At this moment, More than a dozen young men with machetes in their hands rushed out from the crowd. A fire wolf was tattooed on their arms. When Fat Wolf saw that the reinforcements had arrived, his aura immediately changed. He said proudly, "Brat, you better let me go. Otherwise, the Fire Wolf gang will flip over your 18 generations of ancestors, ha ha ha." A young man in the lead pointed his machete at Luo Tian and said, "Let go of our hall master, or I'll hack you to death." It was also at this time. A golden-haired man walked out from the crowd. He looked to be around 35 or 36 years old, and his eyes were like a wolf's. He stared coldly at Luo Tian and said coldly, "Little friend, you better let him go, or else you won't be able to bear the consequences." Fat Wolf was overjoyed and immediately shouted, "Big brother, save me." The golden-haired man was the boss of the Fire Wolf gang, Fire Wolf. At the same time, a group of people rushed out of the fighting arena. The group split into 2 rows, and a young woman wearing a black suit and a black hat with short hair walked out from the middle. She looked to be at most 20 years old. She smiled slightly and said, "What wind blew Big Brother Fire Wolf here?" Fire Wolf laughed coldly and said, "Zhan Wushuang, the Fire Wolf gang is doing something. You better scram to the side, or else don't blame me for being impolite as your uncle." The woman was Zhan Wushuang of the Peerless Sect, 20 years old, warrior of the 8th level. She was also the #1 expert of the Unparalleled Sect. The Unparalleled Sect was created by her with her 2 fists. Zhan Wushuang laughed coldly. "I don't care if the Fire Wolf gang is doing anything or not. I only know that this is my territory. If you dare to move, then it will be a war." "Fire Wolf, let's start a war?" Ha ha ha! The Unparalleled Sect members behind her also laughed out loud. Fire Wolf's eyes turned sinister. His gaze filled with killing intent. His gaze landed on Luo Tian's body and said, "Brat, I'll warn you again, let him go." There was a tone of command and threat in his voice. "Threatening lousy?" Luo Tian smiled slightly, looked at the bruised and swollen skinny monkey behind him, who was almost beaten to death, and said, "Those who touch my brother, die." 2 fingers moved. He suddenly exerted force. Crack! Ah! Woo woo woo! His throat was broken. Fat Wolf struggled a few times on Luo Tian's arm, then stopped breathing. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Fat Wolf, for obtaining 600 experience, 20 true breath, 10 energy values. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Thunder Secret Realm map. Kill him directly. Fire Wolf glared angrily, flames burning in his eyes. He did not care about Fat Wolf's life or death. What he cared about was his 1 million and the secret realm treasure map that he had just obtained. Now that he was dead, there was nothing left. In that instant, Fire Wolf's anger soared to the sky. "Thank you, Little Mood. No net name Greengrass Love? Continue to reward and support. Thank you." Chapter 1814. Killing Fire Wolf's lackey in front of him. He really didn't give him any face. Moreover, the surrounding people were shocked. Who does this brat think he is? He's definitely tired of living. How dare he touch the Fire Wolf gang? They were all discussing in low voices. The Fire Wolf gang was extremely savage. How many people on Roland Street were not afraid of them? Of course, other than the Peerless Sect. Zhan Wushuang was also secretly shocked. She did not expect Luo Tian to really dare to kill Fat Wolf, and her heart secretly trembled. The situation is not good. It was also at this moment. Fire Wolf frowned and shouted, "Zhan Wushuang, let me ask you, is he a member of your Peerless Sect?" "Yes," Zhan Wushuang said. Luo Tian also said no. Zhan Wushuang frowned and stared at Luo Tian. "This brat!" Fire Wolf sneered, "Zhan Wushuang, it seems like he is not a member of your Peerless Sect. That's good, then please go away. If I don't cripple this brat today, I, Fire Wolf, will be considered a waste of time in Roland Street." Zhan Wushuang said slightly. He is indeed not a member of my peerless sect, but Golden Hair Wolf, please understand where this is? He is in my peerless sect's territory. Let's see who dares to touch him today." The peerless sect members all rushed forward in unison. Fire Wolf's gaze turned cold and said, "Zhan Wushuang, you must fight with me tonight, right?" Zhan Wushuang said, "It's not that I want to start a war, it's you, Golden Hair, who is forcing me to start a war." Fire Wolf said, "Just for this brat? He doesn't look that good. Is he being kept by you as a gigolo?" Zhan Wushuang's face was filled with anger. Fire Wolf continued, "Since you, Zhan Wushuang, want to start a war, then I can only accompany you. I, Fire Wolf, have been waiting for this day for a long time." As soon as he finished, whoosh, 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 hundreds of people rushed out from all directions and stood behind Fire Wolf in an instant. They shouted in unison, "Boss!" The surrounding people who were watching this show ran away, as if they hated that they didn't have 2 more pairs of legs. "It's a fight. Let's fight." The Fire Wolf gang is going to fight with the Peerless gang. Suddenly, Roland Street was in a state of chaos, as if a magical beast had rushed in. The shops on both sides of the street were closed, and the pedestrians fled in all directions. Zhan Wushuang said softly, "Golden Hair, you came prepared." Hualang smiled and said, "I'll say it again. As long as you hand over this kid, I can pretend that nothing happened today. I, Hualang, am a man of my word." Zhan Wushuang's expression turned cold as he said, "No one dares to touch the people that I, Zhan Wushuang, want to protect." "No room for discussion?" Hualang said in a deep voice. Zhan Wushuang said, "Let's fight. I've long wanted to know your strength, Fire Wolf." The more Fire Wolf acted like this, the stranger she felt. It was definitely not as simple as Fat Wolf losing 1,000,000. There was a more important secret on Fat Wolf. Zhan Wushuang looked at Luo Tian and thought to himself, "Is this guy really a student?" Hualang roared angrily and said, "Since there's no room for discussion, brothers, kill! Today, we'll get rid of that bitch Zhan Wushuang. Kill, kill, kill." His voice shook the heavens. The scene was 10,000 times more terrifying than the battle scenes in the movies. Luo Tian was not the least bit afraid. It was not like he had never seen such a scene before. Even if a god appeared now, he would not panic at all. What had he not seen in the divine realm? It was just a simple fight, far from being able to compare to those divine kings. At the same time, he was also thinking in his heart, for 1,000,000, or for that secret realm's treasure map. If it's a secret realm's treasure map, what kind of secret is it hiding? Or is it something else? Zhan Wushuang lightly wiped his nose, released the battle chi on his body, and shouted, "Brothers, kill these damn dogs!" Ha! 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 Zhan Wushuang's men were not even a third of his men. If they fought, they would definitely lose. However, Zhan Wushuang would never back down, and she was extremely warlike. As long as it was a fight, she would be excited. The battle was about to begin. Suddenly, cough, cough, cough! At the second window of the fighting tower, a series of coughs sounded out. Then, one of them said loudly, "Master Hong invites you, Fire Wolf, Zhan Wushuang, and that student. All of you come up." The originally tense atmosphere seemed to have been instantly poured with a basin of ice water, instantly silencing the flames. They all stood still. Fire Wolf did not dare to be disrespectful in the slightest, and said respectfully, "Yes, sir." Zhan Wushuang was the same and said, "Yes, sir." Luo Tian turned around to look at the fighting tower, took a deep breath, and thought to himself, "So he is the overlord of Roland Street." Then, Luo Tian walked to the skinny monkey's side, took out the Thunder Secret Realm's treasure map, and said, "Insert the blood on your face. Wait for me here. Don't leave." At the same time, he walked behind the skinny monkey and said in a low voice, "Keep this map well." He pretended that nothing had happened and walked into the fighting tower. The skinny monkey was shocked and immediately understood why the Fire Wolf was so angry. He wiped it a few times and quietly hid the treasure map. Fighting tower. A special sparring room. Gravity fighting room. Luo Tian's heart trembled. This kind of fighting room was used for military or educational purposes, and private individuals were not allowed to use the gravity room without permission. He never thought that there would actually be a gravity training room here, and a 4 times gravity room at that. Master Hong invites you in, a man dressed in a tang suit said. Firewolf's face changed slightly. Looking at the door of the gravity room, he hesitated. He was a warrior of the 8th level, but if he did not come out within 10 minutes of entering the 4 times gravity room, he would probably lose a layer of skin. The pressure of gravity was too unbearable. Zhan Wushuang was the same. His face changed slightly. Luo Tian, on the other hand, was incomparably excited and said, "Why aren't you entering the free gravity room?" With that, he stepped in. Buzz! His body sank, as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his shoulders. His face instantly turned pale white, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Luo Tian was almost unable to stand steadily. His legs were trembling non-stop, and he couldn't move at all. However, at the same time, ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 500 experience. He actually obtained 500 experience points in one go. Luo Tian gritted his teeth and thought to himself, for the sake of experience, Laozi is going all out. Bam! Taking a step forward, his entire body trembled. He looked up and saw an old man practicing Tai Chi in the center of the gravity room. He looked relaxed and carefree, as if he didn't feel any gravity at all. Furthermore, there was a stream of energy revolving around his hands. Tai Chi? Luo Tian was extremely shocked. Could it be that his Tai Chi is so strong that it can remove gravity? If that's the case, no way. I want to copy it. Immediately, Luo Tian did not care too much. The idea moved. Staring at the old man, he thought to himself, "Copy technique, activate!" Thank you, Tiwujiu. No net name for your support. Thank you. Chapter 1815. At the same time that Luo Tian activated the duplication technique, the old man said lightly, "What Firewolf sect leader? Peerless sect. You can't even fight against a single student. I think the 2 of you should just be under his control. You still have the face to call yourself some sect leader. You're so timid." Old Master Hong remained calm, and even when he spoke, the air around him did not leak out at all. Tai Chi had been cultivated to this extent, and it was close to perfection. Firewolf braced himself and walked in. Plop! The moment he entered the gravity room, Firewolf immediately knelt on the ground. With both hands supporting himself, he struggled to stand up. His face was pale and his body was trembling nonstop. But he didn't dare not enter. Zhan Wushuang also braced himself and walked in. Although the situation wasn't as bad as Firewolf's, it wasn't too far off. His face was pale and his breathing became hurried. Of course, their cultivations were much higher than Luo Tian's, and their body's endurance was also stronger than Luo Tian's. Compared to them, Luo Tian was even more uncomfortable. It was just that Luo Tian was only able to hold on because of his experience points. Ding! Duplication failed. A notification sounded out in his mind. Luo Tian cursed in his heart and secretly said, "Again!" The duplication technique was activated once again. Old Master Hong said slightly, "It's not like you guys have been in Roland Street for a day or 2. If you guys fight, both sides will suffer, and it will also allow other forces to take advantage of the situation. In my opinion, let's just forget about today's matter." Firewolf's face became anxious and said, "Master Hong, I won't lie to you. I can forget about the 1 million that Fat Wolf lost. But I must take back the Thunder's secret realm map. Just now I had someone search Fat Wolf's body, but there was no treasure map. I also personally searched his house, but I couldn't find it. Since it was dropped, he naturally wouldn't be able to find it." Master Hong paused for a moment. the air around his body leaking out quite a bit. It could be seen that he was also shocked when he heard about the Thunder Secret Realm map. Zhan Wushuang said, "I won the 1 million, but I didn't see any secret realm treasure map." Fire Wolf glared at Luo Tian and shouted, "That's the brat." Luo Tian said with difficulty, "Yes, your sister. I don't even know what map it is. That fat bastard hurt my brother. My brother was almost beaten to death by him. That's why I killed him." Hualang said angrily, "Brat, you dare to quibble in front of me, Hualang? Do you know what that lightning secret realm map is? It's the Thunder Set, a gold spiritual artifact. You better hand it over obediently. Otherwise, it will consign you to eternal damnation. You can't afford it." At this moment, Luo Tian was shocked and thought to himself, "So it's a spiritual treasure." With the invasion of the demonic beasts, the atmosphere on Earth became different. With the emergence of ancient martial artists and cultivators, many secret treasures had appeared as well. These secret treasures were classified into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and divine treasures. A bronze-ranked spirit artifact was worth around 10 million in the market. Gold-ranked items were worth hundreds of millions. This was also the reason why Hualang did not hesitate to start a war to retrieve the Lightning Secret Realm map. The Lightning Secret Realm map was where the Thunder Set was located. He had spent a lot of money to get it, and at that time he had something to do and asked Fat Wolf to keep it temporarily. He did not tell him the secret of the treasure map, but who would have thought now it was gone? Master Hong looked at Luo Tian from the corner of his eyes and said, "If you took it, you took it. If you didn't take it, you didn't take it. Brat, tell me the truth. No matter if you took it or not, no one will dare to do anything to you." "Old man, are you trying to trick me?" Luo Tian laughed in his heart. From the aura leaking from his body, Luo Tian knew that he also wanted the secret realm treasure map. Who wouldn't want such a good thing? Luo Tian insisted, "I really didn't take it. I only killed him. Everyone saw it when I killed him. Did I search his body? Fire Wolf, did you see me search his body? I didn't even touch his body. How can you be so sure that I took it?" Fire Wolf was speechless for a moment. Master Hong asked, "Fire Wolf, did he touch Fat Wolf's body?" Fire Wolf stammered, "I came a little late, so I didn't see him touch Fat Wolf's body. But the secret realm map was on him. Why did it disappear?" While they were talking, he looked at Zhan Wushuang again. Zhan Wushuang laughed coldly. "I don't think you should call yourself Fire Wolf. You should call yourself Mad Dog. You'll bite whoever you see. Tonight, I accompanied Sir Hong the entire time. I only came downstairs when you brought your men to the combat building. Ding! Replication failed. **T. Luo Tian cursed in his heart. He couldn't take it anymore. The pressure of 4 times the gravity was too unbearable. Blood began to seep out of his pores, and it was already dripping down along with his sweat. Master Hong said faintly, "Since you guys didn't take it, then think about it carefully here. Think it through before you leave." Finished. Master Hong continued to practice Tai Chi. It was also at this time. Bam! The door to the gravity room closed. Plop! Fire Wolf couldn't hold on any longer, and once again laid on the ground, panting heavily. His back was drenched in sweat, and his face was as white as paper. Zhan Wushuang was also struggling to hold on. Luo Tian's entire body was bleeding, and the idea said again, "Replication technique, activate!" At the same time, in his mind he was constantly comprehending Tai Chi. Tai Chi gives birth to Yin and Yang. Yin and Yang give birth to the 4 symbols, and the 4 symbols form the 8 trigrams. He kept looking at every part of old Master Hong's body, breathing and the flow of air. If he was unable to comprehend it and the replication failed again, his little life would probably die here. Tai Chi suddenly. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully replicating, obtaining Tai Chi obtaining 1,000 experience, 100 true chi, and 10 points as a reward. Do you want to cultivate it? F***CK. I finally succeeded. I almost killed Lousy. Luo Tian was about to piss his pants, and immediately shouted in his heart, "Cultivate!" At the same time, he immediately adjusted his breathing and took a step forward. The moves evolved from Tai Chi were slowly unleashed, and one move after another he slowly used his heart to sense the gravity of the gravity room. Then he closed his eyes and began to move his palms. It was also at this moment. The air around Master Hong suddenly became chaotic. He looked at Luo Tian in shock. "You know Tai Chi too?" Luo Tian ignored him. He didn't have the mood to care about it right now. As long as he spoke, his chi would be released, and at that time, the powerful gravity would crush him. Master Hong was even more shocked. Seeing that Luo Tian's Tai Chi was exactly the same as his, he frowned and smiled faintly. "Good boy!" The gravity on Luo Tian's body lessened. Fire Wolf and Zhan Wushuang could only watch in a daze. 10 minutes passed. Fire Wolf was crushed by the gravity to the point that he spat out blood and anxiously said, "Master Hong, I didn't lose it. I was wrong. The Thunder Secret Realm's treasure map is not lost. Cough, cough, cough." If he continued to bear it, he would die. Thank you to a GCMO for your support. And Chapter 1816. He took a step out of the gravity room. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, level 4 warrior. Suddenly, Luo Tian thought to himself, training in the gravity room is just a resting place for experience. I have to quickly level up my Tai Chi so that I can stay in the gravity room for as long as I want. It's simply too great. Although he had copied Master Hong's Tai Chi, Luo Tian could not completely remove the pressure of gravity. He could only remove a portion of it. If he could level up his Tai Chi with the principles of Tai Chi, he would be able to remove all of the gravity. That way, he would be able to relax and stay in the gravity room to increase his experience. Walking out of the fighting building, Fire Wolf stared at Luo Tian and said, "Brat, you better be careful. Don't let me catch you, or else I'll make you die a horrible death." Zhan Wushuang laughed. "Little brother, don't be afraid of him. If he dares to touch a single hair on your head, I won't let him off." Fire Wolf stared at Zhan Wushuang, snorted coldly, and left in large strides. Zhan Wushuang placed a hand on Luo Tian's shoulder and laughed. "You've already offended the Fire Wolf gang. How about it? Join my Wushuang gang. The Wushuang gang is your biggest backer. I won't dare to touch you." As he said that, he rubbed Luo Tian a little deeper. Even Luo Tian could feel the elasticity of Zhan Wushuang's chest. It looked ordinary, but the thing under his clothes was definitely not less than C. Luo Tian said, "I'm still a student, so I prioritize my studies. I haven't thought about joining a gang, but today I have to thank Sister Wushuang. If not for Zhan Wushuang, Fire Wolf would definitely not let this matter rest, and would not have gone to Master Hong's place." Luo Tian felt that Zhan Wushuang was very excited. Zhan Wushuang laughed heartily. "Sister Wushuang, this name is not bad. From now on, you will be my, Zhan Wushuang's, little brother. If anyone dares to bully you, I will be the first to not let him off." Suddenly, Luo Tian thought of what happened at the school gate. He wanted to say something, but he held himself back in the end. He separated from Zhan Wushuang and found Shou Ho. Luo Tian waved his hand and said, "Go eat something. I'm starving. I haven't eaten anything all day." Skinny Monkey said nervously, "Brother Tian, they didn't do anything to you, right?" Luo Tian said, "I'm fine." He asked in a low voice, "That picture?" The skinny monkey-like man lowered his voice even further. "It's with me." Luo Tian was still at ease with Skinny Monkey. Even though he was beaten up by Fat Wolf, Skinny Monkey didn't betray him. He said, "I'll leave that thing with you first. I'm worried that Fire Wolf and the others will search my house. Also, I can't let my sister know about this. Otherwise she will kill me." The skinny monkey nodded and said, I know. One more thing. You also need to increase your strength. From tomorrow onwards, you will train with me. The skinny monkey's strength was too weak. He had to increase his strength. He had no power on earth, so he needed his own power. The skinny monkey scratched his head and said, I'll listen to you. The two of them ordered good dishes that they had never eaten in their lives and had a great time. When they parted ways, Luo Tian gave Skinny Monkey 5,000 yuan and told him not to come out and distribute flyers in the future. Skinny Monkey was so moved that tears were about to flow out. At night, the path in the slums was especially quiet. Luo Tian walked slowly. Usually there's a dog barking, but there's nothing today. It seems like you want to ambush me. Haha. Do you really think I'm just a student? As usual, Luo Tian pretended that he didn't know anything and walked downstairs to his building. Just as he was about to go up the stairs, a person rushed out from the darkness, and without saying a word, an iron rod smashed down. Who? With a whistling sound, Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Sneak attacking me. You're still too inexperienced. He dodged, turned around, and kicked out. Bam! Clang! The man was sent flying. It was also at this time. 6 hoodlums rushed out with iron rods in their hands. The leader was Huang Cheng, who was beaten up at the school gate in the afternoon. Huang Cheng pointed at Luo Tian and said, It's this brat brothers, kill him! Other than Huang Cheng, the other 5 were all adult men, and their strength was not bad. All of them had the strength of a 3rd-level warrior. Huang Cheng sneered, Brat, you're dead for sure today. The 5 of them waved their iron rods and walked over with sneers on their faces. Luo Tian said slightly, Little yellow hair, I think you'd better go back and ask your sect leader clearly. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Huang Cheng shouted, Ask your mother! Without waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian suddenly moved. His right arm moved. Sinking his strength into the pubes, he punched out. It directly smashed into Huang Cheng's chest. Get down! Bam! Huang Cheng had no time to react. With a punch to his chest, he instantly fainted. The other 5 were shocked. Stinking brat, you're tired of living. Fight! The 5 of them attacked at the same time. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up. I'm really tired today. I don't want to play with you guys anymore. 1 second. As soon as he finished, the aura on Luo Tian's body suddenly changed. Both of his palms moved, and a series of muffled sounds erupted from his body. Arrogant dragon regrets! The first move of the 18 dragon, subduing palms, was released. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A powerful force shot out from Luo Tian's palms, directly flipping all 5 of them over. It only took a second. The 5 of them flew out and hung in various places. All of them fainted. We're done. Luo Tian stretched his back and couldn't be bothered with them. If it wasn't for Zhan Wushuang, he would have killed all of them. He really needed energy now. Early morning. Luo Tian got up and washed up. Looking downstairs, Huang Cheng's group had already disappeared. Skinny Monkey brought breakfast to Luo Tian's house. After breakfast, the 2 of them went to the rooftop. According to the condition of Skinny Monkey's body, Luo Tian came up with a set of cultivation methods specifically for him, which was to hide. With hiding as the foundation and attacking as the supplement, he would first be in an invincible position and then think about how to defeat his opponent. He didn't know if Skinny Monkey's talent was good or if Luo Tian was good at targeting him. After an entire morning, Skinny Monkey had already comprehended the true meaning of the word hide. And Luo Tian was also constantly cultivating Tai, Chi, and basic fist technique on Earth. His Dantian was intact, so he could comprehend it. Moreover, his comprehension was very strong, even stronger than the genius body he had when he transmigrated to the Tianxian continent, especially the critical hit of his punch. Right now, he was releasing close to 5,000 June of power. 3 days later, it would be the battle with Taishan. This was a test for him. For the entire day, Luo Tian and Skinny Monkey were cultivating other than eating. At the same time, Luo Tian was also looking at the map of the Divine Sea City. He had to find a place to level up. Leveling up in the gravity space was indeed good, but to Luo Tian, it was still too slow. Furthermore, he couldn't stay inside every day. He had to speed up. He wanted to obtain the origin force. He wanted to return to the divine realm. He had to level up quickly. Thank you to Little Mood, Green Grass. Maybe the night is best for crying. No net name for support. Also, I can't find the names of the two brothers, sorry. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Chapter 1817. For the entire day, no one from the Firewolf gang came. No one from the unparalleled sect came either. It was as if this matter was over just like that. However, Luo Tian was very clear in his heart that with Huang Cheng's hooligan personality, he would definitely not give in. Even if Zhan Wushuang suppressed him, he would not be satisfied. Luo Tian was not afraid. If he dared to come again, then it wouldn't be as simple as knocking him out. The next day, Luo Tian woke up early in the morning. Just like yesterday, Skinny Monkey brought breakfast and the Thunder Secret Realm map along the way. Brother Tian, what exactly is this? Skinny Monkey asked as he ate the noodles. Luo Tian looked at the map and said, Good stuff. I heard them say that it's a gold-ranked spirit treasure, and it's something used by cultivators. As for what it is, I'm not sure. Pucci, what did you say? Gold-ranked spirit treasure? That price is worth hundreds of millions. Skinny Monkey had some understanding of the spirit treasure's level and value. He looked at the map in shock and said, Brother Tian is the Fire Wolf because of this map? Luo Tian nodded his head, looking at the mark on the map. It should be on a small island near the Divine Sea City. Skinny Monkey muttered, No wonder these 2 days Roland Street has not been peaceful. Firewolf has been searching everywhere. I heard that Fat Wolf's house has been turned upside down, and his lovers' houses are the same. Those women were all killed by Firewolf. That bad? Luo Tian replied, then pointed to Skinny Monkey and asked, Where is this? Skinny Monkey stretched his head out to look and said, This is an island about 100 kilometers away from the Divine Sea City. It is a forbidden area. No humans are allowed to come close. And the sea is too terrifying now. Even a peak warrior of the 9th level would not dare to come close. The magical beasts on Earth crawled out from the bottom of the sea. The sea was now a paradise for magical beasts, and it was much more dangerous than the forest. Suddenly, Skinny Monkey stared at Luo Tian and said, Brother Tian, you don't want to go there, do you? No, absolutely not, absolutely not. The seaside is too dangerous, not to mention the island. The island is filled with demonic beasts. Once a human approaches, they will be devoured in an instant. The front line of the Divine Sea City was the seaside, to prevent a surprise attack from magical beasts. At the same time, it also prevented humans from approaching. Luo Tian smiled and said, What's the hurry? I didn't say I was going today. The Skinny Monkey heaved a sigh of relief and said, You scared me to death. Luo Tian chuckled and said, I'm going tomorrow night. PFFF, Shouho spat out all of his soup. Shivering in fear, he said, Brother Tian, you're crazy. Even a 9th rank warrior wouldn't be able to deal with those magic beasts. With your current cultivation, you can't even handle a 1st rank magic beast. Luo Tian said, Isn't there still one more day? What can you do in one day? Skinny Monkey asked. Luo Tian said, Finish your breakfast first. After that, I'll take you somewhere. Half an hour later, Thunder Academy Gravity Training Building. Shouho asked doubtfully, Brother Tian, why did you bring me here? This place is only open to teachers on Saturday and Sunday. If it's a student, the price will be doubled. How can we afford it? Indeed, from Monday to Friday, the minimum consumption was 500 yuan. Saturday and Sunday were double the price. Luo Tian said, "Isn't it just money? Don't worry, I'll pay for everything." The skinny monkey's family was poor. He also had 2 younger brothers and a younger sister, so he should have handed over the money to his parents. Moreover, Shou Ho also had to cultivate in the gravity room. The gravity room could temper a person's body and stimulate a powerful force. The body was the source of power, and only by tempering the body would one be able to walk further on the path of martial arts. Luo Tian understood this point very well. The field manager was not the one from last time. When he saw Luo Tian, he said slightly, 2 times gravity room, 1,000 yuan for times gravity room, 2,000 yuan. Luo Tian immediately took out 3,000 yuan and said, "He's twice the price. I'm 4 times the price." Huh. Shou Ho and the field manager were startled at the same time. "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and open the gravity room." Luo Tian said to Shou Ho, "I've already paid the money, so I can't get it back. If you want to waste my money, then don't go in to cultivate. F***CK. That's 1,000 yuan. Even if I die, I'll die inside." Shou Ho was very particular about money. If he spent money, he had to compensate for it. Very quickly, the 2 of them entered the gravity room. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 500 experience. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 500 experience. It rang every 10 seconds. 1 minute was 3,000 experience. 1 hour was 180,000 experience. With the experience that Luo Tian needed to level up, he would be able to level up in 2 hours. Luo Tian was sweating profusely. Beads of sweat rolled down his body, and his entire body was trembling. Hold on for another 10 seconds. Hold on for another 10 seconds. Again, every time he would constantly increase his limit and break through it. Once he reached the point where he couldn't take it anymore, Luo Tian would immediately use Tai Chi to reduce the pressure on his body. When his body recovered a little, he would endure it again. He had to use gravity to extract as much potential from his body as possible. Morning. Zhuge Qing walked to the gravity room and said, "Uncle Lin, help me open the 2x gravity room." Lin Madong said, "Shao Qing, wait for a moment. That skinny monkey will come out soon." Which teacher is inside? Zhuge Qing was stunned. One had to know that there shouldn't be any students inside today. Lin Mu's pipe said, 2 students. One of them even entered the 4x gravity room. I'd like to see how long he can last. But they've been in there for almost half an hour. Zhuge Qing was shocked. There are students in the 4x gravity room? Is it a 3rd-year student? He must be a 3rd-year student. He might be one of the 3rd year's rankers. Otherwise, who would have the ability to enter the 4x gravity room? Even Xian Yuanyo, that monster, couldn't withstand the pressure of 4x gravity. Manager Lin thought for a moment and said, "It seems to be a 1st-year student. This is my first time seeing them. They definitely aren't 3rd-year students." Suddenly, Zhuge Qing couldn't help but think of a person. The person who walked out of the gravity room yesterday was covered in blood. He was a complete madman. Could it be him? Zhuge Qing didn't leave. She wanted to see who it was. 2 hours passed quickly. The door of the gravity room opened. In the 2x gravity room, Shou Ho was practically crawling out. For X gravity room, Luo Tian was covered in blood again, but he had an excited smile on his face. Awesome! I broke through. Old Bull is extremely grateful for the support from Shinko. Chapter 1818. It's him again. Zhuge Qing's heart was like a flood. She was so shocked that she was in a complete mess. In just a short day, he went from the 2 times gravity room to the 4 times gravity room, and it seemed to be even easier than yesterday. Zhuge Qing looked at Lin Mu and couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Lin, is the gravity room broken?" Lin Mu felt that it was strange. There wasn't anyone so fierce among the 1st years. Then, he and Zhuge Qing walked to the door of the 4 times gravity room, and Zhuge Qing took a step in. Crack! His body's joints exploded. His entire body was instantly crushed to the ground. His entire body was trembling nonstop, as if he had fallen into a swamp, unable to stand up at all. Shao Qing! Lin Mu's face was anxious. Someone come quickly. Luo Tian was standing at the entrance of the gravity room. Seeing Zhuge Qing's pale face, he helped her up and said, "Use your strength at will. Spread your will to your acupoints. The acupoints are connected to your blood vessels. Fill every part of your body and bear it together." Zhuge Qing did not understand. "What did you say?" While she was speaking, Luo Tian had already helped her out of the gravity room and said faintly, "I said, don't recklessly enter the 4 times gravity room. Your small body won't be able to withstand it." Finished. Luo Tian walked to the door of the 2 times gravity room and helped Skinny Monkey up and laughed. "How is it? Is it good? Ha ha ha!" Skinny Monkey said bitterly. "I almost died inside. Do you know how I withstood it? I kept thinking about money in my heart. In any case, I could earn more money by holding on for a minute. My entire body was stuck to the floor, and I was almost crushed to death." Skinny Monkey was very clear in his heart. If not for the dodge word that Luo Tian taught him yesterday, he really wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Luo Tian laughed out loud and said, "Now that you're out, it must be good." Skinny Monkey immediately said, excitedly, "Brother Tian, I just broke through. I'm a 2nd-level warrior. Next time, even if I meet Su Hua again, I can make him kneel down and sing ha ha ha." The 2 of them supported each other as they slowly walked away. Zhuge Qing kept thinking about what Luo Tian had just said. "Uncle Lin, what did he say just now?" The forester shook his head. "I didn't hear anything." Zhuge Qing frowned and murmured, "No, he said something about random force and scattered acupoints. This sentence sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. What's the last sentence?" Because at that time she was being crushed by 4 times the gravity and felt too uncomfortable. She didn't pay attention to it at all. Zhuge Qing hated Luo Tian very much. The day before yesterday, she had seen him bullying a classmate at the school gate. She hated this kind of person. But now, she couldn't care less and chased after him. However, there was no trace of Luo Tian. He must know how to perfectly use gravity to train his body. He must know something. What did he mean by that sentence? Irritated, very irritated, with a question bothering her, Zhuge Qing could no longer feel at ease. After searching through Thunder Academy, he still couldn't find Luo Tian and the others. Only after asking the elder at the school gates did he find out that they had already left the school. During lunch, Zhuge Qing was still thinking about this problem. She ate absent-mindedly and murmured, "Strength at will, intent scattered throughout the body. What's the last sentence? What does it mean? How did he do it?" Zhuge Wu happened to hear it. He looked surprised and said, "Little Qing, where did you hear this sentence?" Zhuge Qing was stunned for a moment. She raised her head and said, "I heard it in the morning. That bad boy said it. Grandpa, do you know what the sentence means? I feel like I've heard it somewhere before." Luo Tian's appearance appeared in Zhuge Wu's mind. He said excitedly, "Good boy, I was right." Then, Zhuge Wu said lightly, "Strength at will, intent scattered acupoints, acupoints connected to blood vessels spread to the whole body. This is the profound meaning of the word control." Yes. That's it. Grandpa, how do you know this?" Zhuge Qing asked in confusion. "And I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. How does he know this? What did he mean by that?" Zhuge Wu was silent for a moment. He exhaled deeply and said, "Little Qing, there are some things that I should tell you. When you were very young, your parents left. They had the potential to be cultivators. In order to save the Divine Sea City, they directly used their lives to resist the invasion of the magical beasts. The strength at will, intent scattered acupoints you heard is the word control. that your parents comprehended. They often told you when you were very young. That's why you have an impression of it. As for how he found out, I'm not sure either. However, you have one thing in common. Your parents were both geniuses with the potential to become cultivators. According to my investigation, his parents were also sacrificed in the battle against the demonic beasts. You have a tattoo on your body. I believe he also has a tattoo. You are the descendants of cultivators with the potential to be cultivators. The blood of cultivators should also flow in your bodies. That is your label. Zhuge Wu did not finish a sentence. Because he did not dare to say the rest. Because they would eventually be taken away. As for where, no one knew. What Zhuge Wu wanted to do was protect Zhuge Qing and absolutely not let anyone take her away. He had lost his son and could not lose his granddaughter. She had long known about the death of her parents, but she did not expect them to have the potential to be cultivators, and her own blood also flowed with the potential to be cultivators. She immediately said, "My parents and his parents are probably good friends." That's why they told him. Zhuge Wu smiled faintly and said, "Maybe." He was very clear in his heart. Without that battle, the parents of both sides would not have known each other at all. After the battle, they did not come back, so it was impossible for Luo Tian to find these. But how did he know about the word control? Zhuge Wu could not understand this. Zhuge Qing asked, "Grandpa, how do you cultivate the word control?" "You don't know, but that bad boy cultivated in the 4 times gravity room for 2 whole hours today. It's simply unbelievable. He's even more powerful than those advanced warriors of the 3rd years." Cough, cough, cough. Zhuge Wu coughed rapidly, cultivating in the 4 times gravity room for 2 hours. "Good boy. It seems that he awakened earlier than you." Shao Qing. How to cultivate the word control. Only you can experience it yourself. No one else can help you. However, maybe that bad boy can help you. If you really want to know, you can only look for him. Zhuge Wu laughed and thought to himself, "Kid, I can only help you to this point." Zhuge Qing pouted and muttered, "Should I look for him?" Thank you to the 2 brothers, no online name, Blackface, White Teeth, for their tips. Thank you for your support. Good night. Chapter 1819. Zhuge Qing struggled for an entire afternoon. She cultivated in the gravity room, constantly trying to comprehend the true meaning of the U word, but she had no clue because she didn't know where to start. In the end, she mustered up her courage and decided to look for Luo Tian. This was the first time in her 16 years of life that she went to look for a boy. It wasn't because she was noble, but because she didn't ask anyone for anything. Martial arts had always been easy to understand, but this time, she really couldn't understand. And then there was Luo Tian. After having a big lunch with the skinny monkey, he returned home, took a shower, and then cultivated on the rooftop. Luo Tian continued to practice the basic fist technique, and Tai Chi, the skinny monkey, continued to practice the dodge word. He spent the entire afternoon cultivating. In the evening, "My cultivation speed is too slow. It's better to cultivate in the gravity room," Luo Tian muttered. The skinny monkey said, "The gravity room is too expensive. It's not something that we can afford." "Money is indeed a problem." Luo Tian said it. "Earning money is not a problem. Tonight, I'll go play another round of boxing to prepare for the sea tomorrow." He couldn't possibly swim out to sea, right? Moreover, this trip would definitely be dangerous, so he had to make sufficient preparations. Money was bound to be indispensable, and he had to buy some firearms. Firearms were naturally indispensable, and all of these had to be bought with money. Still going? Brother Tian, let's forget it. I feel that the underground arena is full of danger, and who knows what kind of opponent we will meet today. The skinny monkey said worriedly. Luo Tian had also thought of this. However, the underground boxing arena was the fastest way to earn money, and it was something that Luo Tian could do. "I don't care anymore. Let's go take a look after dinner." At night, Roland Street was bustling with noise and excitement. The street girls in the red light district wore revealing clothes and kept soliciting business. Luo Tian was almost pulled in several times. The sound of the slot machines in the gambling area could be heard. Occasionally there would be fights. Screams could be heard from the alley. Roland Street gave people a feeling of hopelessness. Many people felt that this place was hell, and they would never be able to get out of it. Many people felt that this place was heaven, free from the invasion of magical beasts. More importantly, as long as you had money, you could do anything you wanted here. Murder, arson, as many women as he wanted. Many times Luo Tian wondered if this was Earth. If he hadn't read the history books, he would have suspected that this wasn't Earth, but another dimension. Brother Luo, ha ha ha, I knew you would come again. The registration staff looked at Luo Tian and immediately smiled. Yesterday he won a lot because of Luo Tian. He said, "How many matches do you want to play today?" Luo Tian smiled. "I don't know yet." The staff member immediately said, "Okay, I want to help you register your name. You can go to the lounge to rest." With that, Luo Tian asked for the registration fee. He blocked it and said, "You're someone that Master Hong has his eyes on. Why would he want your registration fee?" Huh. Luo Tian was slightly shocked and thought in his heart, "How did I become someone that Master Hong has his eyes on?" He didn't know. Yesterday, after he left the fighting building, old Master Hong also walked out of the gravity room drenched in sweat. After his Taiji control of gravity was messed up, he also had to endure the pressure of 4 times the gravity. However, he was very appreciative of Luo Tian, praising Luo Tian without holding back in front of his lackeys. This matter was quickly known by the entire fighting arena staff, so Luo Tian was naturally much more polite. Soon, Master Hong knew that Luo Tian had arrived. Zhan Wushuang also knew. The Fire Wolf also knew. Luo Tian walked into the lounge and shivered slightly. He thought to himself, "Where's that big guy?" The people who came today were all new fighters. When they saw Luo Tian, they didn't have any expressions. Skinny Monkey also said slightly, "Looks like my idol didn't come?" It was also at this time. The surrounding gamblers seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they shouted with all their might, "Beat him to death! Beat him to death! Kill him! Kill him! Ha ha ha! A student dares to be arrogant here. Brat, yesterday you made me lose a lot of money. Today I still bet on you losing. Now I feel good, ha ha ha! Taishan, kill him!" Skinny Monkey was puzzled. What kind of battle is so intense? He quickly rushed to the window and looked at the fight in the iron cage. His face suddenly changed, and he said, "Brother Tian, it's the Xianyuan ox." Luo Tian also walked forward, his face also secretly changing. At this moment, Tai Shan's fists were like heavy cannons, constantly bombarding the chest of the Xianyuan ox. The Xianyuan ox continued to spit out blood. Its entire body was hung on the iron cage, constantly being bombarded by Taishan. There was no way for it to retaliate, and the referee had no intention of stopping him. Bam! 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 Each punch was heavier than the last. Blood kept flowing out of the Xianyuan ox's mouth as it lowered its head. It had already fainted. Taishan sneered, "What bullshit punch is this? Do you think you can be lawless just because you have a little power? Let me tell you, I am the king here. What kind of bullshit are you?" While they were talking, another punch was thrown out. The wind from the fist was like thunder, and the iron net on the back of the Xianyuan ox was smashed apart. The Xianyuan ox's entire body was also sent flying. Bam! He heavily smashed onto the ground. The corner of Tai Shan's mouth drew back, revealing a cold smile. He fiercely spat on the ground and laughed. "You can't even withstand a single blow." It was also at this moment. The entire audience was in an uproar. Taishan, 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 99 matches undefeated. One more match, and he will be the 100 victories general. Ha ha ha. He's the king here, this is too awesome. Luo Tian and the skinny monkey rushed out crazily. Luo Tian helped the Xianyuan ox up, and with a slight movement of the idea, he could sense that the Xianyuan ox's ribs were all broken and its internal organs were all severely injured. If it was not treated, it would die. Taishan was also slightly shocked. Looking at Luo Tian, he sneered, "Brat, the next one is you." Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly, his anger soaring to the sky. At this moment, the Xianyuan ox heavily grabbed onto Luo Tian's arm, shook its head with difficulty, and said, Don't fight with him, don't!" Suddenly, Luo Tian stood up, faced a private room, and said, "Master Hong, do you have a doctor here? Do you have the healing spirit liquid?" The entire crowd was shocked. After a few seconds of silence, the man wearing a tang suit beside Master Hong said slightly, "The value of the healing spirit liquid is 500,000. This is not a small amount." The meaning behind his words was very simple. "Yes, but I can't give it to you." Among them, there was another layer of meaning to these words. Luo Tian was not an idiot. He naturally understood the meaning behind the man's words and said, "I want to challenge him." He turned around and pointed at Taishan, who was in the iron cage. "Thank you to Story Without Me, Shaoxi, for your 1888 reward and support. Thank you to Reminiscence of the Fleeting Time Like Water, the dispirited little man Yun. Love? Perhaps the night is best for crying, confused and realistic. Thank you so many brothers for your support. Thank you so much for your support." Chapter 1820. As soon as his voice faded, the audience instantly quieted down. Taishan's face revealed a ferocious and excited smile. His two eyes stared at Luo Tian and made a gesture of singing. "Challenge Taishan." Did I hear it wrong? This kid actually wants to challenge Taishan? Ha ha ha. He's definitely tired of living. Even if you want to avenge your classmate, you have to look at who the other party is. With his weak appearance, he wants to challenge Taishan? Doesn't he know that Taishan is the king here? Slowly, the surroundings boiled up. All sorts of mocking sounds rang out. Luo Tian did not look at Taishan in the iron cage, but turned to look at the man in the tang suit. "What about now?" The man in the tang suit smiled and said, "If you want the healing elixir, then win Taishan. Otherwise, you won't get anything. One more thing. You have already signed a life and death contract. No one will care if you die in the arena later." While they were talking, the man in the tang suit said to Taishan, "Taishan, if you win this match, you can be the 100 Victory General. According to the rules of the underground arena, you can get a reward of 1 million. Do your best and don't let Master Hong down." Taishan bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Don't worry, Master Hong. I will definitely teach this arrogant guy a lesson." As soon as his voice faded, Taishan pointed at Luo Tian and hooked his finger. He sneered and said, "Kid, hurry up and die." Don't, brother, don't fight with him. You're not his opponent, don't." Xian Yuanyo was extremely weak. His bloody hand grabbed Luo Tian's arm. He had fought with Taishan before, so he knew the fear of being dominated by power. It was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Moreover, Taishan was not only powerful, but also had a rock-hard defense. His strength could not hurt Taishan at all. This was the most terrifying part. Skinny Monkey also said, "Brother Tian, don't fight with him. You're not his opponent. He's too strong. Don't fight with him." Taishan laughed loudly. "Primary school student, hurry up and come to the stage to die. Today, you have to fight even if you don't want to. Don't worry. I will definitely beat you back to your mother's womb to drink milk. Ha ha ha." He was unusually proud of himself. Last time, when he saw Luo Tian instantly copy the Xianyuan ox's move and release an even stronger power, Taishan was unhappy because this was his territory and he was the king here. Anyone who threatened his position had to die. He would not give Luo Tian any chance to break through. The sooner this kind of person was crippled, the less of a threat he would pose to him. Luo Tian stood up and looked at the Xian Yuan ox and the skinny monkey. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." The Xian Yuan ox's injuries were too serious. If they sent him to the hospital, it would be difficult to treat him. Moreover, they did not have that much money on them, using only healing spirit liquid. This was a combination of technology and cultivation, just like the elixirs in the domain of the gods. However, the elixir was more advanced than the elixirs. Its healing effect was also very good, and the price was frighteningly high. 10 milliliters of healing elixir would cost 500,000. The Xian Yuanyo's injuries were too severe. They could only rely on the healing spirit liquid. Moreover, Luo Tian looked at the Xian Yuan ox and couldn't help but think of his brother, Xian Yuan Yi, who was still suffering in hell. His heart tightened. Then, Luo Tian leaped heavily and directly drilled through the gaps in the barbed wire. At this moment, the referee whistled and said, "Everyone get ready. The battle will begin in 3 minutes. Those who want to bet, hurry up. There are only 3 minutes left. Hurry up, hurry up. I bet 10,000 Taishan. I bet 30,000. I'll bet all of it. This is simply giving us money, ha ha ha. I really have to thank this kid." In the private room, Firewolf stared at Zhan Wushuang playfully and laughed. "Do you want to bet?" Zhan Wushuang said, "What do you want to bet?" Firewolf stared at Zhan Wushuang's chest and said, "Let's bet on your body. If you lose, you will accompany me for the night." Suddenly, the Wushuang clan members rushed forward, and Bladescar even coldly snorted. "Firewolf, you better be careful with your words." Zhan Wushuang's eyes also turned sinister. Firewolf laughed out loud. "I'm just joking. Don't be so serious. Fat Wolf lost a lot of money to you. Today I will win it all back. Don't you think highly of that kid? Then I'll bet 5 million that kid will lose." "Huh." Zhan Wushuang frowned even more. Bladescar immediately said, "Taishan's strength is at the peak of the 8th level. Luo Tian is just a student. He is no match for him. There is no suspense in this match, Brother Firewolf. This bet is meaningless. Why don't we bet on the next one?" Firewolf did not even look at Bladescar, but sneered, "Who do you think you are? You don't even have the qualifications to talk to me. Zhan Wushuang, do you dare to bet? It doesn't matter if you don't dare to bet. Bring me a cup of tea." Bring me a cup of tea? This was a big taboo. It also meant that the Wushuang clan admitted defeat. Zhan Wushuang sneered and said, "Since Brother Firewolf wants to bet, I, Zhan Wushuang, will naturally accompany you, but Firewolf, based on my understanding, can you afford 5 million? Firewolf smiled and took out a document from his arms. "This is half of my catering business on Roland Street. Do you think it is worth 5 million? Zhan Wushuang said, "Yes, of course it is worth it." Then she said, "Bladescar, go and prepare the money." Bladescar's face changed slightly and whispered, "Big sister, the disparity in strength is too big. Luo Tian is no match for Taishan. Don't bet with him." Zhan Wushuang raised his voice and shouted, "I told you to get the money." Firewolf also laughed. "Didn't you hear? Go and get the money, ha ha ha." That was Zhan Wushuang's temper. Ding, ding, ding. The referee knocked on the bell and said, "Time's up, fighters, get ready, start." Taishan's neck cracked, and he took a step forward. Boom! The arena shook slightly, and Taishan sneered, "Kid, don't you know how to channel strength like that trash? Come on." As soon as he finished, Taishan suddenly rushed out. His majestic and domineering body pounced towards Luo Tian like a mountain pressing down on him. All of Luo Tian's escape routes were sealed. There was no way out. However, Luo Tian laughed coldly and said, using softness to conquer strength. With a flick of his hands, his body was like a piece of paper, gently floating, and then borrowing Taishan's ferocious strength, he fiercely pushed, clang! Taishan was directly smashed into the iron frame. An entire cage shook from the impact. His forehead was smashed open and blood dripped out. Taishan was incomparably furious. His entire body was scarlet red, and he roared, "Brat, I'm going to tear you apart!" He then pounced towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian was calm and collected and said, "Come and tear Lousy apart." Thank you to Elder Dan Yi for your rewards. Thank you to Greengrass for your continuous rewards. Thank you. Chapter 1821. Bam! Rumble! Taishan was once again smashed into the iron frame, his head exploding with blood. His strength was like hitting cotton, completely unable to hurt Luo Tian at all. Luo Tian kept floating. He displayed the profound meaning of Tai Chi to its fullest. Ah! Ah! Taishan was furious. He roared towards the sky, his eyes spitting flames as he stared at Luo Tian, and said, "If you have the guts, don't run." A powerful battle strength was released. His right fist moved, drawing an arc of power and directly sweeping out. Luo Tian placed one hand on his back and used only a finger on his other hand to gently move. Borrowing Taishan's power, he pulled and directly smashed his fist into the iron frame. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Hiss! Taishan sucked in a breath of cold air in pain. The hard iron frame was bent by him. Luo Tian sneered, "Wow, it hurts." Ha ha ha! The gamblers outside the cage started cursing. "You only know how to dodge. Kid, what else do you know other than dodging? Disgusting. Kid, can't you fight back? You don't even dare to fight back. Why are you fighting underground? Go home and F*CK yourself." Seeing that Luo Tian had the upper hand, everyone was unhappy, because they had all bet that Luo Tian would lose. In the private room, Firewolf could not sit still any longer and cursed loudly. "You dog, you're playing dirty." Zhan Wushuang picked up a glass of red wine and shook it, saying, "Firewolf, this is a real fight. This is an expert. Ha ha ha." Her heart was also hanging in the air. Even though Luo Tian had the upper hand, he had been dodging, which meant that Luo Tian was afraid in his heart. Furthermore, Luo Tian's cultivation could not be compared to Taishan's. Once Luo Tian did not successfully dodge, he would be KO with one punch. At this moment, Zhan Wushuang was even more nervous than Firewolf. That was 5 million. It was not a small number. In another private room, Master Hong's face was filled with shock as he squinted his eyes and revealed a strange smile. "I didn't expect you to have used my Tai Chi to such a level, using softness to overcome hardness, using 4 tails to overcome 1,000 caddies. You've used it so well." Immediately after, Chief Hong gestured with his finger, and the man in the Tang suit immediately came forward to listen. Half a minute later, the man in Tang's suit walked out of the private room and said with a smile, "Taishan, do you only know how to use brute force? There were always iron pillars and barbed wire. Wouldn't it be fine to just remove these iron cages? He really doesn't have a brain. With his strength, you can exhaust him to death." Luo Tian frowned. Taishan grinned and laughed. "Thank you for your reminder, Brother Tang." The man in the Tang suit said, "I didn't remind him of anything." Tarzan hugged one of the iron bars and pulled it up with his arms. Then he pushed the iron cage down. Now there was only the arena left. Taishan laughed and said, "Kid, let's see how you're going to borrow my strength." Without the hard iron frame, Luo Tian had lost his helper. The surrounding gamblers immediately became excited. "Taishan, kill him." Without the iron frame, that kid won't be able to use these to hurt Taishan. Even if he drags it out, he won't be able to outlast Taishan. Taishan will definitely win this round. Ha ha ha. Kid, prepare to die. Taishan clenched his fists tightly, leaned forward, and suddenly pounced towards Luo Tian. This time he used all his strength. He didn't have any energy left to defend. He was sure that Luo Tian would still dodge, so there was no need to defend. Just that, suddenly, Luo Tian's posture was a bit wrong. His fists formed into palms, and a series of sounds like a dragon's roar came out from his body. At this moment, Tai Shan didn't even think about it as he roared, "Die!" Wang. Luo Tian's palms moved slightly, and he thought to himself, "Activate the true qi." The true qi in his dantian was activated, and he fully activated the 18 dragon subduing palms. Facing Tai Shan, who was like a ferocious tiger and wolf, Luo Tian was extremely shocked. He had seen all kinds of storms, and this kind of battle was simply child's play. Both fists moved and heavily smashed down. Luo Tian also shouted in a deep voice, 18 dragon subduing palms. Arrogant dragon regrets. Both palms pushed out, and the two true qi wrapped around his arms. With the push of both palms, they rushed out at the same time. It heavily blasted onto Tai Shan's fists. Meet force with force. Kacha! Rumble, rumble! The violent impact of the force caused the air to explode. It was also at this time Tai Shan's face became extremely ugly. The joints of his fists were all broken, and the bones of his entire arm were all broken. The powerful force was also constantly rushing into his body. In that instant, his body suddenly flew out and hit the thick cement wall more than 10 meters away. Bam! The wall quickly cracked. Tai Shan fell to the ground, his arms trembling. He wanted to stand up, but his arms were already crippled and he couldn't support his body at all. Bam! He fell heavily on the ground. He looked at Luo Tian unwillingly. "I don't accept it, I don't accept it," Luo Tian sneered. "You don't accept it? If you don't accept it, come up and fight again. Come on. Come up and fight. If you don't accept it, come up." In the end, Luo Tian almost roared out. All the gamblers looked at Luo Tian's angry eyes and couldn't say a word. They were all dumbfounded. It was also at this time. The man in the Tang suit suddenly jumped down from a high place and stood in front of Luo Tian. The battle intent was like a flame rising from his body. The battle intent was visible to the naked eye. Dangerous aura. Luo Tian could clearly sense the dangerous aura of the man in the Tang suit. The man in the Tang suit looked at Luo Tian coldly, took out a small bottle of healing spirit liquid from his arms, and threw it to Luo Tian, and said, "Your healing spirit liquid." Immediately, the man in the Tang suit moved and instantly landed in front of Tai Shan. Tai Shan lay on the ground and looked up at the man in the Tang suit, saying, "Brother Tang, I don't accept it. I don't accept it. Give me a bottle of healing spirit liquid. I want to fight with him again. I will definitely trample him under my feet," not waiting for him to finish. The man in the Tang suit raised his foot and stomped heavily on Tai Shan's head. "Trash! Don't you think you've lost enough face?" Crack! Tai Shan's head split open like a watermelon. His body twitched and he died. At the same time, ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Tai Shan for obtaining 5,000 experience, 200 true qi, and 10 energy values. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the challenge of Tai Shan Quest. You've obtained 10,000 experience, 100 true qi, 100 points, and a pair of bronze gloves. Ding! The system's rating begins. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining his class rating and obtaining a special reward from the system. As soon as the voice faded, a beating gift box appeared in Luo Tian's mind. The idea moved and clicked on the gift box. The system beep sounded. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the hot weapon, Thunder Dragon Heavy Cannon. Thank you, Dan Yi, for your 588 reward. Good night. Chapter 1822. Thunder Dragon Heavy Cannon. Hot weapon. Happiness came too suddenly, and he was a little unable to accept it. An A rank mission and an S rank mission actually gave him a hot weapon. Moreover, this Thunder Dragon Cannon required 100,000 points to exchange for. This meant that the cold weapon was on the same level as the Ganjiang Moxie. Moreover, the appearance of the Thunder Dragon Heavy Cannon was extremely domineering. It looked like a rocket launcher, but there was an angry dragon covered in lightning coiled around the entire body of the rocket launcher. The firing port was the huge mouth of the angry dragon, giving people a strong visual impact, extremely domineering. Immediately after, Luo Tian immediately checked the attributes. Weapon: Thunder Dragon Heavy Cannon Grade, Gold Rank Damage, 5 stars attack, Area of Effect Damage Consumption, 100 True Chi description. Thunder Dragon Heavy Cannon is an energy-filled weapon. Every time it fires, it requires 100 True Chi to fill it. The cooldown time is 1 minute. The second time it fires, it uses 500 True Chi, and the damage is doubled. The third time it fires, it uses 2,000 True Chi, and the damage is quadrupled. 10 minutes cooldown time. Huh. Luo Tian was startled. It can happen 3 times in 10 minutes, and each time the consumption is different. The damage is also different, but area of effect damage, and the damage is 5 stars. It's really awesome. Hot weapons had always been something that Luo Tian wanted. Unfortunately, he couldn't exchange it in the divine realm. To think that there was a special reward on Earth. That was too great. In the past, he could only enjoy himself in the game. Now that he was in the real world, he wished that he could do it, but the consumption of True Chi was a problem. Just as Luo Tian was looking at the Thunder Dragon's attributes, the man in the Tang suit stepped on Mount Tai's head, turned around and jumped, landing on the stage like a dragonfly skimming the water, and said coldly, "I'll fight you." Luo Tian kept the system, looked at the man in the Tang suit and smiled. "I'm not interested today." Luo Tian walked to the side of the Xianyuan ox and poured the bottle of healing spirit liquid, worth 500,000, into his mouth. The spirit liquid entered his body. The Xianyuan ox's body quickly repaired itself, and even the broken ribs were automatically connected. The healing effect was simply too miraculous. However, the Xianyuan ox's injuries were only physical injuries, which could be easily healed with the healing spirit liquid. If it was injuries to the mind, the sea of consciousness, or the nerves, such low-grade healing spirit liquid would not have any effect at all. After half a minute, Xian Yuanyo's face was flushed red. He stood up and knelt down on one knee. He said solemnly, "Thank you for saving my life. From today onwards, you are my boss. As long as you say the word, I will do anything for you." He had a very strong Jianghu aura. Luo Tian didn't even frown when he drank 500,000 drops of spirit liquid. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. The Xianyuan ox had no way of repaying this kindness. It could only repay it with its own life. The skinny monkey-like man laughed excitedly and said, "Ha ha ha, we are all brothers from now on." Luo Tian also stepped forward to support the Xianyuan bull. He said, "Just like Skinny Monkey said, we are brothers from now on. There is no need for thanks between brothers." "Ha ha ha, Brother Tian," the Xianyuan ox said heavily, admiring him from the bottom of his heart. The battle prowess that Luo Tian had displayed, his identity, and the power that he had released in his last move were all things that he had never seen before. The skinny monkey-like man giggled. "Old cow, Brother Tian even knows how to use your fist, and with just a glance his strength is twice as strong as yours. Hee hee, you didn't expect that, right?" The Xianyuan ox was shocked again. "Brother Tian is Brother Tian. I, old cow, admire you." The surrounding gamblers were extremely angry. F***CK. What bullshit, 100 victories, General. If you can't even beat a student, you might as well go home and F***CK a dog. This is bad, I've lost everything. Taishan F***CK, your 18 generations of ancestors. Many people rushed to Taishan's corpse and kicked it a few times to vent their anger. It was also at this time, in the private room, Firewolf wanted to take back the information on the table, but was nailed to the table by Scar. Zhan Wushuang laughed. "Brother Firewolf, can't you afford to lose?" Firewolf's face turned ferocious, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He cursed Taishan's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart and retracted his hand, saying, "Sister Wushuang, I was just joking just now. You can't be serious, right?" Zhan Wushuang smiled and said, "You can joke if you want, but I like to joke too. If you think that I'm joking, then don't think about leaving this room today. Of course, you can also treat my words as a joke." As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the private room was pushed open and dozens of Wushuang gang members immediately rushed in. Fire Wolf squinted his eyes and said fiercely, "Zhan Wushuang, you win. Let's wait and see." After saying that, he quickly walked out of the private room. He knew very well that if he did not leave behind 5 million worth of assets, Zhan Wushuang would definitely not let him leave alive. "Boss, can't we just let this matter go? That's half of our Firewolf gang's assets." Firewolf clenched his fists and said coldly, "This matter will not end just like that. Send someone to secretly follow Luo Tian. The Thunder secret territory map must be with him. Keep an eye on him 24/7. Report to me immediately if there's any movement. Also, didn't late Lunatic, the Thunder Hall master of Wushuang gang, get taught a lesson by Zhan Wushuang last night? I heard that Luo Tian injured his brother-in-law. Contact Lei Lunatic and ask him if he wants to be the faction master of Wushuang gang." "I'll do it right away." Firewolf looked back at the fighting continent and sneered, saying, "Zhan Wushuang, I'll see how long you can jump around. And that student, you son of a bitch, I'll let you know my methods." In the private room, Zhan Wushuang was unusually happy. "Good boy, you're really fierce. Take out 1 million to Luo Tian as his reward. Tell him that Huang Cheng's incident won't happen again." Scar immediately said, "Isn't 1 million a little too much?" Zhan Wushuang smiled, "Not at all. Even Master Hong admires this boy's potential. Plus, the martial skill he used in the arena. Do you think it's an ordinary martial skill? It's Tai Chi that Master Hong cultivates. Plus, I really like this brother of mine." Scar did not ask further and immediately said, "I'll arrange it." The man in the Tang suit did not provoke him anymore because he saw the look in Master Hong's eyes. Master Hong did not invite Luo Tian anymore. Instead, he quietly left the fighting building and went to a black building in the city center. "Ha ha ha! Go back and tell Sister Wushuang to thank her for the 1 million. Luo Tian smiled. He was in need of money, and this 1 million was like charcoal in the snow. It could totally buy equipment. Luo Tian and the other two walked out of the fighting building. A pure and beautiful girl stood there, quietly looking at Luo Tian. "Thank you to Promise for the 1888 reward and support. Thank you to Lost My Life for the reward. Thank you to Universe Card Alliance, Zilong Greengrass, Starry Sky for your support. Thank you all." Chapter 1823. Zhuge Qing struggled for a long time before she made up her mind to look for Luo Tian. After asking around, she finally saw Luo Tian in the underground arena. If not for Luo Tian, she would never come to such a place in her entire life. Just nice. When she saw Luo Tian send Tai Shan flying with a single palm, she was extremely shocked. Tai Shan's cultivation was much higher than Luo Tian's. How could he be so strong? It was also at that moment that she became even more determined in her heart. Luo Tian definitely knew the U word, which could allow the gravity in the gravity room to temper his body and make his body stronger than ordinary people. Xian Yuanya was stunned. Zhuge Qing. Skinny Monkey was also extremely shocked. Brother Tian. She is the #1 on the school beauty ranking, and is also one of the top 10 experts in the second year's fighting strength list. She is also the only granddaughter of the principal, Zhuge Wu. Luo Tian's expression was very normal. Zhuge Qing was indeed beautiful. However, he had seen too many beautiful girls. Which one of his wives wasn't beautiful? Which one wasn't devastatingly beautiful? Therefore, Luo Tian was already immune to the lethality of beauties. He smiled and said, "It's you." It was the girl who rashly entered the 4 times gravity room and was crushed to the ground. Zhuge Qing walked towards Luo Tian step by step. Xian Yuanyo and Skinny Monkey were shocked as they whispered, "She's walking over, she's walking over. Boss, she's looking at you. She seems to be here, specially to look for you." "Wow. Brother Tian, you're too awesome." Luo Tian was puzzled. "Looking for me is awesome." Xian Yuanyo said, "Do you know how many people are chasing after Zhuge Qing? The people who like her can surround Roland Street. As long as she calls for help in school, 100 people can come out in a minute." Zhuge Qing walked to Luo Tian's side, bowed 90 degrees, and said sincerely, "Please teach me the U word." Huh. What's going on? The 3 of them were stunned. Luo Tian couldn't react for a moment and said, "What U word, Art? I don't know what you're talking about." Zhuge Qing said, "It's what you said in the gravity room during the day. Please teach me." She really wanted to know. She really wanted to become stronger. She wanted to be stronger than her parents. She wanted to go to the front line and hunt those magical beasts. Therefore, she let go of her modesty, let go of everything in the past, and still wanted the pride in her heart. However, Luo Tian had completely forgotten what he had said during the day. "Did I say anything during the day? I don't remember anything at all. Did you hear wrongly?" Zhuge Qing frowned and said, "Move your strength at will. Disperse your acupoints. Acupoints hurt your blood vessels. Blood vessels connect your entire body. This sentence, there's nothing special about it. It's just the basic principles of strength and defense. There's nothing much to teach. Just practice in the gravity room a few times, and you'll be able to learn it." Luo Tian said calmly. This was the most basic thing. Skinny Monkey and Xian Yuanyo fell silent, at the same time muttering what Zhuge Qing had said. Skinny Monkey scratched his head and said, "Brother Tian, it's too hard to understand. How can we do it?" Xian Yuanyo said naively, "When I train in the gravity room, I rely on my body to withstand it. Could it be that there's some kind of law of strength? I don't understand what she said at all. It's like a book from heaven. Furthermore, Zhuge Qing often trains in the gravity room. Her talent is the best among the second years. How can she not comprehend it?" Zhuge Qing also looked at Luo Tian with incomparable desire. If she could comprehend it, she definitely wouldn't have come to look for Luo Tian. In her heart, Luo Tian was the kind of bad student who bullied his classmates and even fought underground. He was the kind of bad student who was even bad to the extreme. Holy **T. Luo Tian looked at them as if he was looking at aliens. These are the most basic things. You guys don't even know this. I really don't know how you guys cultivate. Unimaginable. These were things that even ordinary warriors in the profound sky continent knew, but no one here understood. How could he call himself a genius? The top 10 of the fighting strength list. He knew nothing at all. Luo Tian thought in his heart, Earth should be a small plane of the chaos realm. The forces of the chaos realm are above the divine realm. So logically speaking, Earth's martial strength should be above the profound sky continent. How could this be? Or could it be that there are always 1 or 2 burdened planes in every realm, just like how there are good students and bad students in class? Huff! Luo Tian took a deep breath and said, "You all want to know." The 3 of them nodded heavily. Luo Tian rolled his eyes and said, "Let's go eat supper first. After that, come to my house. I'll slowly analyze it for you guys, but I have a condition." Zhuge Qing took the lead and said, "As long as you're willing to teach me, I'll agree to any condition." All right. The 4 of them had a good meal at the food stall. Then, Luo Tian and the other 3 returned home and went straight to the rooftop. Then, Luo Tian looked at the Shenyuan ox and said, "Old cow, show me your explosive punch first. Use your strongest strength." The Shenyuan ox did as he was told. He continuously channeled energy from his entire body and gathered it on his right arm. Then he punched out. Huff! The sound of wind breaking rang out. Skinny Monkey and Zhuge were shocked. What a strong power! Strong my ass. Luo Tian immediately poured a bucket of cold water on it and took a look at the right arm of the Shenyuan ox. He could almost feel the blood in the arm of the Shenyuan ox, and with his experience in the divine realm, he dared to conclude that the Shenyuan ox was born with divine strength. Moreover, his right arm was extraordinary. The Shenyuan ox scratched its head and said, "Boss, is there anything wrong?" "Of course not." Luo Tian said, "You can only condense your power from your body, and you need a certain amount of time to condense your power, so you can't release it instantly." Finished. Luo Tian shouted, "Watch carefully." The idea moved. One punch critical hit. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Luo Tian punched out. The sound of the air tearing apart was extremely ear-piercing. The wind from the fist was like a fierce tiger rushing out, at least twice as fierce as the Shenyuan ox. In the beginning, when Skinny Monkey said that Luo Tian could punch the Shenyuan ox, he didn't believe it, but now his eyes flashed as he stared at Luo Tian like a love-struck girl. He immediately hugged onto Luo Tian's thigh and said, "Brother, teach me. You are my biological brother." Zhuge Qing's face was also filled with shock. Even those martial arts teachers were unable to cultivate the explosive punch of the Shenyuan ox, but Luo Tian was able to do it so easily. It was too unbelievable. Luo Tian kicked the Shenyuan ox away and said, "First, release 100 consecutive one-punch critical strike. Don't have any gaps and don't have any energy left in your body. Release it with all your strength every time." "Yes, sir." The tenderloin of the Shenyuan ox ran to the side and started practicing. Luo Tian walked in front of Zhuge Qing and sized her up. In the end, his gaze landed on Zhuge Qing's chest, and he swallowed his saliva and said, "It's so big." "Thank you to Little Mood, Starry Sky, faintly discernible, for your support. Thank you." Chapter 1824. Suddenly, Zhuge Qing's face changed and she kicked out, "You." His finger gently stopped, and a finger blocked Zhuge Qing's right foot, and with her strength he lifted up. Because Zhuge Qing was wearing a small skirt, the scenery under the skirt was completely exposed in front of Luo Tian's eyes. "Wow, there is a little white rabbit." Zhuge Qing was even more furious. She directly used all her strength, and with the strength of her right foot, her left foot moved and heavily kicked Luo Tian's head. Luo Tian was calm and composed. With a light tap of his right foot, his body floated up like a piece of paper, and he took advantage of the momentum to step back, and another finger fell on Zhuge Qing's bare foot and used the momentum to push. Bang! Zhuge Qing fell directly to the ground. Skinny Monkey and Shenyuan ox were dumbfounded. Wasn't it too cruel to destroy a flower? If Zhuge Qing's fans saw this, they would probably have the heart to kill Luo Tian. Zhuge Qing stood up, glared fiercely at Luo Tian, and left angrily. Luo Tian did not stay, and said slightly, "You can't even bear this little grievance, and you still want to learn the U formula? You still want to become stronger? I think this is how it will be for the rest of your life. Becoming stronger is just a dream." His words were very harsh, but for Zhuge Qing it had to be so harsh. Because her thoughts were limited, so was her strength. She would never be able to jump out of that circle. How could she break through like this? Become stronger? Zhuge Qing clenched her fists and then clenched them again and stood in the same place, trembling all over. But in the end, she put down everything, turned around, and walked to Luo Tian's side and said, "Please teach me. I will definitely defeat you." Luo Tian smiled and said, "Very good. What I used just now was the power of Tai Chi, although it is not the U formula. It is better than the U formula. For you, Tai Chi is very suitable for you to cultivate at present." Luo Tian had already thought about it for Zhuge Qing. Tai Chi is yin and yang. Yin and yang are gentle. Power is born from nature. What you want to cultivate is the power of nature. You will be able to extract power from any place. You can even extract the strongest power from the air, Luo Tian slowly said. Zhu Geqing asked, "What should we do?" "Even cultivators can't do what you just said." "Cultivator? What is that?" "Is your vision that of a cultivator?" Luo Tian laughed. Who was he? A divine king expert. Furthermore, he was an expert with 3 divine kings in one body. If not for the fact that he was a transmigrator and could not fuse with the power of origin in the divine domain, he would have killed Hong Tu and become the strongest expert in the divine domain. He didn't care about the cultivators on Earth at all. Zhu Geqing was stunned. Skinny Monkey murmured, "Brother Tian, cultivators are incomparably supreme existences. Even the mayor has to be extremely respectful when he sees one." "Short-sighted." Luo Tian scoffed and said to Zhu Geqing, "From now on, you will practice Tai Chi with me." Then, Luo Tian integrated the principles of Tai Chi. The most important thing was to integrate himself into nature, the air, the water, and the playthings in the world. He slowly sensed and comprehended them. Zhu Geqing closed her eyes and slowly began to cultivate. "Skinny Monkey, you should still cultivate dodge. I'll teach you a set of steps now." Luo Tian continued to deduce in his mind, using the principles of the 8 trigrams of Tai Chi, the power of the 18 dragons subduing palms, and the gravity in the gravity room. He continued to deduce and try it out in his mind. Suddenly, ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for comprehending. Expeditious steps for obtaining 10 experience points, 100 true Chi, 10 ability values, and 10 points as a reward. Do you want to cultivate it? Cultivate! Luo Tian was secretly shocked and said excitedly, "I never thought that I would be able to comprehend a cultivation technique. It seems that this body's comprehension ability is very strong. Then I won't have to worry about not being able to absorb the source energy in the future." Then, Luo Tian looked at Skinny Monkey. "Watch carefully." Luo Tian slowly released the expeditious steps, and while he was moving, his fists were still continuously attacking. Skinny Monkey was engrossed in watching. He knew in his heart that Brother Tian had become different from before. He had become very strong, and he had to become stronger now. Otherwise, how would he be able to mingle with Brother Tian? The 3 of them continued to cultivate according to Luo Tian's method. Xianyuan Ox cultivated power. Zhu Geqing cultivated all living things, which could also be called spirit. Skinny Monkey cultivated to dodge, which could also be said to be speed. The 3 of them stayed until late at night. Luo Tian saw that it was getting late and said, "Return to my house. I have something to discuss with you guys." He decided to go out to sea tomorrow. He needed help, at least on how to go out to sea. At home, Luo Tian frowned. "The smell of blood. There's a situation." When he turned on the light, he realized that it was his sister Li Yihan who had fainted in a pool of blood. Luo Tian's mind was in a mess. He did not know why, but an unknown anger surged from the depths of his heart. He helped Li Yihan up. The idea slightly sensed it, and secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Skinny Monkey anxiously asked, "Brother Tian, how is Sister Yihan?" Luo Tian said, "It's all right, it's just that I lost too much blood. You guys can go back first. We'll talk about what I wanted to tell you next time. From tomorrow onwards, you guys will cultivate in the gravity room during the day, and come to me at night to test the results. I'll give you guys a week's time. Within a week, you must raise your cultivation." Then, Luo Tian said to Skinny Monkey, "Help me ask for leave from teacher. I want to stay at home to take care of my sister." Zhu Geqing immediately said, "Don't worry, I'll get my grandfather to help you ask for leave. Su Yuantong won't dare to do anything to you." "Thank you." After the 3 of them left, Luo Tian helped Li Yihan to the bed, thinking of his usually valiant sister, and then looking at her current weak appearance. "Huff! Sis, I'm also helping you clean your wounds and stop the bleeding. Otherwise, you'll lose too much blood and die." As he said that, Luo Tian untied Li Yihan's clothes. Wait, it could only be said. A flawless figure. Luo Tian was a little shocked. So your figure is actually so good. His heart was beating wildly, and he had a physiological reaction. Luo Tian really wanted to slap himself. Although we are not related by blood, she is still your sister, you beast. Run. Quick, quick, run. Someone betrayed us. This mission is a trap. Run. The assassins of the Sioux group are cultivators, suddenly. Li Yihan suddenly grabbed Luo Tian's arms tightly, sweating all over, and kept saying something. Luo Tian didn't hear the other words clearly, but he heard the words assassins of the Sioux group very clearly. With a chill in his heart, Luo Tian said fiercely, Sioux group! Early morning. Because he was worried that his sister would be in pain at night, Luo Tian lay on the edge of the bed all night. Good boy. The moment Li Yihan woke up, she saw Luo Tian lying on the edge of the bed and immediately kicked him. How dare you not go to class? I think you want to turn the sky upside down. Luo Tian fell to the ground and woke up. Li Yihan stood up. Luo Tian exclaimed, Sis, you didn't, Pa! Without waiting for Luo Tian to finish speaking, another kick came. Then the sheet on her body slipped down, and her whole body was naked in front of Luo Tian. Thank you to Promise for the 1888 reward and support. Group number 528-5308. Tomorrow is Monday. If you have a recommendation vote, please help to vote. Old Neo is very grateful. Chapter 1825. Ah, Luo Tian, you're dead. Like an ordinary girl, Li Yihan also screamed. The glass was about to shatter. Then clang, bang, bang, bang. Ah. Sis, I was wrong, okay? Your big chest is pressing down on me. I can't breathe. Luo Tian shouted. Li Yihan was even more furious. You're dead, you're dead. She was not soft-hearted towards this brother of hers. An hour later, Luo Tian's forehead was covered with band-aids. His clothes were torn and tattered, and his face was full of grievances. Li Yihan was arrogant, like a queen, staring at him condescendingly, and said, Say, what did you see? Luo Tian immediately swore. I didn't see anything, I swear to God. How dare you lie? Found it. Li Yihan slapped twice, and once again pressed Luo Tian under her body, locked Luo Tian's shoulders, and said, I'll ask you again, what did you see? Luo Tian would never be fooled. If he said that he saw everything, then his fate would definitely be 100 times worse than now. He insisted, I asked a female classmate to help you change your clothes and clean your wounds. I really didn't see anything, I swear to God. Li Yihan's expression froze. Female classmate? Just you? There's also a female classmate who will follow you home. For a moment, Li Yihan was interested. She lifted Luo Tian up and pushed him to the sofa, sat directly beside Luo Tian, and asked with a wretched smile, Say, what kind of female classmate? Did you kiss her? Did you do anything with her? On the bed in the kitchen? Or on this sofa? Is that female classmate beautiful? A series of questions bombarded him. Moreover, Li Yihan's face was wretched, just like a middle-aged uncle's wretched expression. Who knew what was going on in this sister's mind? Luo Tian almost couldn't take it anymore and said, Sister, can you be a little more pure? I think you're the one who wants to be slapped in the kitchen. Huh. Li Yihan glared at him. What did you say? Luo Tian shrunk his neck and said, No, I didn't say anything. Didn't you ask if she was pretty? Of course she's pretty. How could Thunder Academy's schoolflower not be pretty? Campus Belle? The granddaughter of Juga Wu. Li Yihan's expression changed again. She immediately became serious and then recovered. She looked coldly at Luo Tian and said with disdain, His looks are average, his strength is average, and he is a burden in the class. Is the Campus Belle blind? Are you my sister? Am I your brother that bad? Luo Tian was really speechless. Was there a sister who would attack her brother like this? Li Yihan smiled and said, "If I wasn't blind, how could I fall for you?" "No, I have to see what she looks like. Even though you are average, your girlfriend can't be average. She doesn't have my looks, so I can still accept her being a bit worse." Li Yihan said like a parent. Luo Tian muttered, "She'll come at night." Xian Yuanyo, Zhuge Qing, and Skinny Monkey would all come to the rooftop to cultivate at night. Li Yihan looked at Luo Tian in shock and said, "You made her feel good last night? She's coming again today? Could it be that your martial arts are very strong, and that's why she fell for you? Wow, little brother, I didn't expect you to be so strong in this area." Luo Tian's forehead was covered in black lines. He was simply speechless. "Sis, can you be a bit more normal?" At this moment, Li Yihan noticed that the room was very clean. It should have been cleaned up recently. She immediately praised, "This woman is definitely not bad to actually clean up the house so well. Little brother, even if she looks like old Wang family's big fatty Wang, you can still accept it. It's too hard to get a wife these days. It's the same even if the lights are turned off." The daughter of old Wang family next door, big fatty Wang, a fatty of more than 200 pounds. It was hard to look at her directly. Luo Tian felt a chill just thinking about it. "You can continue to attack me. You'll be surprised at night." Li Yihan put a hand on Luo Tian's shoulder and said with a sneaky smile, "Do you want me to teach you a few tricks to pick up girls?" Luo Tian immediately stood up and said, "Save it. Sis, what kind of mission did you do this time? Why did you come back covered in blood? If I didn't come back early, you would have died from excessive blood loss." Luo Tian asked. He wanted to know what kind of mission it was. Li Yihan frowned and immediately said, "Little brat, why do you care so much? Just read your book well." "Right. What day is it today?" Luo Tian scratched his head and said, "Monday." Then Li Yihan kicked Luo Tian's butt. "You didn't go to class on Monday and stayed at home. I think you want to die." Luo Tian really had the urge to die and said, "Didn't I want to take care of you?" Li Yihan said, "Do I need you to take care of me now? Hurry up and go to class." He had no choice. Luo Tian could only pick up his bag and walk out. Li Yihan laughed wretchedly. "Remember to bring the female student back tonight for me to examine." Luo Tian rolled his eyes at her and walked downstairs. Phew! After Luo Tian left, Li Yihan's face instantly turned pale white. Cold sweat seeped out of her forehead. Her entire body was trembling, and her face was filled with pain. It was as if an awl was drilling into her skull. It was extremely painful. Cultivator. It's actually a cultivator. Li Yihan's breathing became chaotic. When she thought of the scene yesterday, her eyes couldn't stop trembling. "Su Zhanyun, you are really King Vicious. Remember this for this old lady. I will definitely take revenge for this." Her team. Out of the 8-people team, only she managed to escape. This mission was a trap. However, Li Yihan's brows tightened, and she thought to herself, "What exactly is on that island? To be able to make a cultivator take action?" It was already 10 in the morning when Luo Tian arrived at Thunder Academy. It just so happened to be Su Yuantong's class. He was really talking about the use of force on the table. Because he came out in a hurry, he didn't bring any money with him, and there was nowhere to go in the entire school, so he could only return to the classroom. Reporting, Luo Tian shouted. Su Yuantong was startled and asked doubtfully, "Didn't you ask for leave?" It was also at this time. The skinny monkey waved his hand at Luo Tian and said in a low voice, "Brother Tian, quickly go back! Quickly go back!" Luo Tian looked at the skinny monkey's bruised and swollen face, his entire body covered in injuries, and directly rushed into the classroom asking, "Who beat you up like this?" Su Yuantong was furious and shouted, "Luo Tian, did I let you in? Do you still have me as your teacher in your eyes? Get out of here right now." Luo Tian did not pay attention to Su Yuantong and asked again, "Who is it?" At this moment, Su Hua stood up, sneered, and said, "It's lousy, Luo Tian, what can you do to me? Bite me." Luo Tian stared coldly at Su Hua, his killing intent rising. "Thank you 158-977-7735, no net name. A young master, crazy for beauties, worried old man, ordinary life. White shirt, green grass, southern iris, northern iris, dreamlike time, looking at flowers in the fog, crazy young master's gift. Thank you for your support, thank you." Chapter 1826. Luo Tian rushed to Su Hua's side in a single step. Su Hua didn't have time to react at all, and was lifted up like a little chick. Bam! Luo Tian instantly threw him out. He directly smashed onto the blackboard of the podium, and with a poochie sound, Su Hua saw stars, just like a dead dog. Without waiting for Su Hua to stand up, Luo Tian leaped out like an arrow, grabbed his collar again, lifted him up, and said coldly, "A trash like you is no match for Skinny Monkey." The entire class was dumbfounded, and it quickly became chaotic. What was going on? Su Hua was the strongest person in Class C. How could he be instantly killed? What was going on with Luo Tian? Why did he suddenly become so strong? Even Su Yuantong had a face full of shock and said, "Luo Tian, stop, do you hear me? Stop, or else." Luo Tian turned his head, stared at Su Yuantong coldly, and said coldly, "Scram to the side for lousy, teaching like shit. All day long I don't know what to teach. It's simply misleading the students." He didn't give Su Yuantong any face, because Su Yuantong was also a member of the Su family. He was from the same family as Su Hua. Su Yuantong's face was filled with anger. He smashed the textbook on the ground and coldly snorted, "If I can't take care of you today, I won't be called Su Yuantong." As he said that, previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Releasing the fighting strength from his body, his fists moved, and a fist fiercely smashed towards Luo Tian. It was just that, without waiting for him to get close, Luo Tian kicked him out of the classroom like lightning and said, "Scram to the side for lousy." The entire class was dumbfounded once again. Many people became excited. There was even a small voice that was too satisfying. Su Yuantong was not qualified to be a teacher in the first place. If it wasn't for the Su group, he wouldn't even be qualified to be a guard of Thunder Academy, let alone a teacher. And he only knew how to read the textbook every day as a teacher. He didn't know what the law of strength was. What was power? Luo Tian raised Su Hua above his head and said coldly, "Do you think you can play with me? Su Hua, in my eyes, you're not even an ant. If you want to play with me, I'll make you die without a burial ground in minutes." Para! Pata para! I wet my pants. Su Hua was so scared that he peed his pants. Ha ha ha. The crotch of Su Hua's pants was wet. His whole body trembled, and he didn't dare to look Luo Tian in the eye. At this moment, Lu Feifei stood up and said, "Luo Tian, it wasn't Su Hua who beat up Skinny Monkey, it was a third-year student." Skinny Monkey also said, "Brother Tian, it's a third-year student." Mu Jing said quietly, "It's third-year Chinli, an expert ranked 9th in Thunder Academy's overall fighting strength rankings. His cultivation already at the 5th level. Luo Tian, it's best if you don't, an expert on the combat strength ranking." Luo Tian's fingers moved and suddenly grabbed Su Hua's throat. He said coldly, "You called Chenli here, right?" His 2 fingers exerted force. Su Hua immediately twitched and struggled, begging for mercy. "Luo Tian, don't kill me. I won't do it again. Su Hua's face became paler and paler. They were all frightened. Lu Feifei said loudly, "Luo Tian, don't do anything stupid. This is the school. If you kill him, your life will be over." Skinny Monkey anxiously rushed forward and said, "Brother Tian, don't be rash." Mu Jing was also extremely anxious and said, "Luo Tian, calm down." Killing Su Hua was very simple. Luo Tian was not afraid of trouble. It was just that, thinking of his sister Li Yihan, Skinny Monkey, and the others, if he killed Su Hua, they would definitely be implicated. Luo Tian exhaled heavily and said, "If this wasn't the school, you would already be dead." After saying that, he threw him hard. Once again, he was sent flying. Su Hua's body curled up, and he was so scared that he burst into tears. It was too uncomfortable. At that time, it was as if the scythe of death was already on his neck. Luo Tian said to Skinny Monkey, "Do you know Chen Li?" Skinny Monkey nodded and said, "Yes." Luo Tian said, "Come with me. How he hit you today, you will hit him back. If he dares to fight back, I will break his hands." Finished. Luo Tian left the classroom with Skinny Monkey. Everyone was in an uproar. Luo Tian is going to challenge the experts on the fighting strength ranking. That's Chen Li, a 5th level warrior. Isn't he courting death? This is going to be fun. Hurry up and watch the show. What's there to be in class for? The teacher has been beaten up. What's there to be in class for? Immediately. The whole class followed behind Luo Tian as they swarmed towards the 3rd year's building. In less than 10 minutes, the news spread throughout the entire grade. Luo Tian is going to challenge the experts on the fighting strength ranking. Luo Tian? Who is Luo Tian? I've never heard of him. Is he an expert on the fighting strength ranking of the 1st years? Isn't Luo Tian the burden of Class C? He wants to challenge Chen Li of the 3rd years. Are you sure you didn't hear wrongly? Is he courting death? More and more people followed behind Luo Tian. The current Earth also advocated martial arts. Martial artists were respected. The strong were the kings. Everyone worshipped the strong in their hearts. Challenging an expert on the fighting strength ranking was a big deal in Thunder Academy. Chen Li is in the 3rd year's Class D, and he is the strongest in Class D. Someone reminded Luo Tian. Luo Tian entered the 3rd grade building, and a teacher walked up and asked, "What happened?" Luo Tian didn't care at all. Walking to the door of Class D, he politely said to the teacher on the podium, "Teacher, can I ask you to come out for a moment?" The teacher didn't know what was going on, so he walked out of the classroom and asked, "Student, what's the matter?" It was also at this time. Luo Tian walked into the classroom and shouted, "That bastard is called Chen Li? Get the hell out here." The entire class was shocked. Everyone looked at Luo Tian with a smile, as if saying, "Who is this idiot? Are you here to die?" At the back of the classroom, a student pushed the person who was still sleeping and said, "Brotherly, brotherly, someone wants to challenge you." Chen Li did not get up and said, "Tell him to scram to the side. Can't you see that I am sleeping?" At the door of the classroom, the teacher also said, "Student, if there's anything you can report to the teacher, don't challenge him so easily. He's not an ordinary person. It's better to leave quickly." It had to be said. Even the teacher was a little afraid of Chen Li. In the eyes of ordinary people, a 5th level warrior was an extremely powerful existence. Luo Tian politely said to the teacher, "Sorry to disturb your class, but..." Suddenly, Luo Tian grabbed the blackboard on the podium and threw it with all his might, accurately smashing it on Chen Li's head. "I told you to get the hell out here!" Everyone was shocked once again. They all looked at Luo Tian in shock. He's going to die. This brat is going to die. Cluck, cluck, with the sound of his joints exploding. Chen Li slowly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, his expression sinister, and said, "I think you're tired of living." Thank you to Old Bulls fans, a small mood. Accompanying support, thank you. Chapter 1827. Chen Li stood up. He was 9 meters tall, and all the muscles on his body bulged. His 2 eyes stared fixedly at Luo Tian, like a lion staring at its prey. It was also at this time. The bell rang for the end of class. The teacher picked up his books and left in a hurry, whispering to Luo Tian, "Student, take care of yourself." At the same time, the entire 3rd year was shaken. A 1st year brat has come to challenge Chen Li? Ha ha ha! Is his brain flooded with water? Challenging Chen Li? This person will definitely die. At this moment, The entrance of Class D was filled with people. They were all curious as to who wanted to die. He was actually stupid enough to challenge Chun-Li. Luo Tian pointed at the skinny monkey and said, "You are the one who beat him up like this, right?" Chun-Li looked at the skinny monkey and sneered, saying, "It's this trash. Yeah, what's wrong? You're hiding in front of me. Aren't you courting death?" "Very good." Luo Tian smiled slightly. "Skinny monkey, follow me." Skinny monkey would not refuse Luo Tian's orders and immediately followed behind Luo Tian. Walking to Chen-Li's side, Luo Tian said, "How did he hit you?" "Hit him back." Chen-Li looked down from above and couldn't help but laugh. He disdainfully said, F***CK. Just the two of you, trash dare to stand in front of me. Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian moved his right arm. Explosive punch! Bam! The attack landed on Chen-Li's abdomen, and Chen-Li's eyes bulged. He had never thought that Luo Tian would suddenly attack, nor did he think that Luo Tian's strength would be so terrifying. Intense pain shot through his abdomen as he was sent flying. He fell to the ground. Luo Tian did not give him the slightest chance to get up and kicked him hard. He specifically kicked him in the face. "So what if you're a third year?" "What bullshit. So what if you're an expert on the battle strength ranking?" "You said I'm trash." "What do you think you are?" Luo Tian cursed continuously. He was extremely ruthless. If he wasn't ruthless today, there would be people riding on his head next time. Today it was Skinny Monkey. Tomorrow it might be Xian Yuanyo or Zhu Geqing. After half a minute, Chen-Li curled up like a dead dog. Luo Tian said, "What's wrong with first years?" "Ah, the third years are only SOSO." Behind Luo Tian came several cold and murderous gazes. F***CK. You trash, being crushed by a first-year brat. You still have the nerve to stay in the third years? You might as well get out of here as soon as possible. Bang! Right at this moment, with a stomp of his feet, the entire classroom trembled slightly. A fatty walked into the classroom and pointed his finger at Luo Tian. "It's fine if you beat up Chen-Li, it's fine even if you kill him, but you shouldn't say that the third years are only SOO. That's an insult to us third years. Brat, let me play with you." As soon as he finished speaking, the fatty's footsteps suddenly moved. Because it was too fast, coupled with his short and fat stature, he was like a rapidly rolling car as he rushed towards Luo Tian. Skinny Monkey anxiously said, "The expert ranked 8th in the battle strength rankings, Wei Zhong. Brother Tian, you have to be careful. His strength is extremely strong, and his defense is even stronger. He is at the peak of the 5th level." Luo Tian stood in place and watched as the fatty rushed over, his footsteps moving slightly. A wave of battle qi formed a taiji pattern and was naturally released under his feet. With a light push of his palms, he directly pressed them against Wei Zhong's fat chest, and then he gave it a push. Bam! Wei Zhong's head was directly smashed into the wall. Buzz, buzz! Stars appeared before his eyes, and a large bump instantly appeared on his forehead. His body swayed, and then he fell to the ground and fainted. Who else? Luo Tian said coldly. Arrogant. He was simply too arrogant. Arrogant? Arrogant to the point of exploding. Ever since the establishment of the Thunder Academy, there had never been a first-year student who dared to charge into the third years and directly overturn 2 experts on the battle strength rankings. Moreover, they only used one move. Strong. He was ridiculously strong. He's too arrogant. The entire class of more than 30 people began to stir. If we don't teach him a lesson today, he'll really think that our third-year Class D is easy to bully. Attack! Suddenly, more than 30 people rushed forward at the same time. The weakest of these people was a level 3 warrior. Moreover, these people were completely different from the first years. Their battle experience was especially rich. It was just that, no matter how rich his battle experience was, it couldn't compare to Luo Tian's. No one on Earth had as much battle experience as he did. Skinny Monkey took the lead and shouted, "Brother Tian, you go first!" "Go. Go where?" Luo Tian released his expeditious steps and said, "All of you get down!" His footsteps were erratic and his body was erratic. Without waiting for those people to rush over, Luo Tian took the lead and rushed into the crowd, crazily attacking. At the same time, he was also crazily beaten up. After all, he was not a god, and his cultivation was only a level 5 warrior, facing the encirclement of more than 30 people. It was inevitable that he would not be able to withstand it. However, the attacks of these people were like scratching an itch to him, without any substantial damage. Cultivating in the gravity room, his body strength had already surpassed the limit of a level 6 warrior's body. Bam! Bam! Bang, 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 he kept on attacking. He kept on dodging. One punch to the ground. Another punch, another one. More than 30 people only took 3 minutes. On the desk, on the ground, there were even 2 people hanging from the ceiling fan. They were all screaming miserably. The entire class was overturned by Luo Tian alone. The people who were watching the show from the window were all stunned. Is this AF * King Human? When did such a pervert appear in the Thunder Academy? Even Su Feng, who is ranked first on the fighting strength board, can't do this, right? Damn, is this guy really a first-year student? The entire third-year department began to shake violently. How preposterous. It's not the turn of a brat to behave atrociously in the third-year department. Second brother, should we inform Brother Feng? No need. Brother Feng is gone today, I'll take care of him. Third-year class A, the true expert class. It was also the genius class. A large group of people rushed towards Class D. Their target was Luo Tian. It was also at this time. Zhuge Qing led Zhuge Wu and quickly rushed over. Grandfather, hurry up, it'll be too late if you're late. Zhuge Wu thought to himself, good boy, your methods are not bad. Just one night and you're already able to make my granddaughter worry. I've really underestimated you. They just happened to feel Class D at the same time as the group from Class A. Zhuge Qing and Zhuge Wu were stunned. Zhuge Wu was incomparably excited in his heart and thought to himself, my God, one person overturned an entire class. This is defying the heavens. Zhuge Qing asked worriedly, are you all right? Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, it's just a superficial wound, nothing serious. When the group from Class A saw Zhuge Wu, they immediately retreated. Let's go, it's that old pervert, don't fall into his hands, or else we'll lose a layer of skin. Zhuge Wu retracted his shocked expression and said with incomparable seriousness, bring him to the confinement room. Good night. Chapter 1828. In less than 10 minutes, the news of beating up third-year Class D had spread throughout the entire Thunder Academy. In every classroom, every student was discussing. Have you heard? The first year's new book knocked out third-year Class D's Chen Li with one punch, and then defeated Wei Zhong with one move. He's simply too strong, so strong that it's like dregs. Why haven't I heard? I was there. He's the first-year Class C's Luo Tian. Damn, you haven't heard of Luo Tian? You're out. Luo Tian broke through the first stage of warrior when he was 3 years old, could kill a cow when he was 5 years old, the defendant took a fancy to him when he was 7 years old, and he killed a tiger with one hand when he was 9 years old. Now that he's 16 years old, he's an invincible existence. Even cultivators have to take a detour when they see him. I even heard that he fought underground in the fighting building and knocked out the 100 victories General Taishan with one move. He's a godlike existence. Rumors spread everywhere. The more they spread, the more ridiculous they became. Xian Yuanyo couldn't get a word in several times. Seeing his classmates discussing, he was incomparably excited. Brother Tian is Brother Tian, so strong that it's a mess. You're a legend right now. Ha ha ha, a classmate beside him said in disdain. Brother Tian, Xian Yuanyo, it seems like you're very familiar with Luo Tian. I'm his little brother. Is Brother Tian something you can call? A confinement room. It was specially used to punish students who were hard to control. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be used. However, this time, Luo Tian had caused too much trouble. Not only did he cripple the entire class, he even beat up Su Yuantong. If this matter wasn't handled well, Luo Tian would definitely be expelled from school, and no school would take him in. This didn't matter to him. But if his sister knew, he would be crippled. Of course, Zhuge Wu was overjoyed. Even if the people from the Education Bureau came to Thunder Academy to expel him, he wouldn't agree. Luo Tian, do you know your wrongs? Zhuge Wu asked in a deep voice. Luo Tian said, I don't know. I spared his life by not killing him. Old man, don't think that I'll be afraid of you just because you're the headmaster. I, Luo Tian, have never been afraid of anything. What's a mere person from Earth to me? He really wasn't afraid. Even if the strongest person on Earth was standing in front of him, he would not have any fear. Zhuge Wu frowned. You are too arrogant. Brat, it's understandable that you're young and frivolous, but if you continue to be so arrogant, you'll definitely suffer losses. I advise you to behave yourself. Otherwise, even I, the headmaster, won't be able to protect you. You beat up Su Yuantong, Su Hua, Chunli, Weizhong, and even everyone in Class D. Do you know their identities? Do you know their background? Have you thought about the consequences of beating all of them down without knowing anything? Even if you're not afraid, what about your family? As far as I know, you have an elder sister, right? Luo Tian's heart trembled, and the anger in his heart also calmed down. Zhuge Wu continued, They all have a common background, the Su group. Huh. Luo Tian frowned and thought in his heart, It's the Su group again. Zhuge Wu laughed bitterly. The Su group is the largest financial group in the Divine Sea City, and the Thunder Academy has also become the cradle for them to nurture their disciples. 2/3 of the students in the 3rd year have signed a contract with the Su group. They are all from the Su group. You have to know, the Thunder Academy was built with money from the Su group. Now that you have beaten them up, the Su family will not let this matter rest. The Su family had a huge amount of power in the Divine Sea City. It was unimaginable. However, what Luo Tian did not expect was that the students of the Thunder Academy would be recruited by the Su family before they even graduated. Those who did not sign a contract were either trash, or they might have been crippled by the Su family. Zhuge Wu said indifferently, I know that your ability is outstanding, and that you were even able to defeat a warrior at the peak of the 8th level, Mount Tai, with a single punch. However, no matter how powerful you are, it is impossible for you to be a match for a cultivator. You are still young. You need time to grow. At the very least, you have to become a cultivator before you have the qualifications to contend against the Su family. Time. Luo Tian laughed bitterly and thought to himself, What I lack the most is time. How is the divine realm now? My brother, my wife and daughter, how are they? I don't know at all. I just want to kill my way back right now. Time, it's too precious to me. Then, Luo Tian suddenly asked, Principal, do you know about source energy? Huh. Zhuge Wu was secretly startled and muttered, What is that? Luo Tian sighed heavily and muttered, As expected. How could he obtain the source energy? Luo Tian had also flipped through a lot of books these days, but there were no records of the source energy at all. This was his source plane, but he actually did not know how to absorb the source energy. Without the source energy, what could he do even if he returned to the divine realm? He couldn't do anything. He would still be crushed by the Supreme Divine King. Looking at Luo Tian's depressed expression, Zhuge Wu asked, You want to find the source energy? Luo Tian laughed. I was once a person from Earth, but due to some reason, I transmigrated and came to another plane. I was a divine king ranker in that plane, but I don't have the source energy. I can't protect the people around me. I returned to Earth to search for the source energy, but after so long, I haven't found any aura of the source energy. Could it be that because of the invasion of the magical beast, the Earth's calamity, The source energy disappeared? Huh. Zhuge Wu felt that Luo Tian's words were a bit like a heavenly book. He couldn't react. He had never heard of the source energy. However, he began to understand one thing. Luo Tian understood the power of law too well, and there were many things that even cultivators did not know. Could it be that he really came from another world? It was hard to understand. Luo Tian laughed bitterly and said, "Do you believe what I said?" Zhuge Wu didn't know how to answer. "Forget it," Luo Tian laughed. "Just treat it as a joke." The source energy. How can I find it? For a moment, the two of them fell into silence at the same time. Zhuge Wu was thinking about what Luo Tian had just said. Luo Tian was thinking about the source energy. Half an hour later, Luo Tian regained his composure and said, "What do you plan to do with me?" Zhuge Wu also recovered and said, "I brought you to the confinement room not to punish you. You and Xiao Qing both have the same tattoo. This is the tattoo of a cultivator's potential. The two of you have the possibility of becoming a cultivator in the future. The reason I locked you up here is to calm you down. You still have a great future. Don't be too impulsive and do stupid things." Luo Tian could tell that Zhuge Wu was sincerely treating him well and said respectfully, "Thank you. But I don't have much time left. I really can't wait that long." "Thank you, too. I'm holding your hand for your support. Thank you. Let's talk about something." Originally, Old Cow's outline design was to return to the modern city, but because the higher-ups were too strict, there were many things that could not be written and could only take over Earth. After trying for a while, I realized that none of you liked it. Readers are the author's bread and butter. Our existence is to write something that you like. Therefore, Old Cow decided to cut off the Earth chapter. I will quickly finish the Earth chapter, then return to the Divine Realm and kill my way to the Chaos Realm. This was a difficult decision.